Xtoriez Audio presents the Great Time Link Photography Project. Read for you today by G.L. Stryker.
Chapter 1. Have you ever wanted to see the future? Dr. Connor said as he sat solemnly at his desk in the laboratory. Every single day, Dr. Dell responded. The two scientists sat quietly in the dimly lit room, reflecting on what their next move would be. They had been stationed at Poker Flats, a small research community outside Fairbanks, Alaska, that had been set up for the primary research and study of the Northern Lights. Outside was a raffish collection of barracks and storage sheds that sat in a secluded, deep, rich, forested valley. Above all the trees, reaching 150 feet into the air, stood the powerful tower telescope that Dr. Connor and his colleagues, along with Dr. Dell, had developed and built 20 years before. The fact that the tower telescope was built so high to avoid the underlying tree cover was beneficial to provide the telescope the ability to feed a very high spectrum of paralleled colored light vertically down the inside of the tower to the laboratory beneath. Well, Dr. Connor sighed, looks as though we'll be pulling an all-nighter. He glanced across the room and looked at the clock on the wall that read 11:30 p.m. He always knew that the Northern Lights could be seen best at midnight. Time was desperately running out. The funding that Dr. Connor had received to build the telescope, which took an estimated 5 years to build and 15 years of research, would come to an abrupt halt at noon tomorrow, and the Northern Lights still remained a mystery. Dr. Dell adjusted the dimmer switch and returned the lights in the room once again to their full brightness. Boost the power, Dr. Connor stated, as he stood before the large 6-foot screen, which would soon cast the ghostly image of the colorful polar lights. Dr. Dell did so, without saying a word. The white screen suddenly went pitch black as the powerful telescope activated and peered out into deep space. The two men waited. Nothing happened. Dr. Connor turned to look at the clock again. It read 12:30 a.m. Great. Our last day and nothing's gonna happen. Look, Dr. Dell shouted. Dr. Connor quickly turned back to the screen and watched as the pitch-black image slowly lightened in color to a dark navy blue with highlights of emerald green. Isn't it the most beautiful thing you've ever seen? Dr. Dell uttered softly. Dr. Connor did not respond. He stood transfixed, watching the gorgeous aurora dance overhead. The light faded into a mystic gray with majestic streaks of purple and maroon that burst forth with an evenly curved crystal arch of light that had a smooth lower edge that extended from horizon to horizon. Beams of yellow appeared like sunlight and enhanced the featureless expanse of light that covered the entire sky. The two men gasped in amazement at one of the most beautiful sights in the universe, for the polar lights marked the threshold between the visible and invisible marvels of the galaxy. Suddenly, the aurora burst into brilliant red. Dr. Connor stumbled backward and steadied himself on a nearby table. "Do you see that?" His voice trembled. Dr. Dell rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Yes, I don't believe it. Red auroras are very, very rare. They only happen under very special circumstances. We need to get a better look at this. Zoom in." Dr. Dell tapped eagerly away at his computer keyboard until he had magnified the sparkling red image to its full extent. "Done," he called back. "Make it larger." "What? You know I can't do that." "Yes, you can. Direct all upgraded power sources to the magnification program." Dr. Dell could sense his colleague's furious agitation. "It'll trip all the circuit breakers. What's wrong with you?" "Nothing. Override the breakers with the Omega system." Dr. Dell hesitated. "That's only for emergencies." "This is an emergency. Do it." Dr. Dell once again did as he was instructed. The huge image on the screen continued to zoom in. "More!" Dr. Connor shouted. Moments passed and a startling image appeared on the screen that caused Dr. Connor to collapse to his knees. What is that?" Dr. Dell stuttered. A red numerical sequence of ones and zeros flashed on the screen. It's a binary code, the language of computers. They tell computers how and where to build the structure of an image. Dr. Connor suddenly choked. "I can't believe the polar lights were nothing more than a binary code." The two men sat in silence for what seemed an eternity, watching the red numbers flash off and on. Just then, the computers exploded in a cloud of smoke, and the laboratory fell dark. 7 years later. "Hey, what are you up to?" Corbin Brock said as he approached his friend Garrett, who was sitting outside on the front steps of his New York apartment. "Not much, man. What about you?" Garrett answered, taking his eyes off the busy street that ran in front of his house and glancing at his friend. "Yeah, not much either," Corbin responded, brushing his blonde hair out of his eyes with his fingers and taking a seat on the steps. "What do you want to do?" Garrett asked, returning his gaze to the busy street. "I don't know. It's just another one of those lazy Saturdays." Tell me about it." Young Corbin, at the age of 16, had always been a restless spirit. He had been through many simple adventures before with his lifelong friend Garrett, who happened to be the same age. But lately there seemed to be no fun in life to be had. Inside, he felt like a megastar and was proud just because the grocery store doors would open automatically for him. But outwardly, he knew he was forgotten. Girls ignored him and would date worse guys. Nobody cared or gave much notice if he scored a goal or points in any given sport. And his grades in school were slipping. He was the invisible boy, which was great for his superhero fantasies, but what he really wanted in life was to be visible. Why could nobody see or care who he really was? Corbin contemplated his parents. His father was extremely intelligent when it came to facts and figures. He could outsmart any contestant on any game show, but he had very little or no common sense. Scammers were forever taking him in, be it over the telephone or through the mail. His mother, on the other hand, was not so easily fooled. But she had very little use for trivia and not much talent for numbers and scientific facts. One would think, or assume, that Corbin would have inherited his father's talent for knowledge and inherited his mother's talent for common sense. But the opposite seemed to be true. Rather, it appeared that he had inherited his father's lack of common sense and inherited his mother's lack of knowledge. Corbin felt as if he were left with nothing but stupidity coursing through his veins. As Corbin sat with a cloud of self-doubt circling the front section of his brain, and the happy thought that he at least had one good friend like Garrett hovering in the middle of his mind, somewhere in the back of his skull, near his spine, was the image or feeling that today would be very different. There was a slight excitement in the air. At that moment, out of the east, came a cool gust of wind that tunneled down the crowded avenue and gave the two young friends a cool chill that brought an added security of comfort and peace. "Wow, did you feel that?" Corbin shivered. "Yeah," Garrett said, taking in a deep breath. With the wind came the most beautiful, multicolored monarch butterfly that appeared through majestic rays of sunlight high in the sky. It flapped and fluttered its fragile wings in a steady array of movement as it descended lower and lower. The two young boys watched the beautiful sight as the butterfly circled them, dipped one last time, and came to rest on Corbin's right knee. "Ha ha! Check this out!" Corbin chuckled. The two friends laughed amusingly while the butterfly rested for a moment, and then took flight again, disappearing up and over the apartment complex. "That was so cool," Garrett exclaimed. "Yeah, it was." Corbin stopped. An eerie silence befell the two boys, and once again the cool gust of wind blew from the east, bringing with it another monarch butterfly that circled the two bewildered friends as it dipped and landed on Corbin's right knee. Corbin and Garrett examined the butterfly closely and found it to be identical to the last. Corbin was blown away. "Can you believe this?" he said, as it too departed, flying up and over the apartment building. The silence again filled the air, followed by yet another gust of wind that brought an exact duplicate monarch butterfly. "What is going on here?" Corbin cried out. Garrett paused. "I think I know," he said, scratching his head. "What?" "Have you ever heard of the butterfly theory?" "No." "You know, a butterfly flaps his wings and it rains in Chicago." "What are you talking about?" Corbin said, watching the butterfly fly over the apartment. "You know," Garrett said, standing and walking to the bottom of the steps. "A butterfly flaps its wings, which causes the grass to sway from the breeze, which startles an elk, causing him to run, which spooks the whole herd, causing a stampede, which causes a change in the atmospheric pressure, which causes it to rain in Chicago." Corbin looked at Garrett. "What does that have to do with the same butterfly landing on my knee?" "Well, I'm not really sure." Corbin stood and walked down the steps toward his friend. "What we need to do is find out." The two friends stood transfixed as they watched the same butterfly dip again and land on thin air where Corbin's knee used to be. "This is too weird," Garrett murmured. "Yeah, I don't think this has anything to do with the butterfly theory." "You never know." "I know. At least I think so." "Well then, what do you think this really means?" "I really don't have any idea, but I have a very bizarre feeling that this is going to lead to something huge." Garrett felt that Corbin was right, but as he stared at the butterfly, an odd feeling of jealousy began to form in his stomach. The butterfly was beautiful with sharp, vivid colors. The mystery of the delicate creature was intoxicating. However, the question arose in his mind: why are some things in life lovely, and why are other things in life not? Thinking this slowly made Garrett wish he could be better looking. He wished that he could be a bit of a mystery. He was jealous of Corbin. He passed it off as not being jealous. He did not want to take anything away from his friend. He only wished and dreamed for his own style and charisma. Frustrated, Garrett began running his fingers through his wind-blown dark brown hair, which was in vast contrast to Corbin's blonde, shaggy hair. Garrett's features were also a bit underwhelming from Corbin's as well. Whereas Corbin had larger blue eyes, Garrett's eyes were small and beady, giving many people the impression that he was dishonest. But that was the least of his worries. He also had big ears and slightly bigger nose, which were both a one-way ticket to Uglyville on this planet. It was an odd world where having certain large body parts on your face made you beautiful, and other large body parts on your face made you hideous. For example, having big eyes and a large smile made you attractive, and having a large nose and big ears made you a formidable beast. If only there was an alternate universe where the reverse was true. Only then would Garrett be the prince of the handsome monarch. Before Corbin and Garrett could analyze the mystery of the butterfly any further, a man from behind them suddenly began yelling orders. "Will you boys quit wasting time with that butterfly and get up there on the north wall?" the strange voice shouted. "What?" Corbin said, turning. Garrett turned as well, and the two boys suddenly found themselves facing a sandy-colored rock wall. Gunfire exploded like thunder in the background. The fear of death was thick in the air. "What happened to the street?" Corbin asked. "Men, I'm not going to ask you again. Get up there on the north wall." Corbin turned to see a man dressed in a fine officer's uniform that was torn and ragged from the ravages of war. His hair was unkempt and hung down over his dirty, sweaty brow. He sported only moccasins and held a long rifle tightly in his left hand. In his right hand he clenched a small tin cup of water that he had just drawn from a nearby well. Corbin and Garrett looked around and found themselves in the middle of a massive courtyard. Gray-black smoke filled the air, and the rocks and dirt stretched out over the ground without a bush or any other type of plant in sight. The heavy scent of gunpowder filled their nostrils and poured into their mouths until they could feel tiny pieces of grit in their teeth. "Who are you?" Corbin asked the thin man. The man froze. "Are you the reinforcements?" Corbin and Garrett looked at each other. Sure. Now who are you?" Corbin spoke. The man smiled, exposing his bloody lip. "I am Lieutenant Colonel William Barrett Travis, and welcome to the Alamo." Corbin and Garrett looked at each other again. "The Alamo?" they screamed in unison. That means we're in Texas. How did we end up in Texas?" Garrett panicked. The man walked closer and examined their clothing. "I can tell by your fine garments that you have brought many supplies, for I've never seen clothing this exquisite. The stitching in this fabric is magnificent." Then he stepped away. "So how many men did you bring in your regiment?" Just us," Corbin said. William Barrett Travis dropped the tin cup. "Just the two of you?" "Yes." "Then we're doomed. We had 150 men until a relief party from Gonzales, Texas arrived and brought the total number of men to 189. That is still not enough to hold off the 4,000 Mexican troops that have us surrounded. Under the order of Santa Anna. We were relying on Colonel J.W. Fanning to arrive today with 400 more men from Galad, Texas, but they have yet to arrive." "That's right," another man said, stepping out of the smoke of the freshly fought battle. "We've been holding our ground in this old mission with the war against Mexico for 13 days now. We're completely out of ammunition and supplies. I don't think we can go on." Corbin gawked at the man. "Are you who I think you are?" "Probably so. Name's Davy Crockett. I was the congressman from Tennessee." "Yeah," Corbin cheered ecstatically. "I've read all about you in my... Well, what year is it?" "What year is it?" Davy Crockett questioned. Corbin nodded. "It's March 6th, 1836. 1836? "Yes, sir, my young friend," Davy Crockett said. "Now let's get you a rifle." "A rifle?" Garrett choked. "Yes, now let's go. We don't have any time to waste." Garrett pulled Corbin aside. "What is going on here? Those cannons look and sound very real, and there's dead people all around. I can tell and smell that they're not faking." "I don't know," Corbin responded, "but we can't stay here. Let's follow them." "No," Garrett pleaded. "I can't fight. This is all too real. Let's get out of here." "Come on," Corbin insisted again, and followed Davy Crockett across the courtyard and into a small room. Garrett looked around in complete disbelief. He sensed something was terribly wrong. What was going on? Was everything he saw and felt just a bad dream? Or had he actually traveled back in time? His brain could not differentiate. He had to play along for now. "They're coming over the south wall," a man shouted. Garrett dashed to the small room and burst in. He saw Davy Crockett hand Corbin 2 large rifles and a small pouch of gunpowder. He glanced across the room to a nearby bed and noticed a man laying there very ill. "Who was that?" Garrett questioned. "Jim Bowie," Davy Crockett answered, not taking his eyes off the rifles. "Jim Bowie, the maker of the Bowie knife?" "That's right," Davy Crockett answered, grabbing Garrett's arm and pulling him outside. "But we like to call it the Arkansas toothpick." "Wait, I want to talk to him," Garrett called out. "No time," Corbin yelled over the gunfire, and yelling that grew increasingly louder. Garrett stared at Corbin coldly. "You're really getting into this, aren't you?" "Yes, it's fun." "Look around, man. This is real. I don't know what happened, but we could actually get killed." Corbin did not listen. He ran to the wall that was now being overrun by Mexican soldiers. "Remember the Alamo!" he shouted, swinging his gun ferociously by the barrel so that the stock slammed hard into soldier after soldier. "You sure are a fighter," Davy Crockett yelled. "I know, I once..." Corbin looked over at his boyhood idol, just as he fell to the ground from a gunshot wound to the chest. Davy collapsed, gasping for air. Garrett ran over and cradled the dying man's head. He looked up at his friend and noticed reality had finally set in. Corbin was in complete shock. All color was gone from his cheeks, leaving only the ghostly white of a young man who had come face to face with death. "Call your friend over," Davy Crockett whispered. "Corbin!" Corbin did not move. He was too gripped by fear. "Corbin, come here now!" Corbin swallowed hard, walked over, and knelt in the blood that covered the ground. Davy Crockett coughed. "Never let freedom go," he uttered. And with that, one of America's greatest heroes was gone. Garrett and Corbin were speechless. They sat there for a minute or two, until the Alamo and Davy Crockett's body had vanished, and the two friends found themselves once again along the busy city streets of New York. Chapter 2. Corbin slowly rose from the sidewalk and stumbled backward into the street. The loud honking of a passing car snapped him out of his daze, and he tripped back over the curb and landed hard on the rough concrete. "Are you all right?" Garrett asked. "Yeah," Corbin said. Then he noticed a very strange thing. A single blade of grass grew very rapidly through the crack of the cement, followed shortly by another and another, until the sidewalk and a large portion of the street was completely covered. Corbin and Garrett dared not speak as they watched their familiar neighborhood vanish once again, as buildings were slowly replaced by large jungle trees and vines. Finally, all was silent. The noise and bustle of the overpopulated city was quickly replaced by the exotic sounds of tropical birds and insects. "Where are we now?" Corbin asked reverently. "I don't know," Garrett responded, "but it sure is eerie. Tell me about it." Thunder suddenly erupted from behind the two boys. They jumped to their feet and spun around. Trees were knocked aside and toppled noisily to the ground, and there, coming straight for the two friends, was a giant brontosaurus. Garrett and Corbin gazed upward in astonishment as the huge beast thundered closer and slammed its massive foot down into the soft earth just feet and inches away. The two friends held onto each other tightly to keep from bouncing away from the terrific earthquake the huge monster caused unknowingly with each step. The skin of the humongous creature resembled that of an elephant, with hues of dark green, brown, and black. Its underbelly was lighter in color, which appeared gray with dark shadows from the gigantic towering legs. The two friends had never been so scared in all their lives. They knew with every ounce of their being they would be crushed any minute now. More dinosaurs followed closely behind the first, tearing through the trees and destroying everything in their path. Garrett screamed in total fear, but Corbin, just inches away, could not hear him through the deafening thunder that was their footsteps. The vibrations from the land carried the two frightened boys to the edge of the woods, whereupon they clutched tightly to a nearby tree and prayed in desperation that it too would not come crashing down. Corbin cautiously opened his eyes and watched the enormous animals parade by. He witnessed humongous, spooked pterodactyls fly out of the trees as birds would from a gunshot. Soon, the brontosaurus herd moved on, leaving massive destruction in their wake. "Is it over?" Garrett asked. "Yeah, it's over. Come on, let's follow them," Corbin shouted. "What? Not again?" Corbin staggered to his feet and ran after the herd, jumping over uprooted tree trunks and low-lying branches. Garrett reluctantly followed. They ran hard for several minutes until they reached a slope that made a dramatic drop down into an extensive green, lush valley. Garrett was completely stunned. "Oh, this can't be real. It can't be happening." "But it is," Corbin reassured him. They paused to catch their breath and gazed longingly down into the majestic sight of prehistoric wonder. Dinosaurs of all shapes, kinds, and sizes filled the valley. Along a crystal-clear lake, a Paracephalosaurus herd had stopped to quench their thirst. These dinosaurs stood about 30 feet high, with powerful hind legs and shorter front limbs that allowed them to stand upright. But the most noticeable trait was the long, bony protrusion from the back of their head. To the east of the valley, a small herd of Stegosaurus, numbering about 20 to 30, moaned and grunted as they battled playfully with each other. Their armor was thick and powerful. Large plated spikes ran down the length of their body, from their head to their tail, which sported additional spikes that were easily swung to the left or right during an actual battle. Moving into the Stegosaurus' domain was the playful Triceratops. Standing at 29 feet high, the Triceratops had a large bony crest just above the neck, and a long horn over each eye, and a shorter horn on the nose. To the west of the valley, eating quietly among the rich, luscious foliage, was the Ankylosaurus. At 30 feet long and weighing 4 tons, it had a fused armor shield covering its back, and a bony club at the end of its tail for self-defense. In the surrounding area were the Myelosaurus and the Pachycephalosaurus, both of which walked upright and stood 30 feet tall. Corbin and Garrett felt as if they were on another planet. Everything, for as far as the eye could see, was foreign to them. The sight was bewildering. The smells were unfamiliar. The sounds of the grunting, growling, and howling were enough to make the young men run for their lives, but yet they were intrigued by every last detail. Down below, Garrett noticed the brontosaurus herd they had been following, along with about 200 smaller iguanodons. High in the sky, circling the entire valley like vultures, were thousands upon thousands of pterodactyls. The sight made Garrett gasp, and he realized that he had not been breathing. He took 2 short breaths and relaxed his lungs, then slowly regained his composure. "I want a closer look," Corbin said, taking off down the steep slope. "I don't think that's a good idea," Garrett responded. As Corbin drew closer to the brontosaurus herd, it surprised Garrett that the huge giants took off running. Corbin stopped at the bottom of the slope, but the herd continued its panicked pace, followed by the iguanodons. "Now you've done it," Garrett said, coming up behind Corbin. Corbin laughed. "I didn't know they would be so scared." Garrett froze. Not all of them were. "What do you mean by that?" Garrett could not speak. All he could do was point. Corbin turned and saw a single triceratops inching closer. The creature snorted angrily and pounded the ground with its front foot, kicking up dirt. Oh man, Corbin stuttered nervously. The triceratops took a small step back, then reared forward and charged at the 2 friends like a rhino at full gallop. "Oh man," Corbin said again. "Run!" Garrett cried. "No, don't run!" "Yes, run!" "Where?" "Back up the slope!" Corbin and Garrett ran as fast as they could over the loose gravel and found themselves 50 feet up, until gravity prevented them from going any further. Corbin fell to his belly, extended his arms, and grasped at anything he could. He felt only loose dirt slide through his fingers, and the sensation of sliding back down to the raging triceratops. Garrett flinched as Corbin slid into him and dragged the 2 of them down. "Jump!" Corbin yelled, embedding his foot in the gravel and leaping through the air to avoid the trike's deadly horns. Garrett did likewise, and the 2 boys soon found themselves sitting on the trike's scaly back. The triceratops grunted angrily and thrashed around like a bull at a rodeo. Suddenly the trike was motionless. Garrett looked down and noticed the huge beast was frozen in midair, 6 feet above the ground. "Huh?" Corbin said, confused. The vast valley slowly disappeared until New York was visible once again, with its rampant activity. All the dinosaurs were gone, but the trike remained. Garrett knew this was going to be a disaster. "Hold on!" Motion stirred in the triceratops, and he came crashing down on the unsuspecting motorist below. He ran through the streets, bucking and thrashing around wildly. His tail suddenly smashed through several merchants' windows, and his heavy feet cracked the sidewalk and crushed car after car. People fled their cars in panic, screaming. "Remain calm," Corbin yelled, but it was of no use. More people flooded the streets to see the giant spectacle. Cameras flashed, people screamed, and rocks and bottles were thrown, confusing the beast even more. Garrett tried to find something to grab onto, but his hands kept slipping off the rough skin. Finally, the boys were thrown down to the street and barely missed being stepped on as the trike pounded his long horns into the side of a public bus. "Get out of the way!" a voice called from the side of the street. Corbin and Garrett made a mad dash on their hands and knees to safety of the sidewalk and then turned to see the trike ram the bus one last time and disappear down the avenue and out of sight. "She was a beauty, wasn't she?" the young voice said again. Corbin and Garrett looked up to see a young man about their own age. He was incredibly skinny, with pale white arms and light brown hair. His overall appearance revealed that he was probably too smart for his own good. "She? I thought it was a he," Corbin said, returning to his feet. "No, it was a she," the boy said, pushing his glasses up a small snub nose that seemed too small to keep the heavy frames up. "How do you know?" Garrett asked. "Oh, I examined the creature last time this happened." "Last time this happened?" Corbin said, giving the young man a puzzled look. "Yeah, but it wasn't here. It was in Pennsylvania, and then Rhode Island. If it happened anywhere else, I don't know about it." Garrett looked around at all the damage in the street. "How could all this happen?" "I have some idea. Oh, by the way, my name is Duncan." Corbin stood and shook hands. "My name is Corbin. This is my friend Garrett." "It's very nice to meet you," Duncan said. "Now, let's go get your trike, and I'll explain what's going on." "Our trike?" Garrett asked. "Yeah, she calms down up the road here. She might as well be yours," Duncan said, walking off through the chaos. Corbin turned to Garrett. "This must be something like that butterfly we saw over and over," he said. "Yeah, I'm guessing so too." Chapter 3. Duncan quickly fashioned a makeshift harness out of telephone wire that had been knocked down during the trike's rampage. Corbin and Garrett helped slide the large harness over the trike's head and were shocked to see that the huge beast was not disturbed by the cumbersome contraption in the least. The sound of people's voices grew louder and louder, and Corbin turned to see what all the commotion was about. "Hey, fellas," he said, "check this out." "What is it?" Garrett asked, turning. Thick smoke began pouring up from the street, but without flames beneath it. "Hey, Duncan, do you know what all this is about?" Corbin asked, not taking his eyes off the strange sight. "No, I don't know on this one," Duncan replied. The smoke grew thicker and thicker until it towered up higher than the surrounding buildings. Then the image of a young girl being burned at the stake appeared at the base of the black smoke. The girl screamed. "We have to save her," Corbin yelled. Duncan grabbed Corbin's arm. "No, you might change history." "Might change history? What are you talking about?" "If I'm not mistaken, that is Joan of Arc." "Joan of who?" Garrett said. "Joan of Arc," Duncan repeated. "She was a French girl that led a revolt against the English in the 100 Years' War. She claimed that she saw religious visions and heard the voices of the saints. At the age of 17, her forces broke the siege of Orleans in only 10 days, and I guess the English fled. The English, of course, saw Joan of Arc as an agent to the devil and charged her with witchcraft and heresy, which is the disbelief in the accepted religion. Joan of Arc was burned at the stake on May 30th, 1431. "I don't care. We still have to save her," Corbin said again. "You can't." Corbin ran toward the flame, but they did not radiate heat. "This is strange," he thought to himself. He reached the edge of the fire and extended his hand into the flames. He felt nothing. You are a saint, aren't you?" Joan of Arc said, looking down into Corbin's eyes. "I've just come to save you, that's all." Corbin walked up the tower of burning logs and looked at the girl's young face. "You are a saint," she said. "Don't be frightened." Corbin reached and grabbed for the ropes that bound the young girl to an extended pole that stood about 25 feet into the air. but his hands went right through them. He tried again, but with the same result. "Help me!" Joan of Arc cried. Corbin tried to touch the girl's face, but it was as if she was nothing more than a hologram. "You'll be all right," he said. "Help me!" she begged again. And with that, she disappeared. Corbin dropped to the street below and looked around one last time. But there was no sign of her, the logs, or the fire. Duncan was holding back tears. The story of Joan of Arc always moved me, but at least now I know she didn't die alone. "I could have saved her," Corbin said, returning to the sidewalk from the middle of the street. Wait a minute, Garrett shouted. "You had better tell us what's going on here." Duncan looked down and then returned his gaze to Garrett. "Okay, I will. Follow me," he said, grabbing the harness of the trike and leading her down the road. Corbin looked at the dinosaur as they walked along and noticed the massive leg muscles that flowed rhythmically beneath the tight flesh. His mind wandered back and forth between Joan of Arc and the trike. The Triceratops had always been his favorite dinosaur when he was younger. In fact, he was pretending to be the mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex on a school playground at the age of 7 when he first met Garrett. Garrett had insisted on playing the Triceratops, so Corbin gave in and let his new friend win the pretend battle, even though in his mind it was shameful to let the mighty T-Rex, king of the dinosaurs, lose. From that point on, he insisted on being the Triceratops. "Where are you taking us?" Garrett asked. "You'll see," Duncan responded, leading the two friends and the trike down one side road after another. The small group turned onto Walker Street and saw a very strange man on horseback. He wore a heavy suit of armor and carried an ancient silver shield marked by a red cross that had been dented by many battles. He sported heavy leather boots laced with leather straps, a sword fastened to his waist, brown gloves, a red cape, and clenched a long, deadly spear in his right hand. "Go no further," the man spoke, "for I intend to slay your dragon." "What?" Corbin cried. The man took off his helmet and tossed it to the ground, letting his blonde hair toss in the wind. "Step aside, my good men, and allow me to do my bidding, as I am a sworn defender, friend, and patron to England." Duncan looked the man over. He was riding a fine steed that he was not familiar with. State your name, my good man." "I am St. George the Dragon Slayer." Duncan was stunned. "St. George?" he mumbled under his breath. "What is he talking about?" Corbin asked. Duncan turned to Corbin. "That is really St. George. I always thought he was just a legend." Duncan paused. "As the story goes, fairies stole him from his cradle when he was just an infant and raised him as if he was one of their own. They named him George, which means to fight the good fight." "I don't care what his name is," Garrett shouted. "He can't slay our trike." Duncan had to think fast. Why do you take off your helmet when you intend to do battle? Your dragon has no wings. It will be an easy victory." The Triceratops grunted a low, hollow growl and stumbled backward, pulling the harness from Duncan's hands. "Get out of the way!" Corbin shouted. St. George raised his deadly spear and charged directly at the trike. The trike countered by lowering her head and followed the motion of the mounted rider, so the spear could not pierce her flesh. Striking with might and main, St. George continued to bombard the bony head of the trike with the tip of his spear, but it was no use. He had to attack the underbelly. The trike was having none of that, and with one swift movement knocked the horse with the side of the long horn that protruded from her forehead, and sent both the horse and the rider rolling. St. George slowly crawled to his hands and knees and realized that his spear had been broken. He quickly jumped to his feet and brandished his bright sword, then smote the crested head of the trike with a blow so mighty that the trike reared up as if she were a true dragon and lashed her tail into the shield. The knight's armor began glistening in the sunlight as man and beast clashed with every movement, each struggling for supremacy. "Lay down your life in the name of England," St. George asserted in a rebuke of anger. The Triceratops continued to thrust her horns into the silver and red shield, backing St. George up against the wall of a bank until the man was immobilized. This did not deter St. George's anger, and with a resilient burst of speed, dropped his shield and bounded up onto the trike's head, where he thrust his sword between the trike's eyes. The sword did not penetrate the angry beast's thick skull. Only a small trickle of blood appeared and ran down the Triceratops' cheek. "No!" Corbin cried, but neither dragon nor knight could hear him. The Triceratops shook her head violently and sent St. George flying like a rag doll into the hard brick wall, where he bounced off and rolled a few feet away from the trike and laid there, unable to return to his feet. The trike was disillusioned and stepped over St. George. Suddenly, with the speed of lightning, St. George reached down, pulled a small dagger from his leather boot, and stabbed the trike in the belly repeatedly, then collapsed unconscious. Corbin, Garrett, and Duncan ran hard to the dino's aid. "Look out, she's going down," Duncan called. The massive Triceratops stumbled to the left and right until she had succumbed to the pain and collapsed on the sidewalk outside a fancy restaurant. "Is she dead?" Corbin asked. Duncan walked over and looked at St. George. "No, they're both just wounded." "Do something!" Corbin cried louder. Duncan swallowed hard. "I have to..." At that moment, St. George and his dragon turned into the static that Corbin had seen many times on television and disappeared just as rapidly as all the other strange visions they had seen that day. Chapter 4. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett finally reached the place where Duncan had been leading them to. It was a lonely, large white building that appeared to be 2 stories high, with thin, slotted windows 2 inches wide that ran vertically from the top to the base of the structure. These windows were spaced 6 feet apart and ran equally down the entire side of the building. Outside the facility was a thick, lush, vibrant lawn that extended all the way to the street. The building sat alone, surrounded by trees, with the nearest building being several blocks away. The young men stood there, watching the evening sun set behind the beautiful building and cast glorious shadows across the lawn. "What is this place?" Garrett asked politely. "You'll see," Duncan answered, walking across the lawn toward the building. Corbin quickly sat down and began taking off his shoes. Duncan stopped and turned back to Corbin. "What are you doing?" "I love the feel of soft grass on my bare feet." Garrett chuckled. "Okay, just hurry up." "I am," Corbin said, picking up his shoes and following Duncan once again. "Ah, this feels wonderful," he exclaimed. The threesome soon passed a large silver sculpture that extended its long shadow across the grass as the sun sank lower into the west. They soon came upon a sidewalk that led to the front door. "Did you want me to put my shoes back on before we go in?" "No, that's all right," Duncan said. "I think my dad is the only one here." Garrett reached the door first and held it open for Duncan and Corbin. Inside, they found expensive gray, blue, and white marble tile covering the entire floor with expensive furniture aligning the room. "This way," Duncan said, leading Corbin and Garrett into a much larger room. An older man with dark hair and streaks of silver around the temples sat alone at his computer in the middle of the room. "Dad?" Duncan said, softly. The man did not turn away from his computer screen. "Oh, hi, son. You're here early. I thought you were going to stop by later tonight." "I was, but I decided to bring 2 friends." The man stopped tapping away at his keyboard and slowly turned around. "You what?" he gasped. "I brought 2 friends," Duncan repeated. The man looked Corbin and Garrett over suspiciously. "Close the doors, quickly!" Duncan did as he was told and sealed the 4 of them into the large room and returned to his father's side. "Dad, these are my new friends, Corbin and Garrett." The man rubbed his chin and showed that he was a bit paranoid. "Guys," Duncan continued, "this is my father. You can just call him Dr. Connor." "Pleased to meet you, sir," Garrett said, extending his hand. Dr. Connor shook it briskly. "It's nice to meet you, too," he said, then stood and began to pace the floor. "Dad, I figured that you'd probably be upset by my bringing them here, but with the things they've seen today, I thought that they should have a right to know what is going on." Dr. Connor stopped in his tracks. "Everybody should have a right to know what is going on, but we can't tell them." "Maybe we should be going," Corbin said, gripping the shoes in his hand a bit tighter. "No," Dr. Connor said. "You guys had better stay." The room was silent for several minutes. "Fellas," Dr. Connor continued again, "have a seat," he said, sitting down in his chair at his computer. Corbin set his shoes on the ground and followed Garrett and Duncan to the far wall, picked up some chairs and placed them in a semicircle around Dr. Connor's desk. "What is it, sir?" Garrett asked politely. "Yeah, you can trust us," Corbin added. Dr. Connor rubbed his chin again. "Yeah," he finally said. "You look like honest kids. Well, it's like this. 27 years ago, I embarked on a mission to study the northern lights in Fairbanks, Alaska. After 20 long years of really finding nothing, I made a very, very shocking discovery." "What?" Corbin asked anxiously. "I discovered that the northern lights were nothing more than a binary code." "A binary code is the language of computers. They are the ones and zeros that tell the computer what images to put on the screen," Duncan added. "Right," Dr. Connor continued. "That was 7 years ago, and after that incident, I became totally broke." Corbin looked around the large building. "It looks like you're doing okay now," he said. "That's the weird part of the story," Dr. Connor replied. "This is all mine for free. I can have anything I want, with certain exceptions, any time I want, within reason. I had this building built overnight for me about 4 years ago." "Because you made such a great discovery?" Garrett spoke. "Yes, but I never told anybody because they never would have believed me, and I didn't have any way to prove it again." "So, how did you get all this stuff?" Corbin asked. "I never wanted fame and fortune, and the forces knew that," Dr. Connor stated. "The forces?" "Absolutely. The very spot where you were sitting makes up one corner of the Manabayan triangle. This triangle reaches from Egypt here to New York and deep into space above the middle of the Atlantic Ocean." "Wow," Corbin said excitedly. You've heard of the Bermuda Triangle? Dr. Connor asked. Yes, Garrett answered. The Manabayan Triangle is pretty much the same thing, only much, much, much bigger. Not many planes, ships, or other crafts have disappeared in this triangle because it was only established 4 years ago, when I made up the third corner. That's all pretty neat stuff, but that doesn't tell us why or how you get all the free stuff you want, Corbin said. Boy, you're an anxious young man, Dr. Connor stated. I know, Garrett responded. Corbin frowned. I mentioned that the first corner of the triangle was that of Egypt. Dr. Connor took a long pause. He began to shake and sweat profusely, then slowly caught his breath. Garrett could tell that the man did not want to say any more, but now Garrett was more curious than ever. What is it? He asked softly. An ancient Egyptian pharaoh named Tutankhamun contacted, befriended, and made a deal with an alien civilization called the Manabayions. I don't know where in the universe they came from, but Tutankhamun bargained with them to obtain eternal youth. Yeah, I know him, King Tut, Corbin said. Tell them what the Manabayions wanted in return, Duncan said. Dr. Connor's voice lowered. They wanted a copy of our world, every last inch of it, from the beginning of time. The Manabayions knew everything about our time in this new millennium, and by watching our movies, television, and by reading our books, they knew how important time travel was to us. So they filmed and recorded every last detail of every last person, plant, and animal, and recreated it in a three-dimensional form in the hopes of selling it to the people of this millennium as a historical getaway. For instance, you can pay money and watch the real Adam and Eve eat the apple, watch the actual Kennedy assassination, visit and talk to famous ancestor, or watch Moses part the Red Sea. Corbin and Garrett were speechless. Dr. Connor continued. The Manabayans also knew that actual time travel was physically impossible to our human forms. There is no realistic way that we could build an actual time machine and manipulate time and space, ripping the fibers of our universe so that we could travel to the past, or the future for that matter, and using whatever means we could think of to have the Earth spin in reverse, causing time to run backwards, would have had devastating results. We also wondered how the Manabayans traveled back and forth in time to record our images, Duncan said. But we've never seen them, so we assume that their bodies are much more flexible than ours. Corbin stood from his chair. So, you're telling me that at the right price, I can visit, meet, or experience anyone or anything from the past? I wouldn't have to travel? The past will come to me? Right, Dr. Connor said. It's sort of like taking a snapshot on a family vacation. That image is captured forever. It's as if time stands still. So, why are we experiencing everything for free? Like the dinosaurs and Joan of Arc, Garrett asked. Dr. Connor paused. I'm not really sure. I guess we are experiencing the vision leaks because the Manabayans have overloaded their system. I don't know. But what I do know is that the Manabayans contacted me through Tutankhamun and will grant my wishes if I aid in their project. The images of the world are gathered by alien satellites from 200 points around the Earth, and then digitally stored on the Manabayan ship, then sent to Tutankhamun and his 2,000 Egyptian spirits that still reside in Egypt. They receive the information and reconstruct the forms of every plant, animal, and fish, then send word to me that the image is complete and ready to be sold. That is where I come in. This building is basically the retail outlet. People from all over will come here and purchase a piece of the past. But the image can be seen anywhere, Garrett said. Dr. Connor smiled. Absolutely. Are there any other employees that work here? Corbin asked. No, just myself, my son, and my longtime colleague, Dr. Dell, who happens to be out of town for a few days. Corbin turned to Garrett. Can you believe all of this? Isn't this unbelievable? Yes, it's all very unbelievable, Garrett agreed. Dr. Connor smiled again. Follow me, he said. I have something else to show you. Corbin and Garrett followed Dr. Connor and Duncan across the room and through a large steel door that resembled that of a bank vault. Duncan slowly closed the large door and quickly typed in a 5-digit code on a small security pad to the right of the door. The smaller room created a much different atmosphere than Corbin had ever felt before. The entire room was red. The furniture was red, the ceiling was red, the walls were a soft velvet red, and the floor was covered with a soft, lush red carpet that felt wonderful on Corbin's bare feet. In the center of the room sat a large red pyramid that extended 5 feet into the air and was made out of a thick plastic-like material. What do you think? Dr. Connor said, placing his hands on his hips. It's a wonderful room. I wouldn't mind living here, Corbin answered. Dr. Connor turned to the pyramid. We wish to see the world, he shouted. Within seconds, a large holographic image of the Earth, 3 feet in diameter, appeared over the pyramid. Around the Earth were 200 points of blue light that looked like small stars. See those pulses of blue light? Dr. Connor asked. Those represent the 200 satellites that watch and record our every move. Do you know what time-lapse photography is? Not really, Garrett said. Time-lapse photography is the process that filmmakers use mostly in claymation features. They snap a quick picture of an object that they are trying to film, move the object slightly, take another picture, move the object again, take another picture, so forth and so on, until the object appears to move on the film when it's played back. It takes about 24 shots like this to get 1 second of film. They have also filmed flowers blooming quickly and clouds racing through the sky using this method. We believe that this is part of the method the Manabayions are using to record us. Usually satellites can pick up one image that is straight down, looking at the tops of our heads. But the Manabayan satellites are so fast and move so quickly that they can pick up many, many three-dimensional pictures of us and not be detected by our own satellites. Each frame or picture of, let's say, my son Duncan walking down the street is then smoothed out and returned to the Manabayan ship, where they take the best shots of Duncan that they want, speed him up or slow him down as they wish, and reconstruct him as a three-dimensional form. They can possibly use X-ray photography to film you in your home or working in your office. Wow, that is so cool, Corbin laughed. Yes, it is, Dr. Connor said. Now let me explain how the Manabayan satellites actually operate. The satellites themselves are very agile, so they probably use a lathing technique. This is made by rotating an object around an axis to produce a 3D shape. Three-dimensional objects are either geometrical or freeform. It is these objects to which textured maps and surface properties will be applied, and depending upon their shape and properties will absorb or reflect the light that is directed toward them. The satellites probably also have very, very powerful scanners. At the heart of most scanners is a light-sensitive silicon chip called a charge-coupled device, or CCD, a small wafer-thin and about the size of a dime. Every CCD is literally covered with hundreds of thousands of capacitors that measure electrical activity. Because light is energy, where the light strikes on a specific spot, the capacitor or pixel registers the intensity of that energy. That datum from each individual capacitor is then collected and combined with an adjacent capacitor data and then reconstructed pixel by pixel. It represents an image almost identical to the object scanned. Now, pixels have no size or shape because they are merely data points, so electronic blips, numbers. The information about color and grayscale are associated with each and every pixel. Printers represent pixels with dots, or dots per inch, DPI. Current laser printers have boosted a resolution of up to 800 DPI, and some film recorders support resolutions of 7,000 DPI. But when we talk about the Manabayions, their recorders are well into the trillions of DPI. But what really blows me away is not the dots per inch, but the fact that 56 billion light particles from Earth arrive at the satellite detector during each minute of exposure time. Yeah, the Manabayions have technology beyond our wildest imagination, Duncan said. Corbin did not know what to make of that speech, but kept his mouth politely shut. I discovered the truth when I unlocked the secrets of the Northern Lights, Dr. Connor continued, then turned to Duncan. What time is it, son? He asked. Duncan looked at his watch. Wow, it's 11:58. We've been talking for a long time. 2 minutes until midnight, Dr. Connor uttered quietly. Okay, you boys wanted to find out what is going on? You'll get to see it firsthand in 2 minutes, he said, turning to the pyramid. Activate the platform, he shouted. The red pyramid quietly began to hum as the top of the pyramid sank into the bottom half until there was a 3-foot flat platform. We got to get down on our knees now, Duncan advised. Why? What's going on? Corbin asked. We will soon be in the presence of King Tutankhamun. King Tut? We're going to meet the real King Tut? Yes, and please remain silent. Corbin and Garrett slowly dropped to their knees. So, is this the real King Tut, or is this just another image? Garrett asked. King Tut is very much alive, unlike the other images we've seen today, Duncan said. That is why we have to show so much respect. Corbin and Garrett looked at each other and began to feel a bit nervous. They had never met a real king before. Duncan began to whisper. King Tut lived in the 18th dynasty, which was about 1347 BC through 1339 BC. He was the son of King Akhenaten and the grandson of King Amenhotep III. He became the pharaoh at the age of 9 and was given eternal youth by the Manabayions at the age of 18. The Manabayions laid his earthly body to rest, but resurrected a new body that could not die. Cool, Corbin said. Think of all the power you could have. Yes, but Tutankhamun's legacy quickly vanished from Egypt when King Horemheb removed all monuments built in his honor because of believing in the Aten god. Man, that's not fair, Corbin grunted. No, it's not. Smoke suddenly began to rise from the 4 corners of the flat pyramid. This is it, Garrett thought to himself. He would soon be staring into the very face of King Tutankhamun, the legendary boy king. The moment seemed overwhelmingly surreal. Garrett had to blink his eyes to make sure he was not dreaming. This was all actually happening. He was going to witness the fine line between life and death. The smoke thickened, and out of the gray clouds emerged King Tut himself, the boy king, the almighty ruler of Egypt, the mouth and hands of the Manabayions, and now the key to actual time travel. Corbin and Garrett stared in utter amazement. The king, dressed in magnificent golden jewelry about his neck and bare chest, wore the thin crown of a golden cobra that wrapped around his head and extended upward from his forehead. A long, light blue robe hung loosely around his shoulders, and cascaded elegantly to the floor like a waterfall. In each arm he held a small newborn infant child. "Who are the children, sire?" Dr. Connor said, bowing his head. "They are the chosen ones that will be raised and will aid in the recreation of the time images. Their names are Romuli and Colesia," King Tut spoke. "Yes, sire," Dr. Connor said. In an instant the two children vanished, and King Tutankhamun placed his hands on his hips. "Why have you brought these two here?" he asked, almost impatiently. "These are two new recruits that we found to help out while Dr. Dell is away," Dr. Connor stated. King Tut stood motionless for a moment. "It's just as well," he said. "We will commence selling the history images 12 hours from now. You need not worry about any promotion. The Manabayions will intercept most television and radio frequencies and will spread the good news." "I thought we were going to wait 3 more months," Dr. Connor said. "The Manabayions are tired of waiting. We sell now." "Excuse me, Mr. Tut," Corbin said. Duncan quickly covered Corbin's mouth with his hand, but Corbin pried it off. "Yes, Corbin," King Tut said softly. "Wow, you know my name." "We've been watching you and Garrett. What is your question?" "Well, Dr. Connor and Duncan have done a good job explaining how the image recreation system works, but something just doesn't seem right with the whole thing. I kind of have a bad feeling about all of this." King Tut smiled. "Your feelings are justified and you need not worry. We film only the physical beings and record only certain thought waves so we can bring that person's image to life." "Yeah, that's what I mean. Isn't that an invasion of privacy?" "Who was hurt when you met the Triceratops?" "The Triceratops doesn't know about it, and you had a great time." "Yeah, but still. We only record the physical and mental. It's only an image." Dr. Connor slowly rose to his feet. "Thank you, sire. We will be ready for operation in 12 hours. "Excellent. I will return to you every day at midnight to see how things are going." "Thank you again, sire," Dr. Connor said, humbly. "And thank you. And Corbin?" "Yes?" "Stay strong." "I will." King Tut kept both hands on his hips and within a few seconds disappeared into the smoke. Corbin smiled. Chapter 5. "You guys can spend the night tonight," Duncan said. Corbin followed Duncan and Garrett back to the room that he had left his shoes in and noticed 2 couches. "You can sleep here. I have my own room. So, if you need anything, just yell," Duncan said, yawning. He then stretched and walked through another door that was several yards to the right of the red room entrance. Corbin picked up his shoes from the middle of the room and set them gently next to the couch, then collapsed like a melted ice cream cone into the soft brown fabric that adjusted to his weight. "Do you believe this?" he asked Garrett, who was now resting on the other couch. The light suddenly went out. All that could be seen were the red numbers from a digital clock that sat next to Dr. Connor's computer. "Yes, I do," Garrett said, peering through the darkness. "I believe it." "What do you think of Duncan?" "He's pretty cool. He knows a lot more than me, that's for sure. I wish I knew half of what he knows," Garrett said with a laugh. "Yeah, I think he's cool too," Corbin said. "He can be a bit strict and bossy, but then so can you." "What are you talking about? I'm not strict and bossy." "Yes, you are." "No, I'm not. If I ever do or say anything to you, it's just because you do so many stupid things sometimes." "Like what?" "Like chasing the brontosaurus herd, for one." "That wasn't stupid. That was fun. That was risky and stupid." "Yeah, I'm going to sleep," Corbin said, turning over and facing the back of the couch. Good night, Corbin. Good night, Garrett. See you tomorrow. Corbin awoke the next morning and turned to look at the clock. It read 8:15 a.m. He gently rubbed his eyes and looked through his sleepy haze at the couch Garrett had been sleeping on, but the couch was vacant. Good morning. Are you ready for breakfast? Garrett asked. Corbin turned and saw Garrett standing 30 feet away from the head of the couch. Huh? Oh, yeah, he said, wiping the sleep from his eyes. He then noticed a sharp pain and bump around his left eye. I'm surprised you slept through the noise, Duncan said, entering the room. What noise? Corbin asked, sitting on the edge of the couch. Listen, Garrett said. Corbin listened as his sleep-filled mind began to fade. He heard the deep pounding and thumping that seemed to shake the whole building. Can you hear it now? Yeah, what is it? Corbin asked, forgetting about the pain in his eye. People. Those are the customers. They've been trying to get in since 3 o'clock this morning. I'm afraid to see what kind of damage they've done to our building. You're kidding, Corbin said. I wish I were, Duncan responded. My dad and I turned on the news this morning, and they estimate that there are 50,000 people standing in line out there. No way! We can't handle that many people, Corbin said, jumping to his feet. My dad has been in a panic all morning long. So what are we going to do? Corbin asked, feeling a bit panicked himself. Well, eat breakfast for now and try to get ready. Corbin turned to Garrett. Now I truly know how Davy Crockett felt at the Alamo. Oh, it's worse than that, Duncan said. The news said that hundreds of people are flocking to the line every minute. We had to turn off all our fax machines because the flood of orders was ruining our systems, and not to mention all the letters and email messages that we're getting. Corbin listened as the pounding grew louder and louder. He looked in amazement at all the stacks and stacks of letters that filled the room that were piled higher than he was. His eyes scanned past the pile of letters and noticed Dr. Connor sitting at his computer racing through his email, trying to answer questions. Oh man, Garrett, how do we get ourselves into this? Corbin complained. Calm down, Duncan shouted. We need you now more than ever. So, let's just catch our breath, get something to eat, and we will deal with this in an appropriate manner. Come on, Corbin, Garrett said. Duncan and I have fixed some eggs, toast, and bacon. We can talk about this mess in the kitchen. Duncan and Garrett led Corbin down a long white hallway and into a large, beautiful kitchen with a red brick floor. Corbin walked over to the stove and dished up his plate, without saying a word, and then solemnly sat down at the expensive oak table and began to eat. After he had his fill, he felt remarkably better, more awake and alive. Okay, as I see it, Duncan said, we can more than likely set up some kind of barrier and bring the people in one by one. If there are 50,000 people and more coming every minute, that's going to take forever, Garrett responded. What choice do we have? Duncan responded sternly. We have to maintain some kind of crowd control. Dr. Connor suddenly called from the other room. Duncan, come here for a minute. The three boys walked down the hallway and found Dr. Connor still sitting at his computer. Have you boys finished eating? Dr. Connor asked. Yeah, we just finished. Good. The Manabayions just sent the first shipment of epochizers. Could you bring them out here from the Red Room? Sure. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett walked into the Red Room and saw boxes and boxes filled with the strange, small, black devices. What are these things supposed to be? Corbin asked, pulling one of the objects out of the box. The small, black plastic device reminded him of a calculator, and it weighed just as much. It fit snugly into the palm of his hand and opened up like a book, with each of the two sides having 30 buttons that were either red, yellow, or blue. "These are epochizers," Duncan said, taking one out of the box for himself. "When the customers come in and buy the piece of history that he or she wants, we program that image into the epochizer, and then the customer has control of the image. Let's say someone purchased Elvis Presley. They could have him sing Jailhouse Rock or Heartbreak Hotel, or rewind him and have him sing the same song over and over. They can change his outfits if they wanted to, or have the old or young Elvis." "This is the coolest thing I've ever seen," Corbin laughed. "May I have one?" "No way," Duncan sneered. "They are very, very expensive, and the Manabayions would probably be very upset if someone was controlling their images for free." Corbin looked at the small plastic device again. "That's so cool, though." "Yeah, I know," Garrett said, "but we had better start moving these boxes out." After an hour, the three young men had removed every last box from the Red Room and stacked them neatly around the computer so that they could be easily programmed. "What time is it now?" Garrett asked. Dr. Connor looked at his watch. "I have 10:34, he said. "Good, we have some time to kill," Duncan said. "Let's set up some tables or something." The growing crowd outside began to grow fiercer and fiercer with each passing minute. They screamed, begged, and pleaded to be let in so that they could get their first chance to meet and physically touch their favorite historical hero. They pounded and pounded until the thick doors began to bow from the enormous weight. "I hope nobody's being crushed out there," Corbin remarked. "Yeah, we might not be able to hold out till noon," Garrett said. The heavy steel door to the Red Room suddenly flew open, and out marched 2 rows of men in complete unison. They each carried a large white box and paraded to the center of the room in a military step, then came to a halt. Dr. Connor was taken aback. He looked the strange men over suspiciously. They each wore identical white coveralls and had pale, blank stares that seemed to drift off into space. "Who are you?" Duncan asked nervously. The men did not turn their gaze. "We are sent by the Manabayions to aid in your venture," one of the men spoke, mechanically. "Good. We sure could use the help," Duncan said. "What's in the box?" "Programming units." "Oh, you mean computers?" "Yes." "All right. We were just about to set up some tables," Duncan said with a smile. "Corbin, Garrett, let's go ahead and set up the tables all along the outer walls and try to find some chairs, too." "Yes, sir," Corbin snapped mockingly. Soon, the tables and chairs were in place, and each Manabayan drone sat at his station, staring blankly at the screen, and awaited the onslaught of customers. Dr. Connor breathed a long-awaited sigh of relief, and then suddenly noticed another man, dressed in white, standing in the Red Room doorway. "May I help you?" Dr. Connor asked politely. The man seemed to be a little more alive and compassionate than those he resembled sitting around the room. "Yes, my name is Kilman, and I am a messenger from the Manabayions," he said. "What is the message?" Dr. Connor asked. "The Manabayions have decided to branch out and develop epic franchises in every major city in the United States of America, and eventually the world. You will be overseeing all of them, and they will be falling under your leadership at noon today." "What? Why wasn't I informed about this sooner? Why tell me at the last minute? They had 4 years to develop these franchises, and they wait until now to put them into operation?" Kilman shrugged. "I'm only the messenger," he said. Dr. Connor turned to Duncan. "This doesn't make any sense. It has been so relaxed for 4 years, and now they're dumping all of this on me at the last minute?" "It's all right, Dad. It's only the United States for now. We knew that this project would grow eventually." "Yeah, but not like this, not this fast." I have also been sent to ask you if you would like to tour our new facilities, Kilman said. There are only 48 operational stations on the continental United States, not including Hawaii and Alaska, and each is being run by a Manabayan worker, such as the ones sitting around this room. Of course, this facility will remain the headquarters. Dr. Connor paused to think. So much was going on all at once, and he couldn't really leave. No, I will stay and oversee things here, he said. I will send my son Duncan, and he will report back to me. Very well, Kilman said. We must depart at once. Can we go? Corbin shouted in excitement. Garrett and I have never really been out of New York. Kilman nodded. This is going to be cool, Corbin cheered. Remember, this is going to be a professional business trip, Duncan reminded him sternly. Yeah, I know, but it'll still be cool. Dr. Connor turned to his son and placed his hand gently on his shoulder. Duncan, he said, things might get very hectic out there, so I want you to call me and tell me how things are running. Do not make any business decisions without notifying me first. Oh, I won't let you down, Duncan responded. Dr. Connor reached into his pocket, pulled out a small cell phone, and handed it to Duncan. You know the number, right? He asked. Yes. Are you ready to leave? Kilman asked. Yeah, come on, guys, Duncan said, turning to leave. Wait a minute, Dr. Connor called out. It's now noon. Did you want to open the doors? Duncan looked at his father but could not speak. Are you sure you want me to? He said, finally. I'll do it, Garrett said, biting his lip nervously. He cautiously stepped to the front door, unlocked it, and swung it open and hurriedly jumped out of the way. People of all ages poured through the door like a floodgate had just opened. Kilman picked Garrett up from the ground and forced his way through the crowd to the outside world. Garrett saw nothing but arms, legs, and a few faces, then blue sky. The two men tumbled down to the green grass and briskly turned back to watch the crowd swarm the front doors. Corbin and Duncan were the next to appear out of the doorway and throw themselves to the ground so that they would not be crushed by the tide of people. Are you guys all right? Garrett asked. Yeah, Duncan answered. But I don't know about my dad. I hope he's all right. I'm sure he is, Kilman responded. If he needs more help, I'm sure the Manabayions will supply it. I hope you're right. Kilman dusted himself off and began to look around. Now, the Manabayions said something about a technicopter. Yes, it's parked on the roof, Duncan said. The four young men walked to the rear of the building, up a thin white ladder, and onto the roof that had been covered in gravel for insulation. It's over here. Duncan led his three friends over to a small building that resembled a small storage shed and slid the door open to reveal a jet-black, aerodynamic technocopter. Corbin gasped in delight as the craft automatically rolled out of its shelter. It was the most beautifully sculptured piece of machinery that he had ever seen in his life. The windows were tinted as dark as the night sky, and the polished black outer frame delicately caught the sunlight on every high-tech curve. Kilman was the first aboard and climbed into the pilot's seat, followed by Duncan, whom sat up front as well. In the rear of the copter were three more black leather seats that Corbin and Garrett tried to fill, leaving one empty seat in the middle. Okay, let's go, Duncan shouted. Kilman flipped some switches and the engine began to sigh up in pitch. The rotor spun faster and faster, creating a soft techno hum that could easily put Corbin to sleep if he were to let it. No vibrations could be felt. It was a brilliantly engineered craft. Here we go, Kilman called out. The black technocopter gently lifted from the roof, circled the huge white building and flew just above the treetops and over the hundreds and thousands of people that had assembled below. "Would you look at this?" Duncan said. "Look at all of these people. Do you realize how much money we're going to make off this thing?" "Probably not a whole lot after the Manabayions take their cut," Kilman returned. Duncan turned to Kilman. "Oh, well, I suppose they did do most of the work, but I'm sure we'll get our fair share." Kilman stared straight ahead. "I hope so," he uttered so softly that nobody could hear him. "I hope so." The technocopter flew away into the blue sky, painted with beautiful white clouds. Chapter 6. Good evening, I'm River Wendell, and welcome to the 6 o'clock news. Today's top story is the Epic Franchise Company is going worldwide. We now go to Sandy Reeves Live for more on the story. Sandy? Yes, thanks, River. We are standing outside the EFC headquarters in New York City, where 2 million people have now gathered and are impatiently standing in the line, waiting for their chance to purchase the legendary Epiconizer. We knew early in the morning that the franchise was going to open sales outlets nationwide, but we now hear from an unknown source from inside the headquarters that there are indeed plans to open outlets around the world starting as early as next week. We tried to get an interview with Dr. R.J. Connor, the founder, but he has just been too busy. Back to you in the studio. Thanks, Sandy. And that sounds wonderful. Just remember to not leave the line so we can purchase one of our own. Believe me, I won't. Thanks again, Sandy. In other news, the Technocopter wound its way through New York high-rises in short bursts of speed, almost like a dance. Corbin peered out of the dark, tinted windows and caught glimpses of several horses and buggies romping around the street below. He smiled his big, broad smile and sat back and imagined for a moment that he would like to live in the 1800s. One lucky customer down below was experiencing just that, and he suddenly felt a tad bit of jealousy creep up his spine. "Corbin? Garrett?" Kilman interrupted. "Yes?" "As you well know, we have unlimited power controlling this chopper from the Manabayan satellites, so we'll be arriving in Pennsylvania in a matter of minutes." "Cool," Corbin said. "The same thing goes for my cell phone," Duncan added. "I have unlimited access to anywhere in the world. It pays to have friends in space that have their own satellites." "I wish I had friends like that," Corbin stated. "You do now," Duncan replied. Corbin smiled again and nestled himself deeper into the soft leather cushion and turned to gaze out the window again. He could see the scenery rapidly change around them as the chopper left the bustle of the raging city far behind. All at once, the only thing that could be seen for miles was thick forest and vast fields of unfamiliar crops. Corbin had seen many sights like this before, but he was just happy to be leaving New York for the first time in his life. Everything was so green. The chopper suddenly jolted hard to the left and then leveled off, catching a steady stream of air. "What's going on? Is everything okay?" Duncan asked, placing the cell phone back into his pocket. "Everything is fine," Kilman responded. "Something just shook me up a bit, that's all." "What?" Garrett asked. "Up ahead. There's some kind of strange land formation, I guess. I just suddenly got a bad vibe." Corbin and Garrett gazed over Kilman's shoulder and noticed the strange sight. It appeared to be a very large, tangled mess of human hair, 15 miles away. "Get closer," Duncan ordered. "I don't think that would be a very good idea," Kilman responded. "I want to see what it is," Duncan returned. "Me too," Corbin said eagerly. "Okay." Kilman throttled the chopper and sped toward the strange formation. "I don't think this is a very good idea either," Garrett threw in. But it was too late. The chopper reached the tangled mess of red hair and began to hover. A giant hand suddenly appeared from beneath the formation and placed a giant green hat on top of its head. "It's a giant!" Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett screamed in unison. "Get out of here, now! Now! Now!" Duncan commanded harshly. Kilman grabbed the throttle tightly with both hands and thrust it to starboard as hard as he could. The craft lurched toward the giant. "We're gonna crash! Hold on!" he called out. The enormous man turned and saw the tiny technocopter flying straight for him, and felt the tiny breeze from its propellers stirring the whiskers from his red beard. Corbin pressed his face up against the window and stared deep into the man's green eyeball. The large man shooed them away with a quick movement of his hand, like a normal man would a housefly, sending the tiny copter tumbling away in a terrifying gust of wind. "We're gonna die!" Corbin cried. "We're not gonna die. Let's just get out of here," Duncan ordered. The chopper, pulled from the powerless tumbling trajectory, fired its repulsor lifts and blasted away into the wind. "Humans!" the giant shouted. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett turned back and watched the giant as he began to give chase. "Humans!" the giant yelled again. "Humans always be trying to steal me pot of gold. Show ye how thou likes to be chased all ye life." "It's a leprechaun!" "A huge leprechaun!" Corbin shouted. Duncan analyzed the rapidly approaching man and his very strange green wardrobe. "I should have known that the images could be manipulated to be various heights," he said. "What do we do now?" Garrett asked, panic-stricken. "We have to..." The giant leprechaun extended his right hand into the air and suddenly snatched the fleeing copter mid-flight. The copter blades cut deep into the leprechaun's hand, causing the four men to be thrown from the wreckage. Corbin flew through the smashed window and was hurtled towards the leprechaun's chest, where he grabbed a hold of an oversized button that had fastened to his vest. Corbin took a few desperate seconds to clear his head from the violent fall and began to look around for his friends. He noticed Duncan above, clutching tightly to the leprechaun's upper coat pocket, and Garrett down below, also holding on to a vest button. Kilman was nowhere to be seen. He must still be in the copter. The leprechaun showed no signs of pain from the damage that the technocopter had done to his hand. He let the small chopper slide from his tight grip and fall to the earth below. He extended his left hand to his right and zapped a steady stream of green lightning from his index finger to the wound, and within a few seconds it was completely healed. Corbin gasped as he watched the powerful technocopter fall and crash into a giant fireball. 150 feet below, he could feel shock setting in. He searched frantically once again to see if Kilman had been thrown from the chopper and was hanging on for dear life among the leprechaun's bright green suit. There was still no sign of him. Corbin now had to focus on himself for the time being and find a way down. Duncan pulled himself up, and by swinging his right leg up and over the leprechaun's pocket, he was able to maneuver himself down into the depths of the soft silken lining. He quickly stood and peered out to see how much further down Corbin and Garrett were. The pocket was a lot deeper than he originally anticipated, and he found that only his eyes rose above the green lining. He grasped the green fabric tightly with both hands, pulled himself up, and propped his feet back against the leprechaun's body to hold himself in position. "Can you climb up?" he called to Corbin. "I don't think so, but I'll try." "Okay, just take it slow." "Aw, man, no way. There's no way. I'm slipping." "Hang on. Let me see if there's something in this pocket that I can throw down." The pocket was empty. "This is just great," Duncan thought to himself. "Leprechauns have all the gold, but they apparently never buy anything but ugly green suits." See anything? Corbin yelled. No, it's empty. Well, at least now we know that leprechauns actually exist. There was a sudden shift in the leprechaun's weight. What's going on now? I don't know. Corbin was overcome with the falling sensation, but he was still holding on tightly to the button. I think he's shrinking, he called out. Duncan looked down at the ground and saw it rapidly approaching. He is shrinking. Corbin grasped the large button tighter. The falling sensation reminded him of a carnival ride that he had ridden several weeks ago prior, called the Dip, but this experience didn't seem to be as much fun. The button began to shrink as well, and when it was about the size of the palm of his hand, he decided to jump for it. He leapt from the leprechaun's body and fell uncontrollably 20 feet into a farmer's field. He kissed the ground, wiped the dirt from his face, and turned to see if Duncan and Garrett were all right. He then noticed the tiny leprechaun making a mad dash across the field for the security of the surrounding trees. "Grab him!" Duncan shouted. Corbin crawled to his feet and began to chase the little man into the forest, when a young boy, about the age of 10 or 11, appeared from the shadows of the woods, grabbed the tiny man, and pressed a button on the epiconizer, causing the little guy to disappear. "Was he yours?" Garrett asked the small boy. "Yes." "You know he wrecked our copter," Duncan added. "I'm sorry." The small boy pressed another button on the epiconizer, and the little leprechaun reappeared. "What you want with me?" the tiny leprechaun demanded angrily. Duncan knelt down and looked the little man straight in the eyes. "You wrecked our copter," he said. The leprechaun looked across the field at the burning wreckage that now had caught several of the surrounding crops on fire. "Aye, so I did," he said arrogantly. "What are you going to do about it?" Duncan demanded. "Nothing I can do if ye hadn't been after me gold." "This isn't about your gold," Duncan shouted, growing impatient. "We don't want your gold." "Ye be lying, or me name isn't Tarny O'Malley." He quickly covered his mouth with both of his hands. "Look, your gold probably isn't even here. This is America. This be Ireland." Garrett stepped in and began to speak a bit softer. "Mr. Tarny O'Malley," he said, "we do not want your gold. We are looking for our friend Kilman." The tiny leprechaun looked at each of the three friends in turn and stepped forward one step. "Only 3 of ye fell out of the flying machine." Corbin had been right. Kilman had fallen with the technocopter. He ran as hard as he could toward the flames. Garrett turned to the small boy. "Are you having fun with your leprechaun?" "Yes, but he promised that if I let him grow so big that he would show me where he buried his pot of gold," the boy said, shyly. Garrett put his hand on the boy's shoulder and whispered into his ear, "I have a feeling that you will find it at the end of the rainbow." "Ah!" the leprechaun shouted. "Don't ye be giving away me secrets." "But don't be tricked," Garrett added. "He might lead you to the beginning of the rainbow." The small leprechaun began to jump up and down angrily. "Ah! Curse ye, humans!" he shouted. Garrett smiled and followed Duncan and Corbin to the wreckage. "Kilman, are you in there?" Corbin cried, unable to get close to the flames because of the intense heat. "Kilman?" Yes, I'm in here." Corbin turned to Garrett. "He's alive," he said, breathing a brief sigh of relief. "Can you get out?" he called to the wreckage. "Yes, I'm coming." Kilman emerged from the flames like a powerful war hero, and then fell to his knees, his head dropping to face the ground. Duncan found it very strange that he was not hurt, especially after a fall of that magnitude. In addition, another thing that was very strange was the fact that his clothes had not been burned when he walked through the flames. "I have something to tell you," Kilman said, shedding a tear. What is it?" The fall in the technocopter shook me up and made me realize that I need to tell you guys the truth. No, I'm not hurt. I can't be hurt. I'm not even human. I'm some kind of particle droid or something. I'm not really sure what I am. I just appeared, and here I am. I do, however, know that the Manabayions, they cannot be trusted. They're selling all these historical games to cause greed and confusion among the people of Earth, so that they could watch and laugh at the downfall of man. That's not true, Duncan said. The Manabayions saved my father because they knew that he was intelligent enough to help them. That's a lie. It's the truth. I was sent here to begin the destruction. My full name is Killman 303, which means kill men. Duncan was speechless. I still don't believe it, he said, angrily. I do, Corbin spoke. I had the feeling long ago that what the Manabayions were doing was an invasion of privacy. He's right, Killman said, looking up into Duncan's eyes. Nobody in history ever gave their consent to be part of this project, and I don't think it's right. The fall in the copter somehow made me see that. So I'm going to terminate myself from the project. You can't, Garrett said. I have to. It's my obligation now. But you can't, Garrett said again. There is one thing I have to do first, though. What's that? Corbin asked. Killman 303 slowly got up from his knees, ran toward the boys, and tackled them, knocking them to the ground. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Duncan shouted. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett soon realized the reason that Killman 303 had knocked them to the ground. A terrifying wind rapidly enveloped them in a blanket of death. The three friends screamed in painful terror as sand and dirt particles carried by the ferocious wind pelted and scraped their bodies. Killman clutched tightly to his dear new friends. He knew that if he ever let go, that they would be swept away and killed. The wind grew louder. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett could no longer hear themselves scream above the wicked roar. The horrific moment never seemed to end. It raged on. Then, just as quickly as it started, all was quiet. Corbin opened his eyes and looked around. Everything was gone. Nothing remained but small trenches of wind-blown dirt. The four young men crawled to their feet and inspected the damage. Only the sight of light brown dirt that stretched for miles and met the brown sky on the horizon was all that anyone could see. What happened? Corbin stuttered. Killman looked around, then turned to Corbin. An atomic explosion, he said. Did somebody use the epic simulator thing? Corbin asked. I imagine so, Garrett responded. Yeah, they probably recreated the atomic explosion that America caused Hiroshima, Japan to go through back on August 6, 1945 to end World War II. Only they destroyed Pennsylvania instead, Duncan pointed out. And you saved our lives, Killman, Garrett said. Thank you. I would do anything for you guys. Corbin kicked the loose dirt up with his feet. We're safe for now, he said. But we're trapped here without any water, food, or shelter. I don't know, Killman stated. But this shows you the power that the Manabayions have. And that kind of power should not be in the hands of someone as evil as the Manabayions. They are setting out to destroy everyone. Everyone remained silent. There was another atomic explosion that followed the one in Hiroshima. Where was that one? Garrett asked. That was 3 days later on August 9th, 1945, in Nagasaki, Japan, Duncan answered. We're going to have to go through that again? Corbin asked. Well, it depends on what the customer bought. He or she might have purchased both explosions or just the one. If he or she bought just the first explosion, then they would have to wait for everything to settle, and then do it again and again as many times as they wanted. Unless they destroyed themselves in the process, Duncan explained. That's why you guys have to stop the Manabayions, Kilman said. Duncan stared coldly at him. No way! There is absolutely no way we could ever pull that off. You're the only ones who could, Kilman declared. You're the only one that really knows anything about it. What about you? You have an inside knowledge of the Manabayions. I will help you in any way that I can, but I have said too much, and it's now time for me to be punished. Goodbye for now, my young friends. Kilman then turned sadly away from his new friends, broke into thousands of multicolored light particles, and disappeared into the brown, cloudless sky. He left us, Duncan cried. I'm going to have to call my dad. He frantically searched every one of his pockets, only to find that the cell phone was gone. Oh no, I must have dropped the phone back at the copter. And that's long since gone, Corbin spoke. If what Kilman said was the truth, the Manabayions would not have let you make any cell phone calls anyway. They would just leave us in this barren wasteland to die, Garrett said. I think you're right about the dying part, Corbin said. It doesn't look as if we have much of a chance out here. We are going to die, and it's all my fault, Duncan sobbed. I had a very bad feeling about the Manabayions from the moment I first heard their name, but I chose to ignore my instincts and go along with everything. And look where it's gotten me, he said, quivering. If only we had one of the epochizers, I could probably get us out of this. A sincere look of fear and worry spread across Corbin's face, and he stepped backward as if to hide something. Garrett knew his friend Corbin all too well and noticed this strange behavior right away. Corbin, what's going on? What are you thinking? Nothing. Corbin? Nothing. Yes. I thought the epic simulators were so cool that I sort of took one when we were moving all those boxes. Do you still have it? Corbin reached into his pocket and pulled out the small epochizer. It was a sight for Garrett's sore eyes. You thief! Duncan shouted. Why didn't you tell us you had this? Garrett stated calmly, trying to subdue Duncan's anger and worry. Because there's nothing on it. I never got the chance to download anything onto it. Then it's useless, Duncan said, scornfully. Garrett took the epochizer from Corbin's hand. I don't know. Can't we use it for some kind of signal or homing device? It's useless, Duncan said again. We're done for. Chapter 7. Through the mists of sand and dirt that blew like a specter in the haunting wind, a small white house appeared in the distance where tall, vibrant trees once stood. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett sauntered along toward the house, etching their footprints in the sand, until they reached the front door. What is this place? Garrett asked. I didn't see it here before, did you? No, Duncan answered, trying to find the doorbell. It doesn't appear that there's any damage from the blast. That's very strange. Hello, is anybody home? Corbin yelled. No answer. Hello? Corbin tried again. The shallow sound of somebody fidgeting with the lock on the door could suddenly be heard, and the door slowly opened. The tender young face of the boy that they had met earlier appeared in the doorway. His face was now pale with fear from the signs that he had been crying. The small lad recognized Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett immediately, and his timid expression of fear soon faded into a look of shock and concern. "May we come in?" Garrett asked. "Yes, come in," the small boy said shyly. Corbin, Duncan, Garrett entered the house and saw the rest of the boy's family sitting around the room and staring blankly into space. Not one member of the family noticed or cared that the three friends had entered. The boy's mother sat halfway back in a love seat and stared longingly out the window at the dust that had once been the great state of Pennsylvania. The boy's younger twin sisters sat on the brown carpeted floor, staring coldly at the weave and design, and a small dog lay in the corner, too depressed to move or bark. "What is going on here?" Corbin said, trying to fill the room with his presence, or any kind of presence. But it quickly faded into the cold, eerie silence again. "Is everybody all right?" Garrett said. Tears began to fill up in the boy's eyes again. I did this," he said, wiping his eyes. "I destroyed everything." "No, don't worry about it," Gary said, trying his best to comfort the boy. "I never should have let him buy that apothecarizer," the boy's mother said, not turning away from the window. "I told him he could put 2 things on it. How was I supposed to know that he would choose a leprechaun and an atomic bomb?" The mother then turned, stood from the chair, grabbed Duncan by the collar and looked him right in the eyes. "Who would sell an atomic bomb to a child? Who?" She broke down in tears and collapsed to the floor. "Who?" she cried. Duncan turned to Garrett. "My father was not in charge of Pennsylvania, just New York." "I thought your father was in charge of every franchise," Corbin said. Duncan turned to Corbin. "It all came too fast for him. He can't be responsible. It all came too fast." "If your father isn't responsible, then it must be the Manabayions," Garrett said. "They are truly evil." Duncan lowered his head. "Yes, I see now. They must be stopped." Garrett looked into the boy's tearful young face. "Do you still have the apothecarizer?" "My mom threw it in the trash." "Can you go get it?" The boy disappeared into the kitchen and returned shortly with the small device in his hands and handed it to Garrett. "Duncan, is there anything that we can do with an apothecarizer that has 2 images downloaded onto it?" Duncan raised his head. "Yes, actually there is. Every apothecarizer that had been downloaded with some images had also been encoded with the numbers to the building in New York. Do you have any tools?" he asked the small boy. "My dad has some tools. He's out of state on business." The mother spoke up. "The tool shed out back is gone, but there are some tools in the kitchen." The boy dashed into the kitchen and returned with a tiny toolbox. "Not a whole lot to work with, but it'll have to do," Duncan said. "Maybe the kids and I can help you?" Corbin asked. The small boy and the identical twin girls began to jump up and down with excitement. Then Corbin joined in. "We can help you! We can help you!" they shouted. Duncan looked at Garrett, then back at Corbin. "Maybe just the kids." "But I'm a kid too," Corbin said. "I'll show you later. Kids, come here." "All right!" the boy shouted. The mother gently smiled and began to show signs of life again. For the next hour and a half, Duncan worked with the 3 children, taking the apothecarizer apart, making minor corrections in the circuitry, and reassembling the black plastic cover. "There, we're all done. Press that red button right there," he said. "Do I still have my leprechaun?" the small boy asked. "Yes, but I had to erase the atomic bomb." "Okay." "Can I press the red button?" one of the twin girls asked, quietly. "Sure." The girl extended her arm and pressed the red button with her tiny finger. A blinding flash of blue light exploded outside the small house like lightning with thunder that shook every frame in the home. The entire family clenched their eyes tightly shut and covered their ears so the intense noise would not shatter their eardrums. "What did you do?" Corbin asked when the noise had subsided. "I hope it worked." "What?" Corbin ran out the front door, knocking the screen door loose from its hinges, and looked around the desolate wasteland. Nothing had changed. Then something caught his eye. There, to the north, a quarter of a mile away, Corbin noticed a white building remarkably similar to the one in New York. "It did work!" Duncan cheered. "What? What?" "Every apocanizer has a code linking it to the franchise facility in New York City. I altered that code and recreated the building to appear just as it had the day before we left. Now we can sneak in and download as many images as we can off the main computer." "Are we in that building?" Garrett asked. "Yes," Duncan answered. "But we have to be very careful that we don't run into ourselves and create a deadly paradox." "No problem," Corbin said. Duncan leaned over to the small boy and returned his apocanizer to him. "Have fun with your leprechaun, and keep him out of trouble." "I will." Duncan turned to the boy's mother. "I will make this up to you. I will make everything right again. I promise." "I hope you can. I wish you all the luck in the world." "Thank you. I'll need it. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett ran toward the large white franchise building that stood out in the deserted Pennsylvania dust like a tropical oasis in the desert. Corbin turned to give the kind family one last friendly wave and then continued on. They reached the large white structure just as the sky began to darken from the twilight and the dust above. "Do you still have your apocanizer, Corbin?" Duncan asked, staking out the building for any movement. "Yes, right here. But I'd prefer to call it an epic simulator." "That's not what it's called, though," Duncan argued. "I like that name better. It sounds more like a science fiction word." "You can't just change the name. It's an apocanizer. Epic simulator." "It doesn't matter what it's called," Garrett interrupted. "Let's just do what we came here to do." "Epic simulator," Corbin whispered. "Fine. Whatever," Duncan said. "Let's go." Corbin watched as Duncan quietly approached the front door and pressed his ears gently to it so that he could hear what was being done inside. He knew that Duncan would take things too serious most of the time, and he felt that it was his obligation to keep things at ease, to keep Duncan teetering on the edge, but at the same time not act so stupid that Duncan would fall off the deep end. He had to keep a smile on his face and a light-hearted front, especially when Duncan would spew off his facts and figures that he couldn't understand sometimes. "Okay, I think we're in bed now," Duncan said. "Let's go, but be very quiet. Remember, if we end up seeing ourselves, it could be disastrous." "In what way?" Garrett asked. "On that actual night, we never met ourselves, right?" "Yeah." "That is actually us in there. If we were to meet ourselves, the events of time would alter and chaos would ensue." "What is that supposed to mean?" Corbin asked. "That means that the Duncan, Corbin, and Garrett in there never saw us sneak in last night. If they had, it would have altered their, our speech and actions just enough that every event would change, and we may not leave in the technocopter tomorrow and stop that giant leprechaun. Things would snowball and escalate, and everything that was supposed to happen will be completely different. We might be dead right now instead of standing right here." "But that's just an image, an illusion," Garrett said. "Is it?" Duncan said. He walked over to the structure and flicked it with his middle finger, then returned. "It feels pretty real to me. Maybe we're the image or illusion." "We can't be." "We might be." I can't tell any more. Corbin and Garrett were speechless. Come on, we have to do this. Just be very quiet, Duncan said, walking to the front door. With a steady, practiced hand, he slowly opened the front door and disappeared inside. Corbin and Garrett followed, dropping to their hands and knees just as Duncan had done. The lights were still on. They crept cautiously out of the foyer, trying not to cast oversized shadows on the walls, and then ducked behind the couch. They carefully peered over the back of the couch to the other side of the room, just as Duncan, Corbin, and Garrett walked in. You guys can spend the night tonight, Duncan said. Corbin clutched the back of the couch tightly. That really is us, he said. Shh, just watch, Duncan whispered. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett strolled to the center of the room. You can sleep here. I have my own room, so if you need anything, just yell, Duncan said, yawning. He then stretched and walked through the door that was several yards to the right of the red room entrance. Corbin picked up his shoes that he had left in the middle of the room and set them gently next to the couch that he intended to sleep on. Do you believe this? He asked Garrett, who was sitting on the other sofa. Duncan crouched down behind the couch. Corbin, he said quietly. Yeah? You guys will probably talk over there all night. You need to kill the lights. The switch is on the wall over there. Corbin crawled the length of the couch and flipped the switch off. The room fell dark. All that could be seen were the red numbers from a digital clock that sat next to Dr. Connor's computer in the center of the room. Yes, I do, Garrett said, peering through the darkness. I believe it. What do you think of Duncan? Corbin asked. Huh? You're talking about me? Duncan grunted, peering over the top of the couch again. He's pretty cool, Garrett said with a laugh. He knows a lot more than me, that's for sure. I wish I knew half of what he knows. Duncan smiled. Yeah, I think he's cool too, Corbin said. He can be a bit strict and bossy, but then so can you. Duncan glared coldly at Corbin behind the couch. Corbin blushed. What are you talking about? Garrett questioned. I'm not strict and bossy. Yes, you are, the other Corbin spoke. No, I'm not. If I ever do say something to you, it's just because you do such stupid things sometimes. Duncan smiled and nodded in approval. Like what? Corbin said, sitting up off the couch and staring at Garrett through the darkness. Like chasing that brontosaurus herd, for one. That wasn't stupid. That was fun, Corbin said, lying down again. That was risky and stupid. Corbin turned to face the back of the couch. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Corbin, Garrett uttered. Good night, Garrett. See you tomorrow. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett sat calmly behind the couch watching the digital clock across the room until an hour had passed. Corbin and Garrett tossed and turned for the biggest part of the hour, until Garrett's snoring filled the air. I never knew I snored like that, Garrett whispered. Big time, Corbin responded. Shh, Duncan said, placing his index finger to his lips. You'll wake yourselves. Come on, let's download this apocanizer and get out of here. I still like the word simulator better. Shh. Duncan, Corbin, and Garrett emerged from behind the couch, and with the moves of a cat stalking its prey, slowly and quietly made their way to the computer. Duncan booted the system up, while Corbin and Garrett kept a lookout. The light from the computer screen filled the room with a bright blue-green fluorescent glow. In one swift movement, Duncan covered the screen with a piece of paper, grabbed some tape, and quickly adhered the thin sheet over the screen. He then placed the apocanizer into the download scanner and periodically lifted the paper to observe the text on the screen. Corbin tried not to breathe. Every breath seemed to be louder than the last. He still could not believe what was going on. There, not 30 feet away, was himself. sound asleep. He fought desperately to avoid the urge of going over just to take a quick glimpse. He had seen himself in the mirror all his life, but he wanted to see for himself what other people saw when they met him. "Done," Duncan said. "I've downloaded 400 images. That's all the circuits can hold, and that's even pressing it." "Good, let's get out of here," Garrett whispered. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett turned to leave when the Corbin on the couch began to stir, then sat up. He scratched his head momentarily, then stood. "I'm awake," Corbin gasped. "Where's the bathroom in this place?" Corbin mumbled, tripping over the shoes that he had placed by the couch. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett scrambled for the door, but Corbin landed hard on Garrett, pinning his legs under his weight. "Guys!" Garrett quietly cried. Corbin rubbed his head again and returned to his feet. "What is going on here?" he said through a sleepy haze. Corbin had to act fast. If Duncan was right, having him see himself would create a deadly paradox. He rushed at himself, leapt over Garrett, made a fist, and punched himself directly in the left eye. Corbin howled in pain, clutched his left eye, and collapsed to the floor, unconscious. You're out cold," Duncan said. "No wonder he was so hard to get up in the morning," Garrett laughed. "He knocked himself out." "No wonder my eye hurt so bad." "Let's get him back on the couch," Duncan said. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett carefully lifted Corbin and laid him back on the soft sofa. "Now," Duncan said, "let's put an end to the Manabayions and make everything right again." The three friends proudly marched out the front door, and Duncan locked it behind them. Chapter 8. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett pressed forward into the gentle wind that swept across the flat, peaceful brown earth, until the small house and epic franchise were miles behind them. Corbin looked down at the footprints that he left in the dirt, and then turned his attention to Duncan, who was leading the way over the tedious terrain. "What kind of stuff did you download onto the simulator?" he asked. "I'm not really sure. I didn't have much time, so I just downloaded the first 400 images, Duncan said. Garrett stopped. "Well, let's see what we got." Duncan opened the Epic simulator, looked at the right and left side that each held 30 buttons apiece. He gently pressed a small red and blue button on the left side and a small yellow button on the right. Then hit the purple Assemble Receive button on the bottom and closed the small device, snapping it shut. "Which image did you choose?" Garrett asked. "I don't know," Duncan said, with an alert expression of concern. "The images seem to be a bit scrambled. There must have been a computer glitch or something, but I'll figure that out later," he said, placing the simulator back into his pocket. The wind began to stir. A tiny gray cloud, about the size of a car, appeared in the brown, dust-filled sky above the boys' heads. The dark cloud slowly began to grow and expand until it was 1/4 of a mile in diameter. The wind blew steadily for a minute or two, until the fear-enticing cloud let loose a powerful downpour of rain, thunder, and lightning. Corbin opened his parched mouth and turned to face the sky, allowing the cool water to run down his throat. The cold, hard rain pelted the ground that surrounded the boys until the light, lifeless dust became a thick, rich mud that oozed up around the friends' ankles and seeped down into their shoes. The rain poured down in a mad fury, then abruptly stopped. Corbin looked at the sky and watched the clouds depart. "Do you hear that?" he asked. "Yeah," Garrett said. "Sounds like music." "Music?" Duncan questioned. "It sounds more like a huge crowd of people," Corbin said. The three friends were soon surrounded by thousands of people, most of which were about their same age and wore little to no clothing. The men sported long hair and beards, while the women danced around and wore flowers of all kinds in their hair. Corbin was stunned. He looked all around the wide panoramic scene, taking everything in at once. Then he noticed a very large stage across the field. That's where the music was coming from. The man playing his guitar wildly looked like Jimi Hendrix. A skinny man with a long brown beard and wearing no shirt slid through the mud and stopped at the three friends' feet. Scooped some mud up from the ground with both hands and squeezed it between his fingers. "Why can't we be as peaceful as this mud, man?" he said. "This mud is as alive as the music, man, but it still remains at a constant peace. No matter how hard I squeeze it, man, it's still at peace." Duncan turned to Corbin and Garrett. "I think I know where we are," he said, shouting above all the noise. "We must be at the Woodstock Music and Arts Festival near Bethel in upstate New York, sometime between August 15th through the 17th, 1969. "Woodstock," Corbin said. "Cool. I'm starting to get into it." He dove into the mud and began to slide and roll around in time to the music. "Come on, Garrett, get into it," he shouted. "I don't want to." "Come on." Corbin jumped up, tackled Garrett, and the two friends went sliding down a small hill through the slick, cold mud. "Ha ha ha! Isn't this great?" Corbin said, helping Garrett to his feet. "Yeah, this is cool," Garrett cheered, throwing mud at Corbin. Corbin scooped up a handful of mud and returned fire when he saw the loveliest young girl, a couple years younger than he, approach Duncan. She had shoulder-length blonde hair with beautiful white flowers placed delicately around her head. Her eyes twinkled when she smiled. "Come on, Joseph," she said, helping the skinny man walk back into the crowd. "Wait a minute," Duncan shouted. "Yes?" the girl said as the thin man disappeared into the crowd. Duncan blushed. So this is Woodstock, huh?" Corbin had never seen Duncan act so bizarre. "Yes," the girl said with a smile. "Did you just get here?" Yeah. "I could tell by your clothes that you were new here." "Yeah, this is our little fashion statement," Corbin said, approaching the pair. "We're trying to say that this music is, the way of the future." "I dig it," she said. "Oh, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Corbin. This is my friend Duncan. He's the smart one. And this is my other friend Garrett. He's the shy one." "I'm not shy." "You had me fooled," Corbin said. The girl laughed. "My name is Bridget Sunbeam." "Bridget Sunbeam?" Duncan questioned. "Well, my real name is Don Robbins, but everyone just calls me Bridget." "I like that name," Corbin said. "So do I," Duncan added. "So, tell us more about Woodstock." "What do you want to know?" "Everything," Corbin said. Bridget turned and walked through the crowd with the three young men following close behind. "Well," she said, "this festival is a symbol of the Woodstock Nation, who are young people just like you and me, that are united by common beliefs, values, and lifestyles. They distrust authority and support the freedom to openly experiment with drugs. I'm only here for the music. I don't do drugs." "Same with us," Duncan said. "This festival is going to help rock music become the biggest business ever. There's acts like the Grateful Dead, Jimi Hendrix," Bridget said, pointing to the stage. "Jefferson Airplane, Janis Joplin, Santana, and Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young." "I read somewhere that there are 300,000 people attending this concert," Duncan said. "Yes, that is true," Bridget responded. "And even though rain has drenched the crowd and food and water are growing scarce, The crowd has remained peaceful and is keeping a spirit of communal celebration and harmony. The three boys and Bridget came to the edge of the crowd and emerged into a nice little lawn-covered area. Bridget turned, placing her hands on her hips. Besides all that, isn't this the grooviest, most far-out concert you've ever been to? Bridget turned, placing her hands on her hips. But besides all that, isn't this the grooviest, most far-out concert you've ever been to? Duncan cocked an eyebrow. What was that? Bridget squealed. Why did I just repeat myself? I felt like a broken record that just skipped. Corbin fixed his eyes on Bridget. I think we had better tell her, Duncan. Tell me what? You're not exactly real, and this isn't really New York. You're in Pennsylvania. Garrett spoke softly. What? What are you talking about? For the next half hour, Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett tried to explain the whole Manabayan time link project. So, you see, you are really just a recreated image, Duncan said, bringing the discussion to a close. The real Bridget Sunbeam lived many years ago. Bridget stood aghast. That can't be true. I'm really here. I'm really Bridget. The Bridget. The one and only Bridget. Everything that we are telling you is the truth, Garrett said. The Manabayions are evil. I hate them. I hate them, Bridget screamed. Corbin advanced and hugged Bridget tightly. Everything will be okay. We know that you are real. Bridget sobbed into his shoulder. The Manabayions, if they can record the physical and mental, then that means that they can record the spiritual, and that means I'm alive. Garrett turned to Duncan. We never thought of that, he said. If the Manabayions have the technology to record the mental and the physical, then why couldn't they record the spiritual? I think you're right, and if that's true, then we have a very serious problem on our hands. We won't be dealing with just images and holograms from the past. We'll be dealing with real people, plants, and animals that could actually be suffering from all our little games, Duncan said, feeling his anger swell. This is an invasion of privacy. No person should be controlled like that. Let's destroy the Manabayions, Corbin shouted. Yes, let's put an end to the Manabayions and all of their trickery, Garrett agreed. Say no more, I'm on it, Duncan said. You guys go have fun and I'll try to fix the epic simulator so that we'll have a little more control on the people that we conjure up. We will only recruit people that will aid in our mission to destroy the Manabayions. All right, Corbin cheered. He grabbed Bridget's hand, grabbed Garrett's shirt, and pulled the two of them back into the crowd. Bridget and Garrett trailed on Corbin's heels as he darted through the mass of people until he reached the closest point that he could to the stage. The music was loud. The audience was louder. The three friends stood motionless and awkward for a moment until the music surged through their bodies like a metabolic wavelength. Corbin jumped and slid around like a maniac that was out of control. The people of the Woodstock nation turned and gawked in wonder at his strange moves, twists, turns, and gyrations, which enticed Corbin to dance and swing harder. The music was wild and free. It set Corbin's spirit loose. The crowd of people laughed and mocked his bizarre moves and unusual clothing, but Corbin did not care. The music moved him. After several minutes of his display, he could sense that his style was beginning to rub off on the people that surrounded him. They began to move in a similar fashion, jumping and sliding until thousands of people were copying him. He had started a new trend. The music slowed. Now was his chance to dance a slow dance with Bridget, but Garrett beat him to the punch. Bridget smiled and stepped closer to Garrett, placing her arms around his neck. Garrett placed his hands around her waist, and the two began to waltz through the mud. Corbin felt strange through the duration of the song. People were beginning to stare. It seemed as if everybody was beginning to stare. He knew that Garrett was a very good dancer and had taken lessons a couple of years back, when he was 12 years old. At the time, Corbin thought Garrett was a geek by doing it. But now Corbin wished he had gone through the lessons too. He was growing jealous. "Hey, where'd you get these clothes, man?" one hippie spoke, grabbing the sleeve of Corbin's shirt. "They're out of sight." "Some store in the mall, I guess." "Wow, groovy. Where can I buy some?" "You'll probably have to wait a few years." The music began to speed up and wail again. The sound of powerful guitar chords and heavy drum beats filled the atmosphere. Corbin ignored all other questions from the hippie, rushed past Garrett, belting with laughter, and snatched Bridget from the ground, sliding through the mud once again. The large crowd copied this as well, until every one of the hippies was sliding and wallowing in the cool mud. Corbin was covered from head to toe, with no clean spot showing except the whites of his eyeballs. He rolled over, and in the midst of his hysteria, he noticed Duncan's feet standing inches away from his head. "Having fun?" Duncan asked, with a smile. Corbin got up and helped Bridget to her feet. "Absolutely," he said, pulling clumps of mud from his hair. "You need to clean yourself up," Duncan said, pushing the purple button on the Epic simulator. Corbin knew that Duncan was transforming the images, but he wasn't ready to leave yet. He wanted to stay and have fun and get to know Bridget a little better. The minute Duncan's finger hit the purple button, Corbin felt the earth below his feet vanish, and he tumbled down into warm, crystal-clear blue water. He sank below the blue tide and bobbed up as clean and refreshed as ever. The dirt and mud floated around him in the waves, then dispersed out into the ocean. Duncan and Garrett landed in the water on either side of Corbin, then returned to the surface. Duncan quickly checked the Epic simulator to make sure it had not been damaged by the water. Corbin began to tread the water surface. "Where are we?" he asked, taking water into his mouth, then spitting it out. Duncan double-checked the coordinates on the Epic simulator. "We are near the reef of Cap Haitian, or modern-day Haiti. 1492. "What are we doing here?" Garrett asked, keeping his head above the water. "If we're going to find the Manabayions, I thought we should start by traveling to Egypt and find out if they have a way to travel to the mothership," Duncan replied. "I've never been the smart one," Corbin said, "but I don't think Haiti is anywhere near Egypt, and it's a long swim across the Atlantic Ocean." "Why didn't you just conjure up Egypt itself?" Garrett asked. "I thought of that, but I didn't have that one downloaded," Duncan answered, kicking his legs harder so that he would stay afloat. "The best I could do was send us to the coast of Cap Haitian on December 24th, 1492. "What's so special about that day?" Garrett asked. "Today is the day the Santa Maria sank. I thought possibly we could meet Christopher Columbus. He would let us come aboard. I would reverse the time spectrum, and we could sail backwards to the Canary Islands, just off the coast of Africa." Corbin and Garrett did not dare utter a word. Chapter 9. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria appeared like silhouettes over the horizon. Aboard the Santa Maria, Christopher Columbus was at the helm. He began to grow very weary and exhausted from the last day's journey. He breathed the calm ocean air deep into his lungs and watched the majestic billowing sails flap in the breeze, trying desperately to stay awake. He looked out over the ocean. All appeared to be smooth sailing ahead. He had to admit to himself that it was now time to retire back to his quarters. One sailor, among the 90 crew members that sailed aboard all 3 ships, quietly walked across the wooden deck. "Sir," he said, "you appear to be a bit tired. Would you like me to take over for a while?" Captain Columbus turned to the man. "Oh, Ruel, I didn't hear you come up behind me. Yes, there is truth in your words. I had best retire for the evening." Ruel took the wheel. "The sea looks calm tonight," Captain Columbus continued. "You shouldn't have any trouble, so I will bid you good night." "Thank you, sir." Christopher Columbus walked to the ladder and climbed down to the lower deck. Ruel stood alone behind the wheel, listening to the sound of the wind sweep across the deck. The wind carried the sound of his friends celebrating on the stern of the ship. Why had he volunteered to spend the entire night behind this wheel while his friends were back there feasting on salted meat, fish, biscuits, and wine? The sound of laughter grew louder. Ruel noticed a small boy walking across the deck. "You, cabin boy, come here." "Yes, sir." "How old are you?" 12, sir." "What's your name?" "Ruiz Landa." "Good. I need to deliver a message to the rear of the ship, and I need you to take the wheel for a while." "Yes, sir," the child squealed excitedly. "Just hold her steady. I'll return after a while." "Thank you, sir." Ruel ran as fast as his waterlogged legs could carry him, but he lost his footing when the ship jolted from a powerful blow from the starboard side of the ship. He slid the width of the ship, over the rough floorboards, as long wooden splinters pierced and embedded themselves into his left thigh. "We're sinking!" a voice called out. "We've hit the reef and we're sinking!" Ruel knew the consequences for his actions. He picked himself up and hurled himself over the side of the ship and down onto the reef below. The Santa Maria crashed and tore apart, its timbers snapping like twigs with the sound of thunder. Men began screaming for their lives, and within minutes, the mighty ship was in complete ruin. "Swim for the wreckage," Duncan called out. The 3 friends swam through the current and climbed aboard the shattered remains of the ship. Duncan pulled out the Epic simulator and vigorously began to inspect it for any water damage. Everything seemed to be functional, so he began to rehabilitate the ship. The mighty Santa Maria slowly and delicately began to piece itself back together and sail in reverse. The small cabin boy was at the helm, followed by the anxious sailor, Ruel, who seemed less willing to leave the ship's steering column and join his friends with each passing minute. Christopher Columbus soon emerged from below and walked backward across the deck in the direction of Ruel. "That's Christopher Columbus?" Corbin asked. "Yes," Duncan responded. "That's not how I pictured him in my mind." "Me either," Garrett added. Columbus continued to walk backward until he reached Ruel, and then swung around to face him. Ruel said. "What did he just say?" Corbin asked, squinting his eyes. "I think he just said thank you, sir, backwards," Duncan answered. "Everything will probably be said and done in reverse for the duration of our entire cruise." "Can they see or hear us?" Garrett questioned. "No, everything appears normal to them." Christopher Columbus looked out over the ocean. "This is really going to be weird," Corbin said. "I know, but this is the only way to get us across the ocean to travel in the direction of Egypt." "It's kind of unbelievable to have this entire ship sailing backwards across the ocean," Garrett said. Duncan turned to Garrett. "All 3 ships will be sailing backwards, the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria." Corbin watched Christopher Columbus stand majestically behind the ship's wheels and steer the ship unknowingly into the wind. How does he know where he's going? "Columbus had only a few navigational instruments," Duncan said with a smile. He knew enough about celestial navigation to measure latitude by using the North Star. He also used a compass to plot his course, estimate the distance he would need to travel on a chart, relied on a half-hourglass to measure time, and guessed at his speed. He was the master of dead reckoning. "Why are we traveling to the Canary Islands off the coast of Africa? I thought he traveled here from Spain," Garrett said, a bit perplexed. "He did. As the story goes, a man by the name of Lucide Santongal, a royal treasurer, convinced Queen Isabella, who was the same age as Columbus, to use extra money from the treasury funds to finance a possible new route to India, where they could trade gold, silk, gems, and spices like nutmeg, cloves, and mace. Christopher Columbus had a hard time getting the money since the Spanish courts scoffed at his plan because they believed that his estimates were wrong. When he finally received the money from the Queen and the ships from the Pizon and Nino families, he set sail from Palos, a small port in southwestern Spain, on August 3rd, 1492, and headed south to the Canary Islands so that he could take advantage of the trade winds. He left the Canary Islands on September 6th, sailed across the Atlantic Ocean, and arrived at the coast of San Salvador on noon on October 12th of the same year. Christopher Columbus continued to sail from island to island until he reached this point, when the Santa Maria went down. "And you said today's date was December 24th, 1492, Garrett said. "Yes. "So we're going to have to travel backwards for 4 months until we reach the Canary Islands on September 6th, Garrett asked, as painful anticipation surged through his body. "It's the only way." "You've got to be kidding," Corbin shouted. "I'm not kidding at all." Corbin paused. "If we let Columbus sail forward, where does he end up?" "He returns to Spain," Garrett replied. "That's right," Duncan said. On his return trip, Columbus sailed on the Nina, but he desperately feared that Martin Pinzon, the captain of the Pinta, would reach Spain first and claim all the glory for all his discoveries. But because of a storm at sea, the Pinta was blown off course and arrived back at Palos a few hours after the Nina. "Cool," Corbin said. For the next several hours, Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett watched the spectacle the officers and crew made as they busied themselves for the day's work. They walked backwards, ran backwards, they talked backwards. The crew lowered the sails instead of raising them. The officers erased the marks that they had made on the charts. And when the crew would sit down for a meal, they would even eat in reverse. Corbin could not help but laugh as he watched the crew eat. "I'm feeling a bit hungry myself," he said. "I wonder if they would notice if I were to take something off their plate." "You'd better not," Duncan said. "If things start disappearing or floating around, they might think the ship is haunted and might change history. I'll conjure something up from the Epic simulator." "You can do that?" Corbin questioned, as a puzzled expression crept across his face. "Of course. What is your pleasure?" "I'll have some fried chicken with any kind of vegetable and a couple rolls with butter," Garrett said. "And you, Corbin?" "I want some pepperoni pizza. I haven't had any for several weeks now." "Very well." The three friends retreated to the stern of the ship where Duncan conjured up the food, along with a red picnic table. Corbin and Garrett tore into their meals like a pack of hungry wolves, while Duncan nonchalantly ate his large plate of lasagna and French bread. After the meal had finished, Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett sat back with full bellies and watched the sailors resume work. "How do we clean up now?" Garrett asked. Duncan pulled the Epic simulator out of his pocket again and opened it. "I'll return the picnic table to the backyard in Ohio that I borrowed it from, and send all this trash to a dump somewhere." "You know," Corbin said, "if you can conjure things up like that, do you know who I'd like to see?" "Who?" Garrett asked. "Bridget." Garrett smiled. Yeah, me too. Can you bring Bridget back? Duncan hesitated. I don't know. She might not want to come back. We'll see when she gets here, Corbin said. Duncan wasn't sure that was such a good idea. I would have to reconfigure the Woodstock code and isolate on her coordinates. Then... Oh, thank you so much, Corbin cheered. What I meant was... Oh, never mind. Duncan tapped several buttons on the simulator, and in a sudden flash of light, Bridget stood before them. Hi, Bridget, Garrett spoke. Oh, hi, guys. I wondered what happened to you. You fell down some huge hole, and then the hole sealed up after you disappeared. Yeah, I know, Corbin said. Sorry we had to leave so fast without saying goodbye. But we are going to put a stop to the Manabayions. You're actually going to go through with it? Bridget said, nervously folding her arms. We have to, Duncan replied. I was thinking about it after you left, Bridget said, approaching Duncan. What if the Manabayions are recreating actual human beings by recording the physical, mental, and spiritual? Is that really so bad? At first I was very upset, but now I think we should all go back to the festival and have fun. Duncan looked into Bridget's tender young face. You know we can't do that. We have a mission to complete. It was very hard for me to accept it too, but I had to face the truth. Bridget nodded. She knew Duncan was right. She had to let them go, despite what might happen to her. Out of the sky, a small, silver-plated metallic ball, 5 feet in diameter, plummeted toward the ocean. The small sphere suddenly stopped in midair, 10 feet above the water's surface, spun around with great speed until it zeroed in on the 4 scared friends, who were caught out in the open with no possible means of escape. What is that? Bridget panicked. The silver ball drew closer, then stopped 75 yards away. The 4 friends could do nothing more than stand there and watch. The ball stopped spinning. A small circular hatch opened, and what appeared to be a camera lens emerged. The sphere continued to draw closer until it was too close for comfort, then stopped. Are you from the Manabayions? Duncan bravely shouted. I am from the Manabayions, the sphere stated in a low, robotic hum. I am Duncan Connor, the son of your franchise leader. Duncan Connor, yes. We ask that you shut your business down and release all of the images for their safety and freedom. Are your wishes backed up by your father? Well, not exactly, no. Are you unsatisfied with your epochanizer image? Duncan looked at Bridget, then turned back to the metallic sphere. Her? He asked. Yes. She's not an image. She's a real person, and we all love her. The sphere hovered quietly in the air for several seconds. Love her as in a pet? She's nobody's pet. She's a person. She's a friend. Not accurate. Bridget Sunbeam is game piece from Woodstock recreation image number 145. Duncan felt his temperature rise. If the sphere were any closer, he would have smashed it into 1,000,000 different pieces. Please give epochanizer serial number. Duncan looked at the back of the epic simulator, hoping that this brief moment of looking away from the Manabayan sphere would help him calm his anger. Serial number 34511504. Computing. File 34511504 not found. Unauthorized use of epochanizer. Unauthorized use of epochanizer. Duncan turned to his 3 friends. Uh-oh. I shouldn't have given him that number. I was so mad I forgot that this thing was stolen. Unauthorized use of epochanizer. Please terminate Woodstock image and return Epochanizer to nearest Epoch franchise. Never, Corbin shouted. We will never terminate Bridget or return the Epic Simulator. We're going to use it to put you out of business. The sphere shuddered at the response and quickly fired 5 deadly blasts of green laser bolts that smashed into the deck of the ship around Corbin's feet. Corbin dove through the air and rolled out of range. Duncan, give me a weapon, a shield, anything, he shouted. Duncan's fingers flew over the Epic Simulator's keyboard. Here, try this. An aluminum baseball bat appeared in Corbin's hands. What is this? He cried. It's a baseball bat from the 1982 World Series. What good is this gonna do me? Hold on, I'll try again. The sphere fired 2 more blasts that flew past Corbin's head, barely missing him by just inches. Corbin did not feel afraid. Now he was angry. He held his ground and watched as the sphere prepared to fire again. Duncan, Bridget, and Garrett quickly moved out of the way, finding shelter along the side of the ship. Bridget, Duncan called out, as his fingers continued to pound the Epic Simulator. Yes? I'm going to have to send you back. It's too dangerous here. No, I want to stay. You can't. Bridget was gone. Come on, Corbin called out. Give me your best shot. The sphere hung over the bow of the ship and opened fire. Corbin could not help but flinch. He held the bat up to protect his face from being burned off from the hot electrical streams. One by one, each bolt of electricity poured down from the sphere, hit the bat, and bounced back high into the sky. Corbin cautiously opened his eyes after the terrible sphere had temporarily quit firing and noticed the strange phenomenon. One more shot, he called out with a laugh. Abruptly, the sphere did as it had been ordered to do and fired several more deadly blasts in quick succession. Corbin took his batter's stance and swung his metal bat ferociously into each oncoming laser beam. Each beam scattered in every direction as it impacted the bat with a clanking zing. Some flew across the deck, some sailed out over the ocean, and others ripped through the giant white sails. Corbin had to concentrate. Hitting laser beams was not the same thing as hitting softballs or baseballs. He corrected his stance, and when the sphere resumed its deadly onslaught, Corbin slammed one concise blow right down the center and knocked his nemesis from the air. The green laser beam collided with the sphere's silver armor, sending orange and yellow sparks flying everywhere. The sphere dropped from the sky, almost crashing through the ship, and fell into the ocean with a very small splash. The judges give that a 10, Corbin cheered. The sphere sprang back into the air from below the water surface just as easily as it had gone in, and quickly found a new tactical position 200 feet from the side of the ship. Corbin dared not take his eyes off the sphere. Duncan, he shouted, I'm still going to need a better weapon. I think I've got just the thing. The wind began to pick up. There's nothing like a Texas tornado, Duncan laughed. The tornado appeared and blew along the side of the ship, grabbing the helpless sphere in its mad fury. The sphere spun out of control like a rubber ball being flushed down a toilet. Firing every bit of laser power that it had left, the sphere in the tornado blew out over the massive blue ocean and out of sight. Garrett, Duncan, and Corbin regrouped in the center of the ship and cheered at their brief victory. But within their hearts they knew that the Manabayions would return and be angrier than ever. Duncan had one last battle to overcome. He tapped a few more buttons on the Epic Simulator and returned Bridget to the ship. Why did you send me away? She demanded, stomping her feet. I could have stayed here and helped. I wanted to make sure you guys weren't hurt. Don't ever do that to me again. I'm sorry, but it was just too dangerous, Duncan responded. Too dangerous? I can handle myself. You know that I'm a real person, but in the back of your mind, you still think of me as some hologram that you could just control and send around as you see fit. Now, I love Woodstock, but I want to come and go as I please. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am." "Okay, good. Now, tell me everything that just happened. I want to know all the details." Chapter 10. September 6th, 1492. 4 months later. For the most part, the voyage had remained quiet. The Manabayions had not tried any further tactical war maneuvers, though the events and circumstances that Duncan had analyzed led him to believe that they were leading up to it. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett had made the most of the trip. They constantly kept themselves entertained with personal concerts by the Doors, the Beatles, and many, many others, including the top performers of the day. They played board games, card games, and even tried their hand at fishing, although nothing had been caught. Bridget came and went as she pleased, and especially loved the fishing. She would sit and fish quietly for hours while meditating, or laugh wildly at the guys' antics as they threw Corbin overboard so that he could attempt to catch sharks. The time seemed to fly by for Duncan. He seemed to have an all-new lifestyle of staying up late and partying all night, or just kicking back and spending time with friends, all of which was a large departure from his old life, when he would just stay at home alone and read. Corbin and Garrett were altogether different. The last 4 months seemed to drag on forever. They got tired of hanging out around the ship 2 months into the journey, and got seasick more times than they could count. But they did enjoy the new bond that had developed between themselves and their 2 new friends over the last several months. They were family now, and each member would proudly die for the next. For as long as the ocean voyage was, no moment stood out in their minds more than the moment Christopher Columbus claimed San Salvador for Spain. The 3 stowaways watched from the stern of the ship as Columbus kneeled atop a small hill, claiming the newly found land for Spain as his banner blew majestically in the wind. Christopher Columbus named the land San Salvador, which meant Holy Savior. The whole experience brought a tear to Duncan's eyes. Now the 3 friends and Bridget had traveled back in time 1 month from that historical mid-October day to the 6th of September, 1492. "The Manabayions are trying to kill us by leaving us on this boat," Corbin grumbled. He did not know if he could take 1 more day at sea. "Land! I see land!" Garrett cried. Corbin and Duncan raced to the side of the ship to see the sight of the beautiful islands for themselves. "I knew that we were close," Duncan said. "I could tell by the way the crew was acting." The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria soon docked at a busy harbor. The boys all of a sudden found that they really didn't want to leave the ship. They had grown attached to the large craft. "Well, this is it," Duncan said. "We now have to send Columbus forward to his destiny, and we must follow our own path." "Will he be all right?" Corbin asked. "Yeah. Remember, it's as if nothing happened. He's excited about the voyage. Look at him." Duncan pointed to the captain, who was busy loading the ship in reverse. Garrett grimaced. "Maybe we should load his ship with extra food and supplies, just in case." "That's a good idea," Duncan responded. He pressed the appropriate buttons on the Epic simulator and filled the lower deck of the Santa Maria with more food and supplies than Columbus could have ever dreamed of. Corbin laughed. "Christopher Columbus is going to be totally surprised. Let's send him forward now." Duncan once again hit some more buttons on the simulator, and Columbus, along with his crew, began to walk and talk correctly. "Bridget would love this moment," Corbin declared. "Should we bring her back from Woodstock?" "Maybe later, but for now let's get off this ship before anyone sees us," Garrett said. Duncan turned one last time to watch Christopher Columbus give orders to his men to set sail. "Yeah, you're right," he said to Garrett. "We still have a long journey ahead of us." The three friends turned to leave, but something did not seem right. The floorboards of the deck did not seem to have the same bounce. The atmosphere suddenly seemed cold. "Look!" Corbin cried. Duncan and Garrett turned back to see that Columbus and his crew were frozen in suspended animation. No movement could be seen. Even the birds in the air did not move. "What's going on?" Corbin asked, as the evil coldness began to chill his bones. Duncan tapped the side of the simulator with the palm of his hand. "There must be something wrong with this thing," he said. Garrett stepped forward. "I can tell you right now there's nothing wrong with that thing." "What do you mean by that?" Duncan asked, continuing to hit the simulator. "The Manabayions are here." "What?" Corbin frantically looked around the ship and out into the harbor. "Where?" he exclaimed. "All around," Garrett responded, his voice in a quiver. The sky darkened with the clouds of millions of the vengeful alien life forms. They floated down from the north, the south, the east, the west, and all points in between. They converged and surrounded the large ship as if it were a small toy boat in a bathtub. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett could not move. Death was upon them. The Manabayions were large creatures, each standing 9 feet in height, with 6 legs protruding from their torsos. Each side of their oblong bodies had 3 legs, almost like that of a spider. Their 2 large eyes reflected their red, evil presence like a cat stalking its prey alongside the road at night, looking at the headlights of an oncoming car and giving its position away by its glowing eyes. The Manabayan's melanin epidermis was rough and dull like metallic rubber, and made Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett wonder if this was the aliens' true forms or if they were hiding behind strange suits of armor. 1,000,000 more Manabayons poured down from the sky and crowded around the ship until the entire area looked like an arena with billions of bloodthirsty fans screaming and cheering for a battle to take place. "We're doomed," Corbin choked. The deep grunting and cries for battle shook the ship, almost causing the 3 terrified friends to lose their balance. "We shouldn't have given the Manabayons that ultimatum," Duncan whispered. The cries for war grew louder. From the crowd, one lone Manabayan floated down to the ship, powered by turbo boosters that were fastened to his underbelly. The creature landed softly and almost crippled the 3 boys with his evil vibe. He stood much taller than the rest, about 15 feet high, and obviously weighed much more as well. Get help now," Corbin begged Duncan. The enormous Manabayan pulled forth a long Kenyan rod, 5 feet in length. The dull gray rod came to a sharp, deadly point at both ends, and its entire length was covered with tiny spikes that could rip through a man's flesh like butter. "My name is Galabide," the beast spoke. "We are here to destroy your planet for our amusement, and we will find great pleasure in destroying you as well. No person or man shall ever declare the great race of Manabayans incompetent to do business, especially when we have been generous enough to give man all that he wants, the power of time travel and the power to control time." The Manabayans cheered. Corbin spoke up in anger. "The power to control time? The power to control real people? You are killing us off with our own history and making our people out to look like greedy fools. The 3 of us will not let you get away with that." "Then the 3 of you will die." Corbin looked at Duncan and Garrett. "I still remember what Davy Crockett told me. He told me never let freedom go. We cannot let these ugly space cadet foreigners get away with this. All evil makes sense to the dictator that spews it, but that doesn't mean that it's true and right. You're right, Duncan said, hitting the last few buttons on the simulator. A flash of white light exploded on the deck, and when the great pulse had eased from sight, there stood a large man in a suit of heavy armor, brandishing a saber of his own. Duncan briefly explained to the man what circumstances had taken place and why they were in need of his assistance. The man understood completely and introduced himself as Sir Roderick, a medieval knight from 500 AD. I have been conjured up all over the world the last while, in order to fight the most strange and beautiful creatures that my eyes had ever seen, Sir Roderick admonished softly. But now you ask of me to destroy the evil force that lies behind the pain of my family and fellow knights being ripped out of my life. I will no longer leap from continent to continent, state to state, killing and wounding innocent creatures and living beings. So, to you, my young friends, I will aid in your quest, and to you, Galabide, I will cease your destruction. The crowd roared like a lion. Both knight and beast knew that this would be a fight to the death. The Manabayan clutched his Kenyan rod tightly with his two front limbs, lurched wildly at Sir Roderick, and with one powerful blow knocked him to the floor of the ship. At this, Roderick rolled back to his feet. He had to attack the creature's long, unprotected neck. That appeared to be Galabide's only weakness. With a howl of rage, Roderick raced toward the Manabayan and thrust his sword upwards, longing to feel the sensation of his blade ripping into his opponent's vulnerable, soft flesh. Galabide merely brushed him off like an insect with another of his many legs. Sir Roderick backed away from the Manabayan to rethink his attack. He peered at the fierce alien through the narrow slit in his helmet visor, and knew that he would need a lot more than power to defeat this creature. He would surely need cunning and intellect. He could not see or hear much of anything else. Occasionally he caught blurred glimpses of the thundering crowd, but his extreme focus was on Galabide. Galabide advanced, slicing his deadly rod back and forth through the air. Roderick ducked as the rod flew past his helmet. He heard the crack of splintering wood as the rod exploded into the mast of the ship. With frightful speed, Roderick counterattacked while Galabide's rod was still temporarily embedded in the wood. He struck the Manabayan's head with the flat of his sword with an insulting blow. Galabide flinched but was clearly not wounded. The beast pulled his rod from the wood and swung it viciously through the air once again. Sir Roderick's blade whistled in the air. It clanged off Galabide's rod again and again. Roderick could feel the vibrations surge through his arms with each impact. He tried to stay several feet away to open up space for full swings. The Manabayan pressed closer and lashed out with a backswing, going for his head. He missed. The creature began to pound his rod harder and harder. Sir Roderick had never seen such fury. Sweat began to run down his face. Soon he was gasping for air. Through the slit of his helmet, the Manabayan appeared tireless, swinging repeatedly in a sure, practiced rhythm. Roderick waited until he had blocked one swing with his own sword. Then he would place the sword in his other hand in an attempt to break the alien's rhythm. Galabide moved closer and began punching the helpless knight in the head with another leg. The loud clank echoed from the metal helmet and almost spun around Roderick's head. Immediately, Roderick flipped his sword over and slammed it into the large, heavy leg, slicing it off. Galabide howled in pain. His body jerked and slumped momentarily. Roderick struck again with satisfying blows. Galabide parried. He swung his Kenyan rod in a high arc and brought it crashing down across Roderick's back. Roderick felt the brutal sting like a whip. He swung his own blade hard against the Manabayan's fleshy armor. The Manabayan swung his rod broadly for his neck. Roderick blocked it, but the force of the impact knocked him backward. Reeling, he stumbled sideways, but nothing could prevent his fall to the ground. The crowd cheered. Galabide began to celebrate an early victory. Sir Roderick found himself lying on his back, staring at the blue sky through the narrow slit in his helmet. The sensation of nausea began to set in. He began to feel stuffy and claustrophobic in his suit, but he could not let the Manabayans win. He tried to get up, but he had exhausted himself. Galabide limped to the side of the ship, waving to his fans. The crowd cheered like they had never cheered before. A strange music began to play. A couple of Manabayan medics floated down to aid in Galabide's missing leg. In a split second, Roderick leapt from behind, swinging his sword desperately, and landed on the Manabayan's back. Roderick tried to cry his battle cry, but he had no breath to speak. Galabide swung his Kenyan rod in every direction, but could not reach the knight. Roderick knew that he was at the limits of his strength. His swings were increasingly weak. All he could do was pound and pound his sword into the skull shield of the Manabayan with a steady, non-stop flowing motion, letting the sword do the work and not his arm. The crowd fell silent. Galabide continued to dance around, desperately trying to throw the knight from his body. Roderick's glancing blows began to wear him out. His legs collapsed out from underneath him. He fell to his belly. Roderick was in a daze. He continued to pound. Galabide, the mighty Manabayan, cried one last time and fell unconscious. No one in the crowd moved. It would take several more blows to end the Manabayan's life. Would he do it? Sir Roderick hesitated. He was not sure what to do, but he must decide quickly. "Throw him into the ocean!" Corbin shouted. Sir Roderick fell from the beast and collapsed to the floor of the ship. Duncan, Corbin, and Garrett ran over, took hold of the large creature, dragged his large, cumbersome body to the side of the ship, and threw him overboard before he had a chance to wake up. The evil presence that the friends had felt before once again radiated from the crowd. The Manabayans were going to kill them. Duncan looked at Roderick. He was completely dazed and remained almost unconscious on the floorboards in a breathless heap. If the Manabayans were about to try anything, Sir Roderick would be of no use for the moment. Duncan programmed the knight's departure into the simulator, and in a brilliant flash of light that was far superior to the one he had come in on, Sir Roderick was gone. The vast multitude of Manabayans began to circle the ship clockwise, like a mighty hurricane. Slowly they pressed into each other and began to pick up speed. "I don't like this," Corbin spoke. Christopher Columbus's ship was suddenly released from its motionless state and began to sail out to sea. The floorboards once again regained their bounce. "We're moving! Columbus is on his way!" Duncan wearily cheered. The millions of Manabayans almost appeared to be one mass. They floated faster in a steady stream, and with the way some bobbed up and down, and the way the sunlight reflected off their bodies, the Manabayans almost appeared to be a vast golden wave. Within seconds, the deadly creatures were traveling so fast that the three friends were sucked up off the ship and into a powerful wind tunnel. Corbin felt completely helpless. He prayed that the Manabayans would not stop spinning, or he would surely drop and slam hard into the ocean. He watched as Columbus's ship sailed away and felt a brief moment of joy, as he went flying head over heels through the great wind. Duncan and Garrett flew past several times, but would not stay in his line of vision for long. He called out for them, but heard no response. Corbin's mind raced and prepared for the end. He was ready for anything. He just prayed that it would be quick and painless. The three prayerful friends flew for hours amid the great storm. They would veer for the speeding wall of the Manabayions, then be quickly whisked away by the powerful current that tossed their bodies around like rag dolls. The Manabayions encompassed the three defenseless victims, blocking out the sun, so that things grew cloudy and dark. All seemed lost. The horrific Manabayions would gladly torture their victims rather than ensure certain death. Corbin quickly gave up all hope in his mind. He laid back, relaxing every muscle, and let the wind carry him into the unknown. Time, at that point, seemed to be meaningless. Hours, days, minutes, or even seconds could have passed. Corbin's mind was not on those matters. His mind tried desperately to subdue the constant growing vertigo that seemed to overtake his body like a virus. Soon, everything went black. Chapter 11. The Manabayions were out of control. The dastardly aliens soon opened the world's largest theme park in Missouri because of its central location in the United States. Visitors flocked from all parts of the world just to ride the hovercraft trains that flew slowly through the park on pre-programmed routes. The floating trains would leave various stations throughout the park every 10 minutes and take all visitors and guests on a journey back through time. The small hovercrafts could seat 6 people per car and were linked together with usually 5 hovercrafts. The crafts floated 5 feet above shallow trenches that were a couple feet deep and aligned with a magnetic polarity that repelled the train with the same polarity up and along the track. On either side of the small vessels, the greatest moments from all ages played out on vast fields and among thick trees of the Ozarks. Dinosaurs, along with giraffes and elephants and other large zoo animals, ate peacefully among the thick foliage, while General Custer was forced to reenact his last stand against the Indians in a deep valley. Battles from World War II and the Vietnam War raged all around, much to the delight of the visitors, who had no realization that actual bullets were flying past their heads. The entry price to the park was a staggering $23,000. Nevertheless, millions of people sold their homes, cars, all of their worldly goods, and even their families to get in. Once in, all of the visitors were caught in the Manabayions' ruthless game and would never leave. At the end of the park, after the fantastic voyage had come to an end, the narrow magnetic trench would open up and swallow the unsuspecting visitors down into the dark, evil, forbidding depths. If the visitors had led meaningful, interesting lives, they were forced into slavery and ordered to staff all the park's operations relentlessly, 24 hours a day, with little or no rest. All other visitors were ground into hot dogs. As millions of more people poured into the great Time Link photography project, the park quickly began to spread across the nation until it had completely filled and was operational in the neighboring states of Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, and Colorado, as well as parts of Oklahoma. The park instantly launched a mad Time Link merchandising frenzy that spilled over into television, movies, toys, and even erupted on to Broadway stages with classic performing arts. The epic simulator had never sold better. History's heroes had never been more exhausted. Any more, and they would break. Washington, D.C. The Pentagon raced against the clock to come up with a strategic plan of defense that would put a stop to, or even slow down, the menacing destructors, but were left cold. They had nothing to go on. They knew nothing about the Manabayions or their line of strategy and plans for complete annihilation of the populace, or even how to trace the location of their satellites. Several forces and fighter jets were dispatched, but quickly destroyed. Every president that had ever served this great nation, from George Washington to the present day, including Thomas Jefferson, Andrew Jackson, Martin Van Buren, Franklin Pierce, Abraham Lincoln, Andrew Johnson, Ulysses S. Grant, Theodore Roosevelt, Harry S. Truman, John F. Kennedy, Richard Nixon, and Ronald Reagan all converged on the White House to come up with a steadfast resolution that would result in victory with minimal casualties. Dwight D. Eisenhower called the meeting to order. Gentlemen, this is a troubling situation with our malignant nemesis. It's completely out of control and threatens to jeopardize the future of this nation. Now, we have deployed the Desert Storm Troopers under the order of George Bush, along with F-16 jets, 155 howitzers, surface-to-air missiles, and M1 tanks, all of which were put out of commission. Since we last convened, all of you were asked to oversee special operations that would cripple or liquidate the adversary. We will go around the table and discuss the initial outcome. Jack, we'll start with you. John F. Kennedy sat forward in his chair. Thank you. I opted to pursue the use of satellites to penetrate the intelligence of our enemy, much like I did with the Cuban Missile Crisis. We will all recall that the Russians were building missile launch sites on Cuba's land, but did indeed abandon those sites. What was the outcome of your satellites against the Manabayions? Grover Cleveland grumbled. I was met with much resistance. Ronald Reagan spoke up. There you go again. We need to infiltrate the alien mothership again to find a weakness with another undercover robotic Manabayan android. My dear sir, whatever happened to your last android? James Madison asked. Well, it was a dud. Abraham Lincoln and Ulysses S. Grant talked quietly among themselves for a few brief seconds. Abraham Lincoln finally turned to address his fellow presidents. My comrade, General Grant, and I have sent forth 50,000 of our finest Union soldiers to attack the Manabayan's park from the north, but were most earnestly defeated. As were my revolutionary soldiers attacked from the south, George Washington said. My Rough Riders' direct attack fared no better, Theodore Roosevelt added. James A. Garfield looked at every member of the presidency in the room. Has anyone tried putting a stop to the epoch franchises? We tried stopping the franchises. No good, William H. Taft scoffed. Warren G. Harding howled, Are we doomed in our pursuit? We have the Green Berets outside of Washington, D.C. to prevent any further attack or advance, Lyndon B. Johnson replied. The cavalry will aid in your effort, James Polk assured Lyndon Johnson. The presidents began to grow restless and angry. Gentlemen, gentlemen, George Washington cried, standing proudly at the head of the table. We are not defeated yet. Though the hour appears dark, we are not alone. In God we trust. In His name this great nation was founded, and in Him we must believe. The Manabayions will be stopped. This I assure you. Meanwhile, the Manabayions continued to pour down to the earth and place kill-men particle droids on every street corner. Soon they would conquer and destroy this beautiful blue planet like they had done to Mars 6,000 years ago, leaving it a dry, dusty, barren wasteland. Then they would move on to get their thrills elsewhere. Chapter 12. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett awoke to find themselves lying on their backs among the vast rolling hills of the desert. Corbin sat up, shaking the sand from his hair, and looked out over the hills. Everything was quiet. Only the gentle sound of the wind over the desert sand was all that could be heard. "Where are we?" Garrett said quietly, emerging from his sleep. Corbin did not answer the question. He turned around, scooped up a handful of sand with his right hand, and let the small grain seep through his fingers back to the earth. "Oh no," he cried. "What? What is it?" Duncan said, rubbing his eyes. "I think we're back in Pennsylvania." "That can't be," Duncan declared in disbelief. "It's true," Corbin responded, standing up and kicking the sand into the wind. "I don't believe it," Duncan shouted, jumping to his feet. "How could those no good—" Garrett spoke up over Duncan's yelling before he could use any explicit language. "Look, guys, we're not in Pennsylvania, look." Corbin and Duncan turned rapidly, but saw nothing. "What are we looking for?" Duncan asked. "Don't you see them? In the distance, over that hill." "What?" Corbin said. Then he saw something. Some kind of large triangular shadow that appeared to be miles away. "Is that what I think it is?" he said. Duncan saw it too. "I think so," he said, his jaw dropping. Corbin squinted to get a better look. "It is!" he cheered. "Those are pyramids! Those are Egyptian pyramids! We're in Egypt!" The three friends began to dance around, but their celebration was short-lived when 7 Manabayions appeared from the sky and slowly landed in front of them. Corbin could not move. His entire body seemed paralyzed. The Manabayions moved closer. Their feet shifted smoothly through the sand, and Galabide stepped forward from the rear. I thought you were dead," Corbin stuttered. Galabide said nothing and advanced faster on his 5 remaining legs. The three friends stumbled to the ground. Sand was suddenly kicked in their face by some unseen force, and when they had cleared their vision, they saw Xtoriez in the heat of battle. He had obviously leapt from behind the 3 helpless victims, stirring up the sand as he made a mad dash to battle the large Manabayan. "Did you hit the epic simulator?" Corbin called to Duncan. "I don't know. I must have bumped it or something." Xtoriez seemed fiercer than ever before. He swung his sword like a madman in a clash of metal upon metal that shrieked with unyielding scream of vengeance. The combatants lunged and parried, wheeling across the desert in an attack and counterattack that carried out a fierce, unrestrained struggle. Xtoriez was supple and quick, and worked his way closer to the 15-foot monster, barely avoiding the heavy, deadly swings of Galabide's Kenyan rod. Roderick was one of the most able swordsmen of all the knights that had ever lived, and was in his prime, never to be any better. His powers were at their apex. Galabide suddenly began leaping and somersaulting with astonishing ease. He brought to bear his agility and dexterity that allowed him to keep Roderick at bay, while constantly attacking and blunting any counterattacks, relentlessly searching for an opening in his defense. Sir Roderick struggled to keep up. He attacked with ferocity and determination, which for the moment appeared to handicap any resolution. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett ran toward Galabide, grabbing for the alien's legs in an attempt to knock him to the ground. Galabide whipped his Kenyan rod through the air toward Garrett's head, but was suddenly blocked by Roderick's sword in a swift, dashing, effortless stunt of expertise. "Hold on!" Duncan shouted. clutching tightly to Galabyde's leg that was about as big around as a tree trunk. Holding on 2 or more legs at once was impossible. Galabyde kicked his legs frantically, lifting Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett high into the air as they held on for dear life. The massive legs jolted up and down, back and forth, trying to dislodge the 3 pests. All 3 boys held on tighter. Their only assurance was that the large beast could no longer leap through the air as he had done before. That might give Roderick a slim chance at victory. Corbin felt the powerful muscles tightening under the Manabayan's thick flesh. Suddenly, without warning, Corbin lost his grip and fell to the ground, landing on his feet. Galabyde did not look at the defenseless boy, but anticipated his position. With another powerful leg, he knocked Corbin in the stomach and sent him flying 15 feet, coming to land hard in the soft sand. Through the powerful shaking, Duncan and Garrett knew that Corbin had been thrown, and desperately held on tighter. Corbin had the wind knocked out of him. His diaphragm quivered from the impact and struggled to fill his lungs with air, but the magnificent blow had been too severe. Corbin just about passed out, but through some miracle finally caught his breath. He paused for a moment to completely fill his lungs with precious oxygen, and then grabbed another fistful of sand. He bounded up onto Galabyde's back, ran up his spine, and to the creature's head. Galabyde spun around viciously. He dared not slam his keening rod into Corbin for fear that Roderick might use this brief distraction to advance with his sword. "To save all men and beasts!" Corbin shouted, thrusting the sand into Galabyde's glowing red eyes. Galabyde howled in pain. This was the moment Sir Roderick was waiting for. He leapt forward and thrust his sword into the Manabayan's vulnerable neck, cutting his painful cries short. Galabyde staggered around, trying to keep his balance. He grasped at the long sword that was still embedded in his neck, trying to pull it free, but with no success. The mighty Manabayan cried one last time, tripped over his own legs, and fell dead. Duncan and Garrett jumped down from the gigantic legs and rolled to safety. They had little time to think about Galabyde's downfall because 6 Manabayons still remained. Sir Roderick pulled his sword from Galabyde's throat. "See, they can be killed," he stated proudly. "Never let them fool you." Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett smiled, then prepared for another battle. "I must leave you now," Sir Roderick said. "I know that you will be fine from now on." "No!" Corbin cried. "You can't leave us." "I have to." "No! Why?" "It is your destiny." "No!" Corbin cried again. Sir Roderick said nothing more on the matter. Duncan somehow sort of understood. "I didn't call you from the Epic Simulator, did I?" "No, you did not." "How did you know that we needed your help?" Garrett asked. "May history show us someday," Roderick said, taking a polite bow, and then disappearing into thin air. The 3 friends reflected on the words that were just spoken, then snapped back to reality. "What was that supposed to mean?" Corbin sneered. "I don't know," Duncan answered. "Well," Corbin said, "you'd better get us some weapons from the simulator if we're supposed to fight these guys by ourselves." Duncan did not move. "You'd better hurry," Corbin complained, "because they—" The 3 friends looked on in bewilderment as thousands of kill-men particle droids stood transfixed with murderous tendencies in a long row along the top of the nearest sand ridge. Every droid was almost identical to Kill-Min 303, but with small, subtle differences and variations. The androids stared down coldly at the 3 friends. Not an ounce of blood flowed in their veins, only one electrically charged particle connected to the next that piece by piece made up their cold, heartless bodies. They were programmed to obey every Manabayan command. The eerie troop poured down the hill in military unison and began to pick up speed as they neared the bottom. On second thought, "Run!" Corbin cried. The three boys retreated as fast as they could, digging their feet into the sand. Their feet sank with each step and slowed them down greatly, causing great exertion on their legs. Soon the boys were exhausted. The particle droids, having little or no weight, glided over the sand with ease and approached rapidly. "Use the simulator!" Corbin yelled, using every muscle in his body to cover as much ground as possible. Duncan dropped the simulator and had to run back to pick it up. The droids drew closer, followed by the Manabayans. "Hurry!" Garrett cried. Duncan flipped the simulator open and hit the colorful buttons. Within moments, a green four-wheel drive Land Rover appeared with a very surprised driver. The three boys poured into the back seat with the speed of a cheetah. "Go, go, go!" Corbin shouted. The startled driver looked back at the approaching droid army and quickly floored the accelerator to full throttle, taking off over one hill after the next. The powerful engine purred like a cat, and all three boys loved the way it effortlessly bounded through the sand. The particle droids kept up with the eluding vehicle as they continued to run in a straight line without breaking formation. Their legs moved so quickly that they became a blur and reminded Corbin of something he had seen in a cartoon several years ago. Duncan again entered another program into the Epic simulator, and in seconds, a long 5-foot-high barbed wire fence that Duncan had retrieved from a ranch in Montana stretched out parallel to the pursuing army and tangled their frantic legs up in a thick wire mesh. The army of droids thrashed around like fish caught in a net and smashed into each other, breaking each other into fragile light crystals for the entire length of the 6-mile fence. Corbin and Garrett laughed at the awkward sight. "Ha ha!" Garrett chortled. "That was brilliant!" Duncan smiled. "Thank you," he said modestly. "Yeah," Corbin agreed. The Land Rover rolled on for miles until it eventually reached the magnificent stone pyramids. The four men stared at the overwhelming structures in complete astonishment. How did I get here?" the driver questioned, in disbelief. It must be a dream," Duncan said, hitting the buttons on the simulator and sending the man and his truck back to their own time. "Can you believe this?" Corbin laughed. "I thought I'd never get out of New York, but here I am, standing among the great Egyptian pyramids." "Life is amazing," Garrett said, leading Duncan and Corbin into a small building that sat in the shadows of the two largest pyramids. The building was about the size of an average house, but made of brown stone. The building had no windows and seemed unusually out of place compared to the other towering landmarks that surrounded it, with an ancient nobility. The only noticeable characteristic about the tiny structure was the single opening in the front. The opening was small, about 3 feet wide by 4 feet high, and had no hinged door or any other barrier to keep them out. Only the thick black darkness that shrouded mortals' eyes from seeing what was within. The three boys were enticed by the mystery and cautiously walked to the small door and peered in. "Should we go in?" Garrett asked. "We've come a long way not to try," Duncan responded. "Yeah, so let's go," Corbin encouraged. "Okay, you first," Garrett said, backing away from the door. Corbin hesitated briefly. Okay." He slowly and reverently bent down and pressed into the darkness. Garrett and Duncan looked at each other and soon followed. Corbin's eyes could not focus. Everything was so dark and black. He could feel the rough, uneven stones beneath his feet slope downward at a slight angle. He felt the rock walls to his right and to his left, but could feel no ceiling. He continued slowly on, downwards. "Corbin, are you in here? Where'd you go? Go, 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 go," Duncan shouted. The echo exploded through the darkness, deafening the three boys. Corbin fell to his knees, covering his ears as tightly as he could. "Shh!" he cried, as soon as the noise had subsided. "I'm right here," he stated, as quietly as possible. Duncan and Garrett soon approached from behind, and the friends marched on, pacing themselves against the ever-increasingly steep slope. "I still can't see a thing," Garrett said. "Me either, but let's just keep going," Duncan reassured him. "I feel like I'm blind," Corbin said, quietly, projecting his voice out in front of him, though his friends were walking behind. "I once thought that blind people could hear things a million miles away." "Yeah, you also thought a 5K run meant 5,000 miles, Garrett laughed. What about Y2K years ago? The K represented 1,000. "You're right, but when you're talking about a 5K run, you're talking about kilometers, which means 5,000 meters. Corbin felt the walls so that he could steer himself down the dark path. "How far do you think we've walked now?" 5,000 miles, Duncan responded, with a demeaning chuckle in his voice. "Ha ha!" Corbin laughed sarcastically. "I want you to know that..." The thin, steep path opened up, and the boys found themselves in a large room, but they still could not see a thing. The reverberation from their voices opened up like the room, and the air seemed much cooler. Corbin walked around with his arms extended out in front of him, trying to find the wall. "Hey, Duncan," he called out. "Can you get us some light?" "I'll try." Duncan held the simulator inches from his face, but still could not see the buttons. He punched in a code for light that he thought he had memorized, but had to guess at it and hope that something appeared that was halfway meaningful. Nothing happened. "What's wrong?" Garrett asked. "The simulator must have some sand damage from when I dropped it, or perhaps some water damage from when we were in the ocean." "It worked with the barbed wire fence," Corbin said. I know, Duncan said, tapping the same code in again, but knowing he had hit the wrong buttons. A bright white light briefly filled the room, then slowly faded. "Hi, guys," Bridget's voice echoed throughout the chamber. "Oh, this is lovely," she said. "What are we doing here, please?" "Never mind that," Corbin spoke out. "You didn't happen to bring a flashlight, did you?" "No, sorry." The bright light lulled to a flicker, and dimly began to resonate in the room. The light was not much, but Corbin's eyes began to focus on the walls. "What would we do without you, Bridget?" Duncan said. "Absolutely nothing," she giggled. Corbin anticipated the light to dim lower, but it continued to shine and never fade. He looked around the room and noticed the walls were very smooth in texture and completely covered with elaborate Egyptian drawings and writings. Something caught his eye, though. A small bit of writing on the east wall that appeared to have been written in English. He walked closer to inspect the writing and was very surprised to see that it was in fact an English inscription. "What did you find?" Duncan asked. "Some words. They're written in English." "What do they say?" Corbin struggled to read the writing that was beginning to fade. "To the seekers of the good," he read, "that they might unite in singing the praises of Kordungar." "Kordungar?" Bridget said, as her voice filled the room. The ceiling above their heads began to shake with a slight tremor, and then stopped. All four looked up to see a vast maze of stone blocks that wound its way upward, with small, intricate gaps between the stones that seemed to extend on for some distance. "Say that again," Duncan said. "Kordungar." Again the stone blocks began to shake, and then stopped. "We'd better get out of here before we cause an earthquake," Garrett said. "He's right," Corbin agreed. "We'd better go. There's nothing down here anyway." "Wait," Duncan replied. "What if we all say it together?" "What for?" Garrett asked. "The inscription says that we must unite in singing the praises of Kordungar." "Yeah? And that wall has some pictures of some bulls or something, but that doesn't mean I should start a stampede if there were bulls down here," Corbin replied. "Maybe we should try it," Bridget said. "Okay, just once, but if anything starts to happen, I'm out of here." The four friends lined up as close to the dark upward pathway as they could get, and on the count of 3, called out the name Kordungar. The intricate stone blocks began to vibrate, but this time did not stop. "That's it, I'm out of here," Corbin shouted. "Not yet," Duncan said, grabbing Corbin's arm. The name Kordungar filled the chamber with an echo so powerful that the boys and Bridget could not withstand it. It threatened to rip apart every fiber of their being, as the fence had done to the particle droids. All four friends shouted at the top of their lungs, but could not hear their own voices. They huddled down together like scared puppies and prayed they would not go deaf. Soon the echo seemed to be sucked up into the depths of the stone blocks and subside in the chamber. The echo bounced off each stone block as it continued upward, and when it had finally reached the very top, the sound waves started back down, but in a different and varied pitch. The stone blocks seemed to alter and reshape the sound waves, stretching them out, until each voice from the four friends and each letter of the word was mixed and replaced to form an entirely new statement. This form of architecture was the very first known recording. The friends returned to the center of the chamber and listened to the revised message that poured down with a modified inflection. "Greetings, my fellow travelers," the voice rang out. "In this, the year of uncertainty, 2 men, Asaham and Rehorna, were cherished scribes in the court of King Amenhotep III. Neither man trusted the other, and from the time the sun rose to the hour that the sun set, both men were engaged in an unsettling dispute that raged on with heart-filled anger over who had the most accurate writings about the history of the land. The king soon issued sacred scrolls and ordered the 2 men to send forth copies to all the land. The 2 men seized the scrolls and vowed never to let the other desecrate the sacred writings. They each clasped the scrolls. Asaham pulled one side of the scrolls to the east, and Rehorna pulled the other to the west, trying in vain to free the valuable parchments from the other man's evil hands. The scrolls unwound, then sprang together like the powerful snake and thrust the untrusting men into each other. And from the magic of the scrolls, the 2 mortal enemies were, from that day forward, forced to spend the rest of their lives as Siamese twins, joined at the chest and sharing one heart. With that, the room became quiet. No sooner had the echo of the voice fallen silent when a large door on the other side of the chamber slid open. 12 unarmed guards walked in and stood along the surrounding walls. Each guard sported a light, shiny navy blue uniform and a blue helmet that covered most of their faces. The 4 friends made a mad dash for the opening of the dark pathway, but it was quickly sealed off. They turned back to the guards just in time to see King Tutankhamun emerge from the next chamber. "Your Majesty," Duncan said, dropping to his knees, "forgive us for being scared." The boy king laughed. "You are forgiven," he said. Corbin, Garrett, and Bridget also dropped to their knees. They watched as two small children, about 10 years of age, ran in from the next chamber and stood on either side of the young king. They must have been Romuli and Caligula, the two infants that King Tut held in his arms last time Corbin had seen them. King Tutankhamun walked closer. He wore magnificent golden armor and a long crimson cape that almost touched the ground. "Was that not a wonderful story you just heard?" he calmly spoke. "Yes, sire," Duncan responded. "Travelers from all over come to see this astounding architecture. My ancestors built this chamber because they loved the power and mystique of the human voice. This is the very first recording of a human voice, and I have carried on with that tradition by utilizing the recording power of the Manabayions." "It is a brilliant design," Duncan spoke. "Your ancestors must have been geniuses." "That they were." "Excuse me," Corbin interrupted, "but speaking of recording and all that, is this where your 2,000 Egyptian spirits assemble the simulator images?" "Yes. You will meet them later, and I will show you the process. But first, there are some people I want you to meet. Follow me," the young king said, flipping his cape as he returned to the second chamber from which he had come. Bridget was the first to follow. She flew through the door and stopped dead in her tracks. "Whoa, far out!" she cried. "Guys, come here, quick!" The three young men's feet began to pick up the pace without them and carry them over the hard stone floor and through the door. When they arrived in the next chamber, they stopped and stood in amazement to see their own personages sitting in 3 thrones. Bridget looked at both sets of the 3 young men. "This is so far out," she said again. "Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett, I want you to meet Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett," she said, unable to contain her joy and disbelief of the moment. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett were speechless and stood in the middle of the large room that greatly resembled the last. They felt a bit awkward and uneasy. The other Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett sat back comfortably in their oversized thrones and smiled with great satisfaction, wearing the same clothes that had been tattered and torn. If this was their future selves, the 4 friends could sense by the clothing that things were about to get a bit rough. Corbin stepped forward to the exact middle of the room. "I just wanted to say what a good-looking guy you are, Corbin. I wanted to tell you that the last time you saw me," the other Corbin said, sitting forward in his throne. "That wasn't me. That was the past you. I am the future you." Duncan also stepped forward. "So, why did you want us to meet?" he asked the boy king. The other Duncan also sat forward on his throne. "This isn't going to be easy, but we have a very important mission for you." Chapter 13. The thrones in which Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett sat were very large and constructed of a fine, very rare wood that could not be determined, even upon close examination. The backs of the thrones were built 7 feet high and were placed on a black 3-foot-high platform that appeared to be more like a stage because of the dark blue curtain that flowed to the floor behind them. The 3 friends, doubles, were sitting 5 feet off the ground and seemed to be enjoying the comfort of King Tut's powerful thrones, and rested there as if they were kings themselves. Corbin sat in the center throne that extended 2 feet higher than the others. It was made of a very soft, dark purple fabric that also seemed rare. The other 2 were dark blue and maroon to match the curtain backdrop. "You said that you have a very important mission for us?" Duncan asked. The other Duncan sat up stately. "Yes," he said grandly. But first, I must save your lives. May I have your epic simulator, please? What do you mean you must save our lives? Duncan asked, walking across the room and handing himself the simulator. The second Duncan did not respond. He took the simulator, knocked some sand loose from the inner workings, and soon conjured up Sir Roderick before the throne. Yes, my young friends, what do you wish of me? The strong knight said, his voice hard with a soft edge. The Duncan on the throne looked at the knight. We were killed in battle with the Manabayions 15 miles from here. You need to go and do battle with Galabide so you can save our lives. Sir Roderick was stunned and looked suspiciously at the two sets of friends. There's a third set of you somewhere? No, Corbin said, his feet clomping on the hard floor as he approached the confused knight. You will step back in time and meet the three of us from 30 minutes ago. We need you to go back and help us do battle with Galabide. But don't worry, you win. Are you sure? Sir Roderick said, cocking an eyebrow. Of course I'm sure. We're still alive, aren't we? You're the one that appeared out of nowhere and saved us. Because you're sending me back in time? Right, more or less. But I was almost destroyed when I battled Galabide on the sea ship. Bridget calmly walked over, gliding elegantly across the floor, and kissed Roderick on the cheek. I believe in you, she whispered. Sir Roderick blushed. For the young maiden, I shall do battle. Very good, said the Duncan from the throne, knocking some more sand loose and sending Sir Roderick back into the simulator and across the desert to save their lives. History has been made, the young man said, when the task had been completed. He then returned the simulator to the other Duncan. Now, what was this mission that you wanted us to complete? Garrett asked, swaying back and forth nervously. Corbin nestled himself in among the lush purple fabric of the throne. Well, he said. You had better explain it, Duncan. You know more about the details. What we need you to do won't be easy, Duncan spoke in a soft, comforting tone. We need to send you to the Manabayan mothership so that you can download information off the main computer system and then destroy the Manabayans once and for all. Send us to the mothership, all four friends cried. You can't mean that, Corbin yelled. Oh, yes we do, Corbin's double said nonchalantly. The words seemed to paralyze Corbin. He could not believe what he was hearing from himself. Such a terrible plight could not seem possible. The mothership was the heart of all evil and the heart of the battle. He had reluctantly gone along with this charade, but enough was enough. No, he cried. Duncan jumped down from his throne. It is very, very important that we send you. We need you to download every last bit of information about the omniverse. Got it? The omniverse. It is very, very critical that you do so. The omniverse, right. I got it, Duncan said. How do we find this omniverse information? Garrett asked. You will find it on the main computer, which is marked Base Station. Base Station, right, Duncan said again. Follow me. We have no time to waste. We have to go right now? Corbin asked. Yes, right now. Can't we just hang out here for a while longer and talk about what you guys have been up to? No. How are you planning on sending us to the mothership anyway? Bridget asked. You guys are going to assemble the Apollo 11 space shuttle, Duncan's look-alike answered. We are? Duncan said, perplexed. I don't believe that I downloaded that one. I've gone over just about every image and I don't remember seeing anything like that. That one was a hard one to find. We did download that one. It's under code CR2. Duncan looked at himself, then at the simulator. He punched in the code that he was looking for, and it quickly appeared on the small numerical screen. Wow, you're right. I never would have found that one. Go ahead and punch it in, Duncan told himself. Duncan did as he was instructed. "Now what?" he said. "Nothing happened." "It will." The numbers were somewhat scrambled in the circuitry of the simulator, but it will appear on the surface by the time we get up there. Duncan's double took a long pause, then spoke again. "Just be careful not to give the Apollo's coordinates away as you approach the mothership, or they will kill you for sure, and I won't be able to save you next time." "That's reassuring," Garrett said. "I really don't think that this is such a great idea," Corbin said. "I love to fly and all, but I think leaving the Earth's atmosphere is a bit extreme." "It will be fine," Duncan's double spoke. Corbin began to panic. "What if we crash and die?" "We won't crash, burn, and die," Bridget responded brazenly. "Burn?" Corbin cried. "Who said anything about burn? I don't want to burn. I said crash and die, and you want to burn?" "Oh, don't be silly. Nothing is going to happen," the young girl said, taking both of Corbin's hands and tugging at his weight, trying to get him to follow Duncan's twin. Corbin and Garrett slid out of their thrones and followed Duncan's double back into the sound recording chamber. "What do I download the ManaBayions omniverse file onto? I don't believe that there's enough space on this simulator," Duncan asked his double, as he followed the three clones into the next room, with Corbin, Garrett, and Bridget following in his wake. "There is more than enough room on there," Duncan confided to himself. "The omniverse file is so tiny and compact that the entire thing will take up the space of 5 large images on your simulator. But remember, when activated, the omniverse is huge. It's massive. It will take 25 minutes to download, so don't get caught." 25 minutes? Yes, it will take some time. Corbin stopped and looked back into the throne chamber at King Tut, who had remained strangely silent. The boy king knew that Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett were on a mission to destroy the Manabayions, and Corbin could tell that the young king was torn between right and wrong. The right to privacy was a very rare and special gift, and King Tutankhamun was struggling with an inner battle that he was forced to go through under the orders from the terrible Manabayions. King Tut looked down at the 2 young children, Romuli and Caligula, then turned and walked into a third chamber. Strange, colorful lights filled all 3 chambers, and Corbin shifted his stance to get a better look at what was in that other room. The large hall was 5 times bigger than the other 2 chambers combined, and contained the 2,000 Egyptian spirits that brought life into all of the images. Fabulous lights of red, green, blue, orange, yellow, and all other colors in between flew around the brightly lit hall like sparks of fairy dust. The very Egyptian spirits themselves seemed to be void of color, but still visible to the naked eye. Their virile bodies floated around effortlessly, while running errands here and there. Other spirits sat in one place diligently, constructing the 3-dimensional shapes from the readouts and computer feedback that they were getting from the Manabayan satellites. The spirits used a bizarre tool, about as long as Corbin's forearm, to actually assemble the images. This tool was used almost like a welder's torch, which caused the sparks in the room. The sparks flew about aimlessly and were undeterred by the laws of gravity, preferring to fly upward instead of down. The sparks began to pour out of the open door and head straight for Corbin. Corbin's mind began to wander. He could not believe that this is where Bridget was born. He wondered where the real Bridget was. Was she still alive? Would she like him as much as her image seemed to? He wanted to see more of the assembly process, but the doors were abruptly closed. The sparks swung back around and began to harshly pound the door in a desperate plea to get back in. Within moments, each little colorful speck of light fell to the ground, one after another, until every last one burned out into a black grain of sand, and piled up at the base of the large stone door. "Come on, Corbin," Garrett shouted. "Let's go." Corbin took one last look at the pile of black, lifeless sparks, ran back through the sound chamber, and bounded up the dark tunnel until he reached the top. It seemed a lot quicker ascending than it had descending. He dashed out of the cool darkness into the heat of the day and cupped his hands over his eyes until they could adjust to the light. His skin seemed to absorb the warmth of the desert sun, which felt much more vibrant and alive than the dark gloominess of the cavern below. "Here it comes! I can see it!" Bridget shouted. "What a trip!" Corbin's eyes adjusted to the point where he could look down at his shoes. When he finally glared upward, he saw the overwhelming sight of the Apollo 11 space shuttle, the very first ship to carry man to the moon, and he would soon be riding in it. His body filled with anxiety, but he was able to control it for the first time in his life, at least from everyone else's point of view. Inside, he was about to burst. The ship looked like a long white missile. Corbin could only guess at how tall it was, but it was much bigger than anything he had ever seen before. "This shuttle was launched on July 16th, 1969, Duncan said. "That was your year, Bridget." "Groovy." "Look, there's the crew. Neil Armstrong, Edwin Aldrin, and Michael Collins," Duncan's double pointed out. "You guys had better follow them, but don't get caught." "We won't," Garrett said. "Thanks for all your help." "No problem." Corbin, Duncan and Garrett, and Bridget ran for the open hatch as fast as they could before it closed. They looked back briefly at their time clones, gave a final wave goodbye, then ran up the hatch as if they were boarding a normal airliner. They caught the second of two elevators that was used as backup in case of a system failure, and rode it swiftly upward to their destiny. The elevator arrived at the top, and Duncan, Garrett, and Bridget quickly boarded the craft. Corbin found a small window and looked out to see if he could see himself from this high up, but could only see sand, pyramids, and half of a building from the Kennedy Space Center that was partially created with the image. The doors to the shuttle slowly began to close, and Corbin threw himself into the ship just in the nick of time before everything was completely sealed off. He looked around for his friends, but they were nowhere to be seen. He heard the loud clanking sound of an elevator and boarding hatch being pulled away from the shuttle in preparation for liftoff. This was it. There was no going back. He crawled on his hands and knees down the small, white, circular entrance passageway until it eventually forked. One passage went up. The other went straight down. He heard the pilot talking on the radio from the passage above, so that must have meant his friends took the lower channel. He carefully lowered himself down the slick white walls while noticing that there were no steps or anything else to grab onto. But he figured that when they were in space, they would not need them. Corbin soon found his three friends in a slightly larger room, strapped securely into three soft white vinyl seats that faced straight up. "Hurry up and strap yourself in," Garrett ordered. "There is a couple more seats down below us." Corbin continued to slide down, placing his feet on Garrett and Duncan's chair until he was low enough to grab the back of Garrett's seat and swing his body into the empty seat just below Garrett's, and right next to Bridget's. "What is our plan to stop the Manabayions?" he asked, snapping his seatbelt into the lock clasp. "I don't know yet," Duncan answered. "We'll figure it out when we get there." The cabin began to shake from the power of the boosters below. "I hope this thing doesn't explode," Corbin said. "It won't," Duncan laughed. "We have history telling us everything will be fine this time." The four friends sat back silently and listened to the reverberating voice of the three pilots and the scratchy voice on the other end of the radio. "T-minus 3 minutes, 50 seconds. Fully automatic launch sequence has begun. Roger that. T-minus 50 seconds. Apollo Saturn vehicle on internal power. Copy. T-minus 10 seconds. Launch pad water deluge system operational. Ready. Go for launch. T-minus 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gantry hold arms release vehicle liftoff. 0.0002. Saturn, begin programming yaw maneuver by gimbaling outer F1 engines. Point 15. Saturn, begin program roll and pitch maneuver in similar fashion. Copy that. 0121. Encountering maximum dynamic pressure at the altitude of 43,365 feet and a speed of 1,793 miles per hour. Mach 2.5. Copy that. 2:15. Center F1 engine shut down. 2:41. Remaining 4 F1 engines shut down. Altitude 217,655 feet. 6,141 miles per hour. Staging initiated. Ignition of the S-25's J2 rocket engines. Altitude 609,759 feet. 15,468 miles per hour. Staging initiated. Roger that. 2:44:16. All is go for Earth's orbital insertion. 600,000 feet, 17,000 miles per hour. Firing J2 engines to accelerate Apollo 11 out of the Earth's orbit and on path to the moon. Copy. Apollo Command Service Module separated from the SIVB and Lunar Module adapter in preparation for docking the Command Service Module with the Lunar Module. Lunar Module jettisoned. Docking complete. Ignite SIVB J2's engine for final 2.8 second burn, placing it in a solar orbit. Engine burn lasted 3 seconds as planned. Apollo halfway to the moon. Copy. Duncan looked at Garrett. Can you believe that 600 million people are watching this shuttle take off and land on the moon? That's 1/5 of the world's population. I wish that I had a family that was watching, Bridget said sadly. You don't have a mom? Corbin asked. No, I'm just a lonely simulated image. No, you're far more than just an image, Garrett said softly. Bridget looked up at Garrett. All I have is my brother Joseph, but I wish more than anything that I had a mother. Don't worry, Corbin said, trying his best to comfort the young girl. We'll find you one someday, I promise. Bridget chuckled, holding back her tears. I wish it were that easy. A mother is something very special. I don't think we could just find one or conjure her up through the simulator. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett could think of nothing further to say. Pressurizing lunar module and is currently ready for use. Come on, Duncan shouted. We've got to get on that lunar module or we'll never make it. But we're on our way to the moon. Not the mothership, Corbin said, unbuckling himself. No, we're on the way to the mothership. I altered the ship's path, and I estimated that the Manabayions will pull us inside the landing dock of their ship. I just pray that they think this is just some stray image or another one of their image leaks. The 4 friends scurried downward through several more white cabins, 2 more tight passageways, and boarded the docked lunar module and hid under the large control console. Silence was of the utmost importance. If they were to surprise Edwin Aldrin or hit the wrong button, it would surely change history. Apollo spacecraft now in orbit ranging from 62 to 75 miles from lunar surface at an orbit speed of over 3,700 miles per hour. Copy Apollo, good work. Mission Commander Armstrong and Lunar Module Pilot Aldrin ready to suit up in preparation for descent in the lunar module to the lunar surface. Copy that. Undocking Lunar Module Eagle from Command Service Module Columbia. Igniting Command Service thrusters to separate from Lunar Module. Lunar Module Eagle has begun descent into orbit. Firing Lunar Module's descent engine to begin descent to lunar landing. The ship began to orbit the ManaBayions mothership, and just as Duncan had anticipated, the ManaBayions picked up the small craft's coordinates and began pulling it into its landing bay. 30 seconds of fuel remaining. The Eagle has landed. There was no response from the other end of the radio. The radio was dead. The mothership sealed its bay hatch doors, sealing the small craft's fate as well as all of those on board. I repeat, the Eagle has landed on the Sea of Tranquility. No response. Beginning of cruise egress of first lunar surface operations. Still no response. Exiting the Lunar Module Eagle and descending Lunar Module ladder to lunar surface. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Hey, wait a minute. Where the heck am I? Garrett looked at Duncan. That sure didn't take us long to get here. No, I sped it up a little, Duncan responded. It initially took 4 days, but for our sake I reduced it to just 1. As soon as Duncan had uttered those words, the surprised astronauts vanished, and several Manabayans leapt forward with the power of a great tsunami and began to pound the outer hull until it shattered and spilled across the mothership's landing pad. The 4 friends fell to the hard tile floor with a loud thud and looked up to see that the entire bay was filled with millions of Manabayans of all sizes and colors, most from a dark brown to others with a light gold shine that almost appeared yellow. The large landing bay was split into 2 levels that completely surrounded the helpless friends on 3 sides like a giant triangle. One Manabayan leapt and bounced straight toward Garrett as all 6 of the creature's legs pounded the hard bay floor, lifting him higher into the air with each approaching bounce. Garrett rolled out of the way with one quick movement as the large monster leapt up onto and began frantically chewing a large antenna that extended upward from the wreckage of the small lunar module. The 4 friends quickly gathered their senses and huddled together among large pieces of the wreckage in an attempt to hide out of sight for as long as they could. "We're doomed," Corbin choked. Chapter 14. War against the Manabayans had broken out all over the world. People from America, England, Africa, Australia, and South America all united in one powerful stand to stop the evil invaders of privacy, trust, and death. The Manabayans were virtually unstoppable. Many people held fast to the belief that what the Manabayans were doing was right, regardless of whether they had time clones somewhere that were being tortured. But that sort was quickly outnumbered. "What are you going to conjure up this time?" Garrett asked with alarm. "I don't know. It's not working," Duncan responded. "The chips in this thing must be pretty well scratched up." Abruptly, a massive megalosaurus phantom appeared 10 feet away and began to take shape. "Whoa!" Corbin bellowed. The megalosaurus, a distant genus to the dinosaur family, sauntered around the wreckage aggressively trying to ponder its whereabouts. The beast was dark green in color and looked very much like a giant lizard. Its length was easily 50 feet and had hind legs that were 2 yards high. The dino bared his powerful pointed trenchant teeth, revealing his carnivorous habits, and indicated to all other animals that he was a force to be reckoned with. A multitude of Manabayans rapidly converged on the large beast and quickly knocked him to the ground. The dinosaur howled in pain as the Manabayions began to devour him hungrily until he was nothing more than a pile of bones that replicated a skeleton that Corbin had once seen in a museum. Duncan tried his hardest to reverse the image, but it was too late. Corbin's head began to swell with fear. "Look over there, guys! There's some kind of corridor." Corbin was right. The four friends took advantage of the distraction that the Megalosaurus had caused and ran directly to the large tunnel opening that was at the point of a triangular bay. Thousands of Manabayons caught sight of the fleeing friends and began to give chase. Corbin, Duncan, Garrett, and Bridget flew down the corridor like a fragile antelope running from a cheetah. None dared to reduce speed, even slightly, by looking back. The Manabayons continued their leaping, bouncing, jumping, hopping, springing, and bounding down through the chamber in an angry pursuit of their victims. The friends could hear the deadly aliens closing in. They dashed down every hallway and channel they came to. A high-pitched alarm soon sounded, and every corridor filled with flashing blue lights. Corbin ran the fastest and soon left his friends far behind. All other lights in the dark tunnel dimmed except the flashing blue lights that reflected a strobe effect on all of the walls, making it difficult to distinguish the shadows from the path ahead. He stopped and allowed his friends to catch up. "Keep going!" Duncan shouted. "I can't see a thing!" Corbin shouted in return. "Neither can I!" Garrett yelled over the loud siren that now blared from various speakers. The blue strobe lights did not affect the Manabayon's vision. Each creature had a clear film shield over each eye that reflected all undesired light away. They sensed that their victims had stopped and advanced faster. "They're coming!" Bridget screamed. Corbin caught a glimpse of another dark tunnel that extended to the right. "Down here!" he cried. He turned and ran toward the tunnel and hit a solid black object that almost broke his nose on impact. It was not a tunnel at all. It was a solid black door that appeared to be another channel because no light reflected off it. Corbin briefly forgot about the pain and raced against time to find a doorknob or a latch. He could not find one. His hand slid up and down the door faster until he felt a long, thin, metallic latch that was slightly larger than his hand and was at chest height. He pulled the large door toward him, but its solid weight did not move. He pushed the door inward, but still felt no movement. "Try sliding it," Garrett shouted. Corbin slid the door to the left, and half of the door slowly slid open to reveal a very, very large white room. All four friends poured in and closed the door behind them. "Lock it! Lock it!" Bridget screamed. "I'm trying to!" Duncan yelled. His eyes scanned the entire door, looking for any kind of a lock or deadbolt. "There's nothing here!" he cried again. "The lock must be electronic." Garrett ran to a large control box located to the right of the door. "I'll try to figure it out. You try to conjure up a better image on the simulator." Duncan, Corbin, and Bridget ran to the middle of the room, while Garrett opened the door to the control box. The box contained 17 switches and 11 red buttons. Each switch and button was labeled with a very strange form of writing that Garrett guessed was to indicate the purpose of each switch. Garrett then noticed that the top button on the far right had a tiny picture of a Manabayan, with one limb pointing toward the door. That had to be the right button. He quickly pressed it and waited. The Manabayans hit the opening code pad from the outside. The door hissed as if it were going to open, but was cut short. The door was locked. "That slowed them down for now," Garrett shouted, jogging toward his friends, "but that won't hold them for long." The Manabayans suddenly began ramming the door. "What have you come up with, Duncan?" Garrett said when he arrived at the group. "I don't know. We'll try this one." The formation of a large oak tree appeared 80 feet away. "That's it," Corbin said. "A tree?" Duncan looked at the door, then back at the tree. "I don't know what happened. I thought—" Duncan was cut short when one lone Confederate soldier slowly faded in and was sitting at the base of the large oak. The unshaven man looked up and was startled by the four gawking youths. "Hello," Bridget said politely. "Who are you?" the man gruffed. "Look, I'm sorry, we don't have much time," Duncan said, noticing that the only weapons the man had were a large knife and a long squirrel gun that was only good for 1 or 2 shots. "Where's the rest of your army?" 16 miles north of here at a place called Pea Ridge, which is just south of Missouri. The Union Army chased 12,000 of our men from St. Louis into Arkansas, down this here Telegraph Road." Corbin looked to where the man was pointing, but saw no road. "And on down here to the Boston Mountains," the man continued. "We rested up a spell, and when those blasted Yankees entered Arkansas, we sneaked past them and now gonna attack from the north." Corbin laughed. "Cool! The south on the north and the north on the south." Duncan turned to Garrett. "I remember that battle. The South lost and the Union claimed Missouri, which ultimately altered the war in the Union's favor." "That's great," Garrett said. "But what are we going to do with this one soldier?" "The image must be spread out for 16 miles, so we'll just bring the rest of the army here," Duncan replied as he altered the code. Within seconds, the Confederate Army, under the order of Major General Earl Van Dorn, appeared to the north, as opposed to the Union forces under the command of Brigadier General Samuel R. Curtis, whose ghostly appearance solidified to the south. Van Dorn was a stern-looking man with thick black hair that fell down over his ears. He had a small goatee and a long mustache that seemed to match his grimacing eyebrows that slanted angrily down to his small nose. He wore his gray uniform proudly. The uniform was a tight fit and was highlighted by 12 golden buttons that ran down the front of his jacket in 2 rows of 6. Samuel Curtis was much older and obviously much wiser. His hair was thinning on top, but he had 2 large white sideburns to compensate. His dark blue uniform had golden stars on each shoulder and almost matched those of his men, except for tiny variations. Each powerful army laid an evil eye on the other, just as they had done on that cold, bitter March 7th morning back in 1862. Both armies stormed across the room in an assault that would define history. Guns blasted, cannons roared, and thick gray smoke filled the room until the South was no longer on the North, and the North was no longer on the South, but a cold-hardened mixture of blue and gray, the bloodthirsty colors of the Civil War. Red phantom dust suddenly began to blow into the room from every crack, in, under, and around the large black door. The Union and Confederate armies momentarily brought the battle to a halt and watched as the dust assembled itself as a large particle droid army, with numbers greater than that of the Union and Confederate armies combined. Much to the amazement of the 4 friends, the blue and the gray began to fight together as one united force against the dreadful droid division with the precision of an army that had never been divided. Long Kenyan rods appeared in each droid's hand as they thrust their unearthly bodies forward to commence in hand-to-hand combat. The blue and the gray preferred to stay some distance away and fire their rifles, pistols, and muskets. The particle droids marched forward rapidly until they stood nose to nose with the humans. The blue and the gray did not hesitate. They took up their arms and battled back with knives, swords, and bayonets until most of the fragile droids lay lifeless on the ground. The large black doors suddenly snapped and crumbled to the ground in a million pieces. The ghastly Manabayions flooded in and quickly took immediate control of the situation. They angrily pounced on the vulnerable soldiers, promptly bringing their life to a painful end. The blue and the gray tried to fight back harder, but were quickly subdued. Major General Earl Van Dorn took aim one last time with his brand new Sharps 1852 carbine rifle with 52-inch caliber and slanting breech that his mistress had given him upon his last birthday. He fired it with deadly accuracy, bringing down one large Manabayan. Another alien leapt from behind, and with one swipe of his Kenyan rod, Major General Earl Van Dorn lay dead. He was the last man standing. Corbin searched the room for another way out, and noticed a large vent close to the floor on the nearest wall. "Follow me, guys," he shouted. Duncan, Garrett, and Bridget followed Corbin to the large vent and helped to pry the white cover off. Several Manabayions caught sight of their activity and swiftly bounded toward them, Kenyan rods spinning through the air in a deadly blur. "Hurry!" Garrett shouted. The vent cover would not budge. It was fastened securely to the wall by some means that was far more sophisticated than ordinary screws. Bridget hauled off and gave the vent a swift kick, flipping the cover off and sending it clanking to the hard floor. "It just needed a woman's touch," she said, climbing into the large ventilation shaft. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett looked at each other in bewilderment of their ignorance, shrugged, and climbed in after. Garrett tried to close the vent after all four were safely inside, but a heavy Kenyan rod slammed down, barely missing his fingers, and bending the white cover into a useless pretzel. One large Manabayan tried in vain to squeeze his humongous body into the small shaft, but found that he could only fit part way. He tore at the wall, trying to make the hole bigger. Other creatures tried shoving the dead weight of the Manabayan lodged in the hole, but his rough skin snagged on the sharp edges of the vent and dismantled the wall. The Manabayan extended his one free leg and snatched Garrett effortlessly as he tried to flee. Garrett cried for help and began punching the Manabayan's powerful leg. But the ventilation shaft did not allow much room for Garrett to swing his arm. He tried desperately to pry the leg loose. No luck. The leg tightened around his torso and he began to feel faint. He searched for something to grasp onto to pull himself free, but the grip only tightened as he struggled harder. "Hold on, Garrett," Corbin yelled, taking a hold of both Garrett's hands and pulling as hard as he could. Bridget tried banging the monster's huge leg with her own hand, but had as much luck as Garrett had. "Everybody hold on to Garrett," Duncan shouted. The Manabayan slowly began to pull Garrett back down the shaft toward himself. "No!" Corbin cried. "Come on, Garrett!" The Manabayans outside pounded the massive creature farther into the hole. The creature cried with pain and abruptly let Garrett go. The four friends were sent tumbling down the shaft and soon found themselves sliding down another shaft at a 45-degree angle. The Manabayan had enough. He managed to pull himself loose from the tight shaft and dispatch thousands of particle droids that flew down the ventilation channel with great ease. They soon caught up with the friends and began sliding down head first. The front runners fired deadly bolts of green laser fire that ricocheted off the galvanized metal and took out most of their own army. Large shrapnel clubbed Corbin in the head. So not only did his nose hurt from the door fiasco, but the back of his head did as well. The shaft dropped and wound downward in all directions, curving to the right, then immediately cutting to the left. It suddenly dropped to a much steeper angle, and the friends found themselves sliding faster. Corbin looked back to see how close the particle droids had gotten, but he could only see the shadow of the last turn. He could definitely hear the loud thunder of the metal as the droids, now reduced to 500, gained flight through the tight, square tube. Corbin turned back around to see that his friends had stopped on the edge of an open landing. He tried to slow himself down, but did not have enough warning to reposition himself. Bridget screamed, "Corbin, no! Stop!" Corbin tried one last time to press his hands and feet into the slippery metal to gain friction and bring himself to a slow stop, but quickly careened directly into Garrett. Duncan tried to grab Corbin to soften the blow, but all three boys were sent flying over the edge. Duncan and Corbin grasped the sharp edge of the platform, and even though the razor edge pierced their hands, they still held on for dear life. Bridget did not know what to do. She was delirious. She cautiously rose to her feet and looked over the edge to see Garrett clutching to Duncan's loose-fitting clothes. "What do I do?" she cried. "Pull us up! Hurry!" "I can't!" "Yes, you can!" She bent down again to help Corbin up, but suddenly became dizzy by looking down into the dark abyss below. She quickly backed up to regain her composure, just as the particle droid slid down onto the landing and came to a stop. Corbin did not know if he should let go or try to climb back up to confront them. One droid clomped his heavy feet across the landing and stood just above Corbin. Corbin could not make himself look up into the droid's face because the fear was too great. The droid, somewhat large in stature, bent down and began to pry Corbin's fingers loose from the sharp edge. Bridget ran at the droid and began to pound both of her fists against his muscular back. "You leave my friends alone!" she yelled. The droid did not move. "Who is your girlfriend, Corbin?" he said with a chuckle. "Huh?" Corbin looked up at the particle droid's face until it finally dawned on him. "Killman! Killman 303! He cheered. Bridget stopped pounding. "You know this guy?" "Yeah, now help us up." "Why were you trying to pry their fingers up off the ledge?" Bridget asked. "I wasn't. I was trying to take hold of their hands," Killman responded, as he pulled all three boys to safety. Corbin looked at Bridget and could tell that she was a bit embarrassed. "This is our good friend, Killman 303. Please, just call me Killman." "Okay, Killman," Corbin said, pointing to Bridget. "This is the brains and pretty face of the group, Bridget Sunbeam." "It's very nice to meet you," Killman said, kissing the back of her hand. The other particle droids began to advance with their laser guns ready to fire until Killman ordered them to halt. They did not heed his command. "I was in trouble for helping you out last time, and it looks as if I'm in trouble again. Come on," Killman said. Duncan followed Killman along the landing's edge. "Can you take us to the base station?" "Base station, huh? That's pretty close to the center of the ship and pretty heavily guarded, but I think I know an alternate route." The four young, frightened adventurers walked as close to Killman as their trembling bodies would permit. Killman came to the edge of the landing, then proceeded out onto a thin ledge that was no wider than Corbin's foot. "Go no further or we will shoot," the particle droids called out. Corbin hesitated to follow. He watched as Killman traveled the short distance of the ledge and quickly ducked into a thin cave that was about 8 feet high and 3.5 feet wide. "I'm not getting on that small ledge," Bridget stammered in fear. "You don't have to," Duncan said. "What?" Duncan pulled the Epic simulator from his pocket and made a few adjustments. Immediately, Bridget flew out over the black abyss. "Don't drop me! Don't drop me! Please don't drop me!" she begged. Duncan steered and maneuvered her safely into the large crevice. "Don't ever do that again!" Bridget yelled back, once her feet were securely on the floor. "You almost dropped me, you—" Duncan ignored the young girl's complaining. "Unfortunately, fellas, we have to walk across." "After you, Corbin," Garrett said. "Well, okay." Corbin stepped out onto the ledge, pressed his body up against the wall, and found that there was nothing at all to hang on to. He tried not to apply too much pressure to the slick surface of the wall, because if he were to add a little too much force, he would push himself off the ledge, and there would be nothing to pull him back. He stepped lightly, one foot in front of the other, and carefully made his way to the crevice, where Kilman took his hand and pulled him safely inside. He then turned to help Duncan, and then Garrett. Garrett was just about to the opening when the particle droids ran to the edge of the landing. Their legs suddenly turned into particle dust and allowed them to float out over the black abyss, carrying their upper torsos parallel to the ledge. Garrett tried to hurry faster and almost lost his balance. The droids began to fire their deadly weapons all around Garrett and the ledge. The ledge suddenly gave way, and Corbin barely grasped Garrett's wrist before he could fall any further. "Guys, help!" Corbin cried. Duncan and Kilman each grabbed Garrett's other arm and carefully pulled him up and into the thin cavern. "Where do we go now?" Bridget asked, as soon as Garrett was securely back on his feet. "This way!" Kilman yelled. Corbin and Duncan ran after Kilman, followed closely by Bridget and Garrett, as the kind droid dodged through the tunnel with the agility of a deer. Corbin did not want to take any more blows to the head, so he ran as low as possible, which slowed him down greatly, but he managed to somehow keep up, within reason. The thin tunnel soon led to another hallway that was fully lit and without sirens. The particle droids flew into the thin crevice single file and were soon on the trespassers' tails. If any of the foursome ran any slower or stopped, they were as good as dead. Kilman and the four friends bolted up and down more hallways, through more tunnels, and crawled on their hands and knees through several more ventilation shafts. Corbin became disoriented, and without Kilman, would surely become completely lost and probably never find his way. The group could sense the particle droids drawing closer. Kilman kicked the cover off the ventilation shaft that they were in and emerged into one last hallway. The hall was laid with beautiful red carpet and clean white walls. Kilman allowed his young friends to escape the shaft and slammed the cover back onto the vent, snapping it into place. "The base station is at the end of the hall, through the door on the left. If you need to go to the center of the ship, it is straight through to the other side," he said excitedly. "Thank you," Garrett said kindly, running down the hall. "How much time do you need?" Kilman asked. 25, maybe 30 minutes, Duncan responded. Kilman's heart sank. He did not know if he could hold the droids off for that long. "Well, hurry," he said. "I'll stall for as long as I can." "Thank you for all you've done," Duncan spoke. Kilman nodded. The foursome ran down the hall and through some more sliding doors that opened up to reveal a remarkable sight. The entire room was completely filled with state-of-the-art computers that stood in rows 6 feet high and 300 feet long, with a total of 24 rows. Corbin was astonished. "Where are we supposed to download this thing?" he shuddered. "I don't know," Duncan responded, somewhat dubiously. "Perhaps they have a small computer that resembles the one my father has." The foursome continued to walk past each long row until they came to rows 19 through 24. Above every row was a large sign that hung down from the ceiling that read, Omniverse. "Wait a minute," Garrett said timidly. "You mean we have to download information from 6 300-foot computers onto that tiny simulator?" "Apparently so," Duncan said affably. "Isn't technology wonderful?" "What are we looking for again?" Bridget asked. "We are looking for something that looks a lot like that," Corbin said, pointing to a large silver box that stood 4 feet high and had a keyboard that was just right for the Manabayan's large arms. "That must be it," Duncan said. He ran to the computer and began to perform the usual downloading procedures, locking the simulator's hard drive into place. "This is it. Good work, Corbin." "No problem." At that moment, Kilman yelled from outside as the droids overpowered him and dismantled his particle existence, ending his life. Kilman was gone. He had fought back bravely, and without him, Corbin, Duncan, Garrett, and Bridget would have been killed. The question now was, how much longer would they continue to be alive? "No!" Corbin cried, running for the door. Bridget stopped him. "Do not go out there," she demanded. "He was my friend." I know. Corbin stepped back and returned to Duncan and Garrett, just as the droids tore through the door and floated up and down every row of the computers. "They're coming! Hide!" Bridget yelled. The 4 friends hid as well as they could under a large mainframe that scarcely hid their bodies from view. "How many more minutes do we have until the download is complete?" Garrett whispered. Duncan looked at his watch. 21 minutes. 21 minutes! The droids briskly continued to search for the 4 intruders under every mainframe, even in the rafters of the ceiling. The Manabayions charged in from another door and began to aid in the search with powerful equipment that could pick up body heat. The friends huddled together and prayed one last time. All at once, a mist of fog suddenly rolled in from the center of the ship, and within minutes it had completely filled the room and covered every last computer. Even the 4 friends could not see who was 2 feet in front of their faces. Then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the fog was gone. 150 soldiers suddenly stood on top of the computers, and without analyzing the situation, leapt down and engaged in battle with the droids and Manabayans alike. Garrett paused to listen. "What is going on?" "Sounds like another war," Corbin admonished. "Maybe we should go take a look," Bridget said. "I'll go do it. I need to make sure that the simulator is still downloading properly," Duncan said, slowly crawling out from underneath the computer. "I just hope that if someone is fighting, that they're not damaging the computers, at least until after we're done." Duncan was gone for 5 minutes or so, then returned with the most bizarre, confused look on his face. "What is it? What's going on?" Bridget squealed with anticipation. "I don't believe it," Duncan said. "What?" "I have to go watch some more." Duncan crawled out from under the mainframe again. Bridget pulled him back. "Tell us what you saw," she insisted. "Yes, what did you see?" Corbin asked. "It's a very long story," Duncan said. "Tell us anyway, what did you see?" Corbin demanded louder. "Well, it's going to sound a bit strange, but it's a true story. It goes back to King Edward VI. He had his own army troops stationed at Sandringham, England, where they were based and trained during World War I. The troops, of course, volunteered to serve in the war because they figured it would be over in a few months. They were then shipped to the Dardanelles, which is now part of Turkey. They were known as the Norfolk Regiment. "The Norfolk Regiment?" Corbin said. Duncan ignored Corbin and continued with his story. During an attack against the Turkish army as the Norfolk Regiment headed toward a wooded area, a mist suddenly came down and the entire regiment of about 150 men completely disappeared and were never seen or heard from again. No trace of them was ever found. Some people said that the Turks massacred them, but no evidence of such a thing was ever discovered. They simply vanished without a trace. Who do you think conjured up the Norfolk Regiment through the simulator and brought them here? Corbin asked. I don't think anybody conjured them up through the simulator, Duncan said. Those are the actual soldiers. They must have hit some kind of time warp or something. Those are the actual soldiers? Garrett asked, stunned. Yes. Let's go watch, Bridget said, running out from under the shelter of the large mainframe and standing on the computer that was still downloading. Duncan grabbed the lightweight young girl around the waist and pulled her back to the ground. Get down or they'll see you, he ordered. But it was too late. Several Manabayions caught sight of her and swiftly began running straight for them. Chapter 15. The Manabayions bounded down the aisle, picking up more and more speed. 5 Norfolk soldiers countered their position and stopped the terrible creatures dead in their tracks. They enforced a counterattack that involved so many movements, stunts, and acrobats that the Manabayions grew dizzy and were quickly destroyed. Duncan was mesmerized. He had never seen such a defeat. He wanted to watch more of the great historical battle. Bridget set her arms akimbo. How much more time do we have? She asked impatiently. Duncan turned back to Bridget, then looked at the small computer. Oh, wow, about 2 minutes, he said with a smile. Time sure does fly. Bridget was not amused. Their life was on the line, and Duncan was caught up in his history lesson. Regardless of what anyone thought, Duncan continued to watch the battle rage on until a soft beep sounded from the computer and a tiny green light began to flicker, indicating completion. Duncan pulled the simulator loose from the interlocking grips on the computer with a snap and held the small device above his head. Downloading complete, he shouted victoriously. Now, let's put an end to these diabolical aliens. To the center of the ship, Corbin shouted. To the center of the ship, Duncan repeated. The foursome gathered up all their courage and once again began to run. The only course to the center of the ship, however, was a path directly through the battle. The friends ran past several Norfolk soldiers, over 30 or more damaged particle droids that lay damaged on the floor, and under the powerful legs of the Manabayions, until they finally reached the door that had been closed and locked. But they were very thankful to still be alive. Ram it, Corbin ordered. Give me a minute, Duncan said, tapping another code into the simulator. We don't have a minute. 4 Manabayions turned from the battle and began running at full speed toward the terrified team, followed by 5 or 6 Norfolk soldiers. Hurry! Bridget screamed. It's not working. It downloaded everything all right, but all of the other images were damaged. I guess it still has water and sand in its system. Corbin and Garrett began pounding on the door and trying to find another way in. Here we go, Duncan cheered. Let's try this image. Within seconds, the image solidified. It was a Manabayan. They photographed themselves? Corbin panicked. Duncan and Bridget dove to the ground on either side of the door. The massive beast snorted at Corbin and Garrett, lowered his head, and charged at the 2 friends like an angry bull at a bullfight. Corbin and Garrett merely stepped aside and allowed the Manabayan to ram the door with his thick head of bone. The door buckled, but did not break. The Manabayan knocked himself out and fell to the base of the door in an unconscious pile. Look out! Garrett called to Corbin. The 4 other Manabayans continued their rapid assault, tripped over the Manabayan image specter, and crashed through the door. The Norfolk troop followed, killed the Manabayons, and ran back into the battle as if nothing had happened. Duncan and Bridget jumped back to their feet and followed Corbin and Garrett through the open door. Corbin, Garrett, and Bridget lifted one of the Manabayans' heavy legs out of the way so that they could close the door behind them, while Duncan double-checked to make sure that he still had the epic simulator with him and had not dropped it when he jumped out of the way. "Close the door," Duncan ordered, but his friends were already one step ahead of him and had the door closed. "Tell us to lock it now?" Corbin said sarcastically. "Lock the door, quick!" "Too late. We already did that too," Corbin laughed. "Ha ha, very funny," Duncan scowled. "I thought so." The four friends climbed over the pile of lifeless Manabayans and slowly walked down into the enormous room. The entire center of the ship was as large as a football stadium and completely enclosed by exquisite wooden pillars and load-bearing support beams that rose all the way to the ceiling, the smallest being 35 to 40 feet wide and constructed from a solid tree trunk, most likely from some distant planet. Definitely not something Duncan had expected to see on a mothership. The whole expansion was reasonably dark and lit only by a large pond that could be measured to be about half the size of the football field. The rectangular pond did not contain water. Instead, it splashed, sprayed, swirled, and danced around with ultra-tiny particles of what appeared to be gold dust. To Corbin, the tiny particles looked much like the dust that the Egyptian spirits had used to construct each of the images back on Earth. Each little fragment could also change colors at any time. Some blue, others green or red, but most seemed to prefer yellow, because its radiant hues filled the entire vastness of the ship's core. They could not be gold dust. They seemed much, much too valuable. The foursome walked to the edge of the enormous pool. The sight of the unique particles dancing around with quick movement and brilliant flashes brought a strange ease to the minds of the four young spectators. The entire scene was spellbinding. The air that gently rolled across the minuscule waves smelled almost like a new car and tickled their noses. The particles jumped and every once in a while leapt from the bounds of the pond and landed on the arms or face of the four youths. The particles were oddly cold to the touch and would tingle and numb the skin on impact, sending unusual sparks of electricity up and down their arms and cheeks. Corbin could taste the electricity in the air. Every taste bud in his mouth shivered and came alive. It was far better than winter-fresh chewing gum. As the tiny specks began to crackle and snap like a blazing fire with each colliding movement, another startling sound suddenly erupted from above the pond. The friends glanced up and noticed two huge transformers that levitated on either end of the pond. They were suspended in mid-air by some unseen force given off by the invisible power of the particle dust. Each transformer belted out a very long, steady blue stream of electricity that flowed steadily between the two and was generated and controlled by the other. The electricity was obviously the main power source for the entire ship. "Jackpot," Duncan said. "What's that supposed to mean?" Bridget asked. "Bridget," Duncan whispered, "it is now time for us to part ways. I need to send you back to 1969 so that you won't get hurt." "No! This time I'm going to stay and die with you," the young girl cried indignantly. "I can't let you do that," Duncan responded, looking the girl directly in the eyes. I have to interrupt the main power beam that will set off a massive chain reaction and destroy this entire ship. It will probably kill everyone on board, including us. You can't stay. I'm not going back. You have given the orders long enough. I'm staying, and that's final. Garrett stepped forward. Maybe Duncan is right. It's the end for us now. We have to sacrifice our lives to save others. At least you'll still be alive. Bridget folded her arms and glared at the three young men. If it is the end for you, then it is the end for all of us. In a single bound, one Manabayan leapt over the pond from the other side and landed 30 feet away. The end so soon? The beast spoke modestly. Duncan backed up behind the group. Cover me while I retrieve a new image, he shouted. Gentlemen, gentlemen, please, there is no reason for violence, the creature reasoned, gliding a few steps closer, then stopping. I'm sure that we can reach some type of negotiation, some kind of middle ground here. Corbin waited for more Manabayans to appear, but none did. There are no more negotiations. You've had your chance. The creature spoke with as much dignity and clarity as a nobleman. My friends, I greatly admire how you have managed to penetrate our forces of security and reach the soul of our humble ship. That took great doing. But I must recur my last statement by saying that we must discuss this matter as the reasonable beings that we are. Corbin leaned over to Garrett, but kept his eyes keenly on the beast. Why is he talking like that? It's a trick! Don't listen to him! I just can't believe he can talk, Corbin said quietly. Galabite could talk. No, that's true. Duncan pressed the final button on the simulator, and within a blink of an eye, a powerful olive-green Apache helicopter flew through the air straight for the thundering blue electric current. Your reign of terror is over, Duncan shouted. May the Manabayans be vanquished forever. The helicopter flew faster. Once it would hit the blue stream, the entire explosion of the mothership would be far brighter than most stars in the sky. The Manabayan whipped out his Kenyan rod and slung it at the speeding helicopter like a practiced javelin thrower. The Kenyan rod spun smoothly through the air and wedged itself in the helicopter's propellers with the sound of twisting metal until the thin propellers could no longer spin and the craft fell from the sky like a bird that had been shot down. The huge helicopter plunged into the depths of the particle dust, and everybody in the room could sense the stench of death as billions of the tiny specks cried out with silent chirps. The particles proved themselves to be alive, and if every one of the images was made and crafted from the same dust, then they proved themselves to be alive too. And not strictly for games of any human or alien alike. The Manabayan watched as the huge transformer sank through the air to a point 3 feet above the pond, then returned slowly to their original spot in the sky, renewing the blue beam to its full brightness. Do you realize that your golden dust is alive and you just killed 1/3 of them? Duncan shouted, as angry as ever. The Manabayan turned to the 4 youngsters and began to speak in tones that revealed no regard for the tiny lives that were lost. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Azure Day. I am one of the high commanders of this glorious regime. I see that you do not fully understand the power and benefit that we are to the human race, my dear young lads and young lass. Imagine for a brief moment, if you will, that you wish to travel. You can conjure up any beach or city in the world and never leave your own state or country. Imagine if you were traveling back home early one morning from an expensive hotel and you find that you have forgotten your wallet or purse back in your room. You can easily conjure up a brand new one, with every item that you had in the last, down to the very last frugal coin. Imagine also that you lock your keys in your car. You can simply have another set appear in the palm of your hand. My young friends, everything that I offer you is far better than just watching reruns on television. You can have any source of entertainment that you wish, or even uncover government scandals if you so desire. It's interesting that you say we can uncover government scandals, because in a way, that is what you are doing right here today, Garrett said. Yeah, Corbin added. Every image costs money, so when you buy the image of a new set of keys, it's as if you're buying a new set of regular keys anyway. If you leave your wallet or purse in a hotel room, who's to say that another person won't find it and use your ID? And though I thought that it was a terrific idea at first, I now find that moving entire cities all over the map is not really such a good idea, especially at the cost of so many lives. I had to change my way of thinking, and I think you should too. Duncan had noticed how the transformers had sunk from the air when the golden dust had been distracted from the helicopter's plunge, and had a wonderful idea. If the transformers only levitated when the dust energy was whole and completely focused upward, then he would have to find another distraction that would certainly not harm the little particles, but at the same time be unable to be knocked down by any keying rod or any other device. But what could be powerful enough, calm enough, and could not be controlled by man or alien? Duncan had it. The weather. Azure Day immediately sensed that Duncan was up to something. He backed away and ordered for backup support in some strange foreign tongue. Duncan smiled a sinister grin. "This had better be good, Duncan," Corbin shouted. "We only have one shot." Armed Manabayions charged in and filled the room. Deadly particle droids floated in seconds later and hovered above, drifting near the ceiling. All seemed still for a moment as one tiny snowflake drifted and fluttered down, landing on Bridget's nose. "Oh boy," Corbin said, disconcertingly. Azure Day gave the order to charge. Every Manabayan howled, clutched their keying rods tightly, held them above their heads, and advanced. The four friends had nowhere to run. They dropped to their knees and prepared for the worst. From the north, a powerful gust of wind sailed in and knocked the Manabayans back temporarily. The wind was a frigid, bitter, cold Arctic storm that could freeze every cell in one's body and quickly send them into a cryogenic state. The Manabayans tried once again to advance through the storm, but found that their agility had been greatly reduced by the sudden cold temperatures. A thick white snow, along with freezing sleet and rain, poured down in an unprecedented arc, making vision impossible, even for eyesight that was as sophisticated as the Manabayans. White powder soon built up and covered the entire length of the pond. Hundreds of Manabayans tried their best to sweep the powder off, but the snow continued down steadily and soon covered the Manabayans as well. Not even the red-hot anger of the creatures could melt the snow. The four friends huddled together to share body heat. Corbin glanced through the rapidly falling white flakes and noticed glimpses of Azure Day fumbling through the snow toward them. "Shut it down now," Azure Day shouted. "I order you." "We've seen what you've done," Corbin shouted back. "Your epic simulator only causes mass confusion. It is now impossible to tell the real from the unreal, the truth from a lie. "Then you shall die," the beast snorted. "Then we will die for Kilman." Duncan tried to find another image that could help. His frozen fingers unsteadily pressed the appropriate buttons. The simulator locked up. "Not now," he pleaded. He hit the side of the simulator as hard as his frozen hands would allow. Nothing happened. He tried again, then a third time. It was useless. Another image suddenly popped up on the small display screen. It was not what Duncan had in mind, but it would certainly do. He hit the purple Assemble Receive button and waited for his image to show up. More Manabayions bounded up onto the frozen pond to help wipe the snow off. Every snowflake was twice the size of each tiny golden particle, and frost was quickly setting in to freeze one particle of dust to the next, keeping them in a safe, suspended animation. The freezing Arctic storm was getting colder by the minute. Particle droids floated in two groups at either end of the pond, trying desperately to hold on to the two large transformers and keep them suspended in midair. Their hands and arms slowly froze to the cold metal. Their eyes and ears were frozen shut, and large icicles began to form on their lower extremities, weighting them down. They dropped from the air inch by inch. When they hit the ground, the beam would break and the ship would explode. The Manabayions' only hope to save the ship was to get the simulator away from Duncan. They quickly assembled a small force and charged at the four unsuspecting friends, who were, at this point, no longer terrified of the Manabayions. They knew that their story was over, no matter where they went or what they decided. They remained unfearful and unafraid. The Manabayions bore down one step at a time through the thick drifts of snow and powerful gusts of wind toward the fearless foursome. The thick, rich snow crackled under the weight of their 6 muscular legs. They began to pick up speed as their evil hearts raced and their wicked blood began to flow once again. This time it was over. Duncan looked around for his image. Where was it? It had been far too long. Chapter 16. Corbin, Duncan, Garrett, and Bridget did not move. They closed their eyes and allowed the frigid Arctic wind to freeze their eyelashes together, to blind them from what was about to happen. The Manabayions trotted up to the frozen group and looked over their cold, stiff bodies. One Manabayan knocked Corbin down, face first into the soft snow that had piled up to his thighs. Corbin was too frozen to move. The Manabayan placed his heavy front limb square on the young man's back so that he was pinned to the floor. Corbin still showed no signs of movement. The angry beast scooped Corbin up with his powerful forearm, squeezed him until most of the ice that had built up on his skin began to crack, and abruptly placed the boy into his large mouth and swallowed him whole. Corbin slid down the monster's rough tongue and throat, which felt very much like wet sandpaper, until he found himself in the tight, dark, rubbery stomach of the beast. Garrett was the next to slide down, followed by Duncan and then Bridget. It was so dark and so tight that Garrett's feet were shoved into Corbin's face. No one uttered any final words. Now that the Manabayions had finished off their enemies, they turned their attention to the rapidly descending transformer. The droids had held on to the extremely heavy boosters with everything they had, and now hovered only inches above the frozen pond. The Manabayions walked as fast as their ice-covered legs would allow, stepped out onto the frozen pond, and struggled desperately to lift the transformers back into the air. Stomach acid soon covered Corbin and his friends and began to burn. The strange heat began to melt the ice that covered their bodies from head to toe. The wind suddenly began to shift and blow from the west, giving the Manabayions the advantage to lift the Transformers back to their original position. But out of the blinding snow ran another force that appeared indefinably unstoppable, the force that Duncan had called upon. The Manabayions turned their heads in unison and watched the strange army run out of the shadows and across the snow-covered field. They wore very colorful uniforms. 25 or more marching black and red uniforms, another 25 or more matching blue and white uniforms, and still others sported purple and silver, among many, many other colors. But none carried weapons. The Manabayions noticed this and snorted in gross laughter at how easy the challenge would be once they pulled forth their Kenyan rods. But they still had to wonder who the strange stampeding army was. It was no army. It was the Chicago Bears, the Dallas Cowboys, Oakland Raiders, Minnesota Vikings, New York Giants, among a few other selected teams from the National Football League. The Manabayions again snorted their laughter in epileptic convulsions and continued to hoist the Transformers upwards again. They began to stand on top of one another, forming a virtually indestructible tower until the Transformers were halfway back to their original position. Inside the tight belly, the four friends had thawed completely with body temperatures that were now reaching between 99 and 101 degrees Fahrenheit. Oxygen was running scarce in the tight, steamy quarters, and each gasped for air. The football teams plowed head first into the rigid aliens. The tower of mass that they had formed did not budge. The teams were thrown back along the slippery ice and fell into a large dog pile. They stumbled back to their feet and took a few minutes to form a new huddle and discuss every play and plan of action. The huddle broke, and each player clapped once to show acknowledgement of the plan. They took their stance and leaned forward. 98, 42, 36, hike! Hike! Each and every defensive and offensive player charged, digging their cleats into the snow, and thundered into the base of the tower. The Manabayan structure gave way as the teams continued on through, even though many players were crushed by the massive creatures as they fell. The Transformers dropped dramatically, but were caught 7 feet from the ground by more flying particle droids. The blue beam did not break. The Manabayan on top fell from the tower of aliens, crashed into the powerful beam, and exploded, freeing the four friends from their captor's warm stomach as he was ripped apart by the electrical current. The rest of the Manabayans collapsed into a useless heap that spread out over most of the pond. None of the creatures could move, for each was tangled up in the other's struggling legs. They were piled deep in the thick snow, and their own weight worked against them, trapping the ones down below. The four young friends flew through the air as sleet and more freezing snow slapped against their faces and arms. They landed in a soft pile of drifted snow that had built up 10 feet deep against the far wall. The impact sobered them fast. They were not going to give up again until they had made sure the Manabayans had been destroyed once and for all. Corbin pulled himself free from the small hill of snow and helped Garrett and Duncan out as well. The three young men began to sift through the snow to find Bridget, but she was buried too deep. "I'll get her out," Duncan said. He took the simulator in his hand, hit 3 buttons, and within seconds Bridget came flying out of the delicate white powder, flew in a circle around the boys' heads like a witch on a broomstick, and slowly landed back on her feet. "Wow, a girl could get used to that," Bridget said. "What, flying or being a witch?" Corbin said as a joke. "That's not funny," Bridget sneered. "I'm sorry," Corbin apologized. "Well, I should say so," Bridget said, turning her back to all 3 boys. "We have work to do," Duncan interrupted. "Come on." The 4 friends were now somewhat warm thanks to the Manabayan's warm stomach, which gave them the advantage, at least for a while. So they had to strike fast. They gazed through the thick snow that continued to pour down and noticed that the Manabayions were forming another tower, and the transformers were once again ascending toward the high ceiling. "Let's get 'em!" Corbin shouted. The friends forged through the storm, hoping that it was as difficult for the aliens as it was for them. In due course they came to 7 Kenyan rods that had been either dropped or set aside by the Manabayions. In either respect, it was their good fortune. They each picked up a separate rod and continued on before the chill set in again. Azure Day caught sight of the approaching team and maneuvered his frozen body into their path. You've done very well, you young friends," the alien chattered. But let's put an end to this foolishness right now." "Will you return to space and leave our planet alone?" Corbin shouted, in disgust. Because of you four, I will make it my personal quest to destroy every inch of your forsaken planet. It will be my first order of business." "Then it's not over between us," Duncan yelled. "Prepare to die." Azure Day pulled forth his Kenyan rod and slammed it down toward Duncan's head. His frozen arms crackled with every movement, reducing the initial power that he would have had. Duncan clasped his rod tightly with both hands and held the long, heavy scepter over his head for protection. The 2 Kenyan rods collided with a crash, sending both bodies bouncing away from the collision. Corbin and Garrett positioned themselves on either side of the beast and tried their best to knock the legs out from underneath him, but the creature merely leapt over each staff in turn. "We're not playing jump rope here," Bridget shouted, as she ran straight for the Manabayan's underbelly. She held her rod out in front of her like a long, sharp lance that was used by knights in jousting tournaments. The heavy rod was too awkward for her to hang on to. It dropped into the snow and flung the young girl up and over the large alien like a pole vault champion. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett watched the young girl sail over the alien and land hard on the ground. "Are you okay?" Corbin shouted. Bridget returned to her feet and dusted off the snow. "I'm fine," she said. Duncan picked up her Kenyan rod, tossed it to Garrett, who in turn passed it to Bridget. "Hold it in the middle," Corbin called out. "Okay, I will." The friends now had Azure Day completely surrounded on all 4 sides. "Attack!" Duncan ordered. The 4 friends scurried through the snow that grew deeper all the time, making running more and more impossible. They each pounded their rods into a separate leg as Duncan focused more on the head and neck. Azure Day snarled and twisted his head so that Duncan could not get a good shot. He had nowhere to move. His legs were being battered frantically. He tried kicking, but his legs were too frozen. He swung his rod to the left and then to the right with as much accuracy as he could summon, but Duncan would only back away and charge again in between air-slicing swings. Corbin suddenly felt the cold wind whip against his body. The dangerously mind-numbing temperatures were beginning to get to him again and dramatically slow him down. But the energy that he was exerting with the Kenyan rod was temporarily keeping his innards reasonably warm, but he still wished that he had a coat. Other Manabayions emerged from the storm on all sides to help do battle. They cut through the icy rain with an aura of death. Corbin, Garrett, and Bridget turned away from Azure Day to confront the other evil aliens. It was up to Duncan to destroy the leader. He had to do it now. The room soon filled with the sound of metal Kenyan rods slamming into each other. Corbin, Duncan, Garrett, and Bridget each spun their rods through the air, catching the creature's rods or crippling their front limbs. It was a show of sight and sound. The 4 friends were just getting warmed up, but what capabilities the aliens had left was still unknown. Duncan began to strike the creature's neck and front legs repeatedly, one after another, and then switched around to throw the alien off. Azure Day swung his rod one last time, belted out a long, eerie, painful howl, and collapsed to the ground, sending snow flying back into the air from the force of his great weight. The other Manabayions abruptly ceased doing battle, dropped their Kenyan rods, and sorrowfully backed away. Azure Day must have been a higher dignitary than I thought, Duncan said quietly to himself. Finish him off, Corbin cried. Duncan raised his rod above the alien's throat and prepared to slam it down. I can't do it, he cried. What? I just can't do it. After all that he has done? Corbin shouted. I thought that we were on a mission. We are, Duncan said, lowering his rod. Let's just take down the transformers. I am proud of you, Bridget said. So am I, Garrett added. Wait a minute. Am I missing something? Corbin declared. Once those transformers are down, we'll all be dead anyway, so finish the beast off. You do it, Duncan said. He's all yours. Not so fast, Corbin exclaimed. It's your battle. You should be the one to... Azure Day grumbled and pulled himself to his feet. Duncan panicked. Corbin, follow me. We need to jam the transformers. The two young men quickly ran to opposite ends of the pond and hurled their Kenyan rods into the air. Each rod would have to fly through the air and wedge themselves into the voltage chutes at the exact same moment, to cut off the beam and shut down the power to the ship. Corbin shivered as he watched his rod spiral through the gusting wind directly on target. He turned and peered through the continually falling snow and noticed Duncan's rod coincided with his own in form, grace, and thrust. This was it. Corbin's rod hit the mark directly, embedding itself deep into the valuable machinery. The beam flickered. Duncan's rod sailed directly to the beam, but was knocked from its path by another gust of freezing wind. All hopes were dashed as the rod fell to the ground and landed in the soft snow with a silent poof. Within the blink of an eye, two Manabayions snatched the boys from the ground and carried them reluctantly back to Azure Day. They firmly planted their feet back into the snow while still holding on tightly to both of their arms. Nice try, Azure Day stuttered. Bridget and Garrett walked up behind Azure Day with their Kenyan rods still thirsty to do battle, but Azure Day paid them no mind. Your noble effort has been depleted and will reap no further benefits, Azure Day continued. Corbin's frozen mind desperately searched for more possible efforts to shut the ship down. He should have known better than to let Duncan throw the rod. Duncan had never been the athletic type, and never could have thrown anything as heavy as a Kenyan rod to anything as high as the transformers. He should have suggested that Garrett throw it instead. But wait, Garrett was still free. Maybe there was still a chance. Azure Day turned and began walking directly toward Bridget. Garrett, Corbin shouted, throw your rod into the beam! Throw your rod into the beam! Garrett nodded and began running to the other end of the pond. Manabayions rapidly converged on the fleeing boy, ripping the Kenyan rod from his helpless grip, and returned him to Azure Day, where they held him in the same lock-tight grasp that confined Corbin and Duncan. Azure Day glided on the ice and seized Bridget's Kenyan rod before she could take another jab at him. He threw the rod to the ground and wrapped his snake-like front legs around the girl's waist, turned, and held her up into the air. Let me go, she screamed, kicking wildly and pounding her fist as hard as she could against the beast's muscular femoral bicep. Don't you dare harm her, Duncan cried. Put her down and kill us, Corbin begged. Kill us! Azure Day did not look at the young men. He merely pointed to the football teams that had been frozen by some unseen force besides ice. The teams vanished from the ship like a mirage, one after another, until every one was completely gone. Garrett began to plea bargain with the monster. "Return Bridget to the Earth, and you can perform any torture that you see fit on us, but please don't harm her." "No more games," Azure Day bellowed. Suddenly, at that moment, sparks flew from the transformer. The blue beam flickered once again and almost died. Azure Day stood motionless. The blue beam shut off. Both transformers plunged to the pond below, blacking out the entire ship until the electrical stream crackled back to life, restoring all power back to the ship and causing the transformers to hover weakly 11 feet above the pond. No alien or man moved. The beam's brightness increased twofold. An explosion was definite. The electrical stream grew brighter still until the Kenyan rod began to glow bright red from the heat surging within its metallic atoms. Bridget briefly ended her struggling and watched the unique sight with strange wonder as the Kenyan rod melted and the transformers once again took their original position near the ceiling and flowed as if nothing had ever happened at all. The snowstorm instantly came to a halt, and again the massive room filled with the vibrant golden rays of light as the pond began to melt and the particles' energy lifted the transformers to their full and steady equilibrium. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett exchanged glances of paranoia and struggled to get free. The Manabayions only tightened their bone-crushing grips, causing the circulation of blood to cease flowing to their hands and fingers until they grew numb. "I hereby order that any and all epic images be brought to a halt and no further images be conjured up," Azure Day ordered. He then turned to another dastardly alien standing to his right. "From this point on, I want to screen all images and destroy all of those that might be a threat. I also only want to sell epiconizers to humans that have had a 7-year background check. Kill all of those that might rebel." The Manabayions grunted something in return and fled the arena. "Guys!" Bridget screamed, and with one final jolt, she hung motionless in the air. Azure Day turned loose of the girl and marveled at his victory as time itself had entrapped Bridget like a movie that had been set on pause. Bridget was suspended in time and space, and the lowest part of her body, her feet, hung an estimated 10 feet above the ground. By Duncan's deduction, Azure Day was the only one that could release her. Any attempt by anyone else to move her was possible, but would not be easy. Azure Day had called checkmate. "She never found her mother," Corbin asserted in a rebuke of anger. "That's too bad," Azure Day said, musingly. "Maybe you will think twice before trying to defy us again." He sneered, ordering the other Manabayan to follow him. The Manabayans picked up the 3 boys from the ground, grabbing them around the waist, which allowed the blood to flow back to their arms, and trotted along after Azure Day without saying a word. Azure Day pulled Bridget's motionless body from the air with a whipping snap and led the party to the other side of the pond, all the while spewing his plans to destroy the earth. Corbin did not listen. Instead, he preoccupied himself with the warmth that was now filling the room, allowing the small bursts of warm air to thaw out his cheeks, ears, and nose. The Manabayans marching in procession soon came to a large door that lay buried under the snow. The door slid open automatically and revealed the deep, black abyss that the 3 friends had seen and walked along the ledge earlier. That point must have been several floors down. Corbin squirmed in a final effort to free himself, but knew that it would all be in vain. He was right. He watched as the snow that had piled up over the door slowly trickled downward into the eternity and disappeared into the darkness. He swallowed hard, knowing that he was next. Azure Day was at his supreme evil. He held Bridget up over his head and without a conscience threw her down into the deep pit. "No!" Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett cried. "There goes your fair maiden, Sir Corbin, Sir Duncan, Sir Garrett," Azure Day laughed, evoking his devious laughter. "Perhaps you should rescue her." Before Corbin had time to think, he found himself flung into the dark abyss. He tried flinging his arms around as he would if he were swimming, but moved nowhere but straight down. Duncan and Garrett soon followed. The air flew through Corbin's hair and whipped through his clothing. The force caused him to tumble haphazardly until he found himself falling with his back downward and looking back up at the silhouette of his free-falling friends. He glanced past them and caught one last glimpse of Azure Day as the opening to the chasm closed. Chapter 17. Corbin stared off into the darkness. Never before had failure so overwhelmed a young man. A quiet noise rustled just inches away. Corbin suddenly realized that he was no longer falling. He quickly rolled away from the strange noise and felt loose soil roll under his torso. Had he been asleep? He wasn't sure. He extended his arm cautiously away from the protection of his body, scooped up a giant handful of cold soil, and let the majority of it slide back down to the ground through his thin fingers. He slammed the rest of the soil down and rolled over until he was looking up into the heavens. His eyes suddenly began to focus on a vast multitude of stars that completely covered the night sky for as far as the eye could see in all directions. The silent noise came again. Corbin listened more carefully this time. It sounded like the snoring of his friend Garrett. His eyes focused harder until Garrett's outline could be seen in the dim starlight. Garrett rolled over and moaned, "Where are we?" "I don't know," Corbin calmly answered, slowly standing up. "It doesn't matter where we are," Duncan's voice echoed from the darkness. "Either way, we've lost the battle." Corbin felt a little more optimistic. "Maybe if we could figure out where we are, we could..." Duncan walked into view carrying Bridget's stiff, time-entrapped, frozen body. "This is all that we have left of the epic images, until the Manabayions can recuperate," he said, trying to stand the girl back onto her feet and watching her tip over. Corbin dashed over and caught her before she hit the ground. "What do you suggest we do?" he said, holding Bridget upright. Duncan did not answer. Garrett sat up. "We still have the omniverse information that we downloaded. Maybe we can give it to King Tut. Maybe he'll know what to do with it." "I'm not sure where King Tut is," Duncan said. "And besides, I'm not entirely sure that he is our friend. He was very nice to us, but he still has ties to the Manabayions." "I will always be your friend," a young, majestic voice echoed from all around. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett looked out into the hidden reaches of the night, but saw no one. All at once, King Tutankhamun descended from above. He wore the very same golden armor and long crimson cape that the boys had last seen him in. He descended alone and stood in the middle of their makeshift circle, and smiled. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett dropped to their knees once again. "I will always be your friend," the young king repeated. "I now understand what the right to privacy truly means. I would like to make amends. Sometimes I like to be alone, too." "Are you truly sorry?" Corbin said. He tried to swallow his words, but it was too late. He could not believe that he would say such a thing to a king. "I truly apologize," King Tut said, bowing his head. "Now, do you forgive me?" Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett looked at each other with bewilderment, and then back at the boy king. We do, Corbin said softly. King Tut smiled again. Good. Then let us destroy the Manabayions. But you made a deal with the Manabayions for eternal life, Duncan said. If you destroy the Manabayions, you too will be killed. You, my friends, have put your life on the line. It is now time for me to do the same. How do we destroy the Manabayions? Garrett asked. Yeah, Duncan threw in. Surely we can't do it without the epic images. But you have epic images, King Tut answered. No, we don't. Last every epic image has been time entrapped. You have the omniverse downloaded, do you not? Yes. Then you have everything that you need. The omniverse is the basic building information for every last image that the Manabayions recorded. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett looked in wonder at the boy king as the shadows of the night danced across his face. That would make us almost invincible, Corbin said. King Tut nodded. But you need only one image. I need you to decipher code 9273. What is that code? Corbin asked. It is the code for the liquid red bomb. Each tiny robotic red bomb is far, far superior to that of the standard atomic bomb. Wait a minute, Duncan said. I've never read anything about this liquid red bomb. Are you sure that it was here on Earth, and the Manabayions recorded it? King Tut backed away, as if he was trying to hide something. Never mind what government was foolish enough to develop the bomb. It was a mistake, I'm sure. I just need you to decipher code 9273. You're the only one that can conjure it up from the simulator. But I will have Romuli and Kalijah aid in the assembly process. Romuli and Kalijah approached from the east until their shadowed figures stood rigidly at the edge of the circle. The two beings that had once been tiny infants and 10-year-olds were now Corbin's age, but stood a little taller. It will take some time to decipher the code, King Tut said, so I will leave you to it. I'll see what I can do, Duncan replied. King Tut turned away. For the next hour or so, Corbin, Garrett, and the boy king conversed about ancient Egyptian culture, compared to that of the modern-day political society, each taking 30 minutes to defend or tear down the other's political strategy or the government's conspiracies and cover-ups. Things are no different back then than they are today, Garrett said finally. Meanwhile, Duncan worked frantically on the simulator's code, under the dim, flickering light of a torch. Corbin grew tired of the political talk and walked over to Duncan. Are you finished yet? He asked. Just about, Duncan answered, not looking at Corbin. Just a couple more steps. Corbin slowly turned and walked out into the darkness some distance. He turned back, kicking sand up with his foot, and listened to Garrett and Tut's conversation. He could not tell what they were saying, but it sounded like a heated debate. Suddenly something crackled from Duncan's direction, breaking the silence of the desert night. I did it! Duncan shouted. Corbin ran back to Duncan and arrived a little after Garrett and King Tut had gotten there. I did it! Duncan shouted again. I pulled up the image, and Romuli and Kalijah breathed life into it with some spiritual thing, and we pulled it off. I can't believe it. I knew that the encoded information was compact, but I never knew it would be that hard to decipher. Corbin ignored Duncan's excitement and marveled at the small red bombs that swirled about them in the air like a flurry of fruit flies swarming around a ripe watermelon at a picnic. Each red device was as big around as a marble and hummed rhythmically as its slick, shiny surface darted almost aimlessly among the thousands of other explosive detonators. The vast plume of bombs swirled higher and higher into the air. This is amazing, Garrett spoke. Yeah, Corbin agreed. They almost look like little water balloons, except with a lot thicker rubber. The bomb rose higher still. They spun faster until they were almost one giant red blur, and the humming had become one long constant tone. The stifling smell of smoke and the taste of destruction filled the air from the gentle breeze that the bombs exerted. "What do we do now?" Duncan asked. "How do we send them to the mothership?" "I think you know the answer to that," King Tut responded. "Me? I don't know the answer to that. Tell me." "Your future self once told me the answer, and time repeats itself." "What did I say?" Duncan demanded. The boy king said nothing more. "What did I say?" Duncan repeated angrily. "What did I tell you?" He then looked through the darkness at Bridget standing stately in the sand. She had been propped up by a piece of wood that Corbin had found somewhere. Duncan looked the girl over for a minute and was suddenly hit by inspiration. "Of course," he said, turning back to King Tut. "The Norfolk Regiment." The boy king smiled and nodded. "What do they have to do with anything?" Garrett questioned. "When I saw them on the ship, I noticed that they were the real soldiers and not epic images. That means they must have been sucked up by the Manabayan Triangle." "The Manabayan Triangle," Corbin gasped. "That's probably how we arrived here in Egypt in the first place, and how we arrived back down here from the mothership. We flew through the triangle." King Tut again smiled and nodded. "So, we will send the liquid red bombs back through the triangle to the center of the mothership and destroy it once and for all," Duncan said. "But the Norfolk Regiment fought in Turkey. That's some distance from the triangle," Garrett said, with a puzzled air. "Yeah, but anything can be sucked up into the triangle that big," Corbin returned. "Wait a minute, though," Duncan said. "The Norfolk Regiment couldn't have been sucked up into the triangle because my father made up the third corner only a couple of years ago." King Tut stepped forward. "You were lied to," he said. "The triangle has been there since the Manabayans arrived." "That can't be. I couldn't have been lied to." "The Manabayans lied to everybody." Duncan lowered his head sorrowfully. "Then if those monsters won't leave on their own terms, we'll make them leave. Where do I send the bombs?" 45 degrees to the northwest, straight up," King Tut explained. Duncan took the epic simulator in hand and looked around at his friends for their final approval. Nobody uttered a sound, so he proceeded promptly to discharge the bombs further into the air. "Duncan, look out!" Corbin shouted before Duncan could finish the process. Duncan's feet were immediately knocked out from underneath him by another Kenyan rod. The young man flew into the air, landed on his back, and looked up into the faces of 10 Manabayans bent on his murder. "Give us the epiconizer," the first Manabayan ordered. "You will perish long before I ever give you the simulator," Duncan yelled, clenching the small device tighter in his hand. The Manabayan revolted with a sudden thrust of his Kenyan rod down toward Duncan's head. Duncan rolled out of the way just as the metal rod embedded itself into the deep, soft brown earth where his head had been seconds before. He continued to roll because he knew it would not be too much longer before the evil beast would try another smashing blow. The Manabayan did just that. He performed a concerto of annihilating bangs, bashes, thuds, and ground-ripping strikes that tore the land apart as Duncan made his way down a slight hill. The other Manabayans charged toward Corbin, Duncan, and the king, but were quickly thrown back by a powerful green electrical bolt of lightning that flowed steadily from the fingertips of Romuli and Kalijah. "Who are you guys?" Corbin implored. Corbin did not have much time for an answer. The Manabayans sprang back and overpowered the two spirit children with brute force. The two youths fought back as best they could until it was no longer possible for them to succeed. They melted like water through the alien's grip and were absorbed by the sand like a sponge. Good. They're safe for now, King Tut said. They will return someday. You betrayed us, the Manabayions cried as they next leapt for the king. Leave now and we will let you live in peace, King Tut said. The aliens laughed and swung their Kenyan rods through King Tut's apparitional body. The boy king answered their threat with a solid green electrical current of his own. It's just as well they tried that to Tut, Corbin said to Garrett. We can't really let them live in peace, knowing what they might do to another planet. Duncan began to crawl, then ran back to the unsure safety of his friends, his adversary close on his heels. King Tut ended the lives of 3 Manabayions, causing 3 more to flee back through the triangle. 4 aliens remained and surrounded the small, timid group. Corbin snatched Bridget from the certain blow that would come from the beast that had been pursuing Duncan. The creature growled and vehemently struck the frozen girl in the waist before Corbin could place her behind his back. The blow glanced off the girl with a loud clank and protected Duncan from a blow that was meant for him. Is she all right? Garrett cried. Corbin looked her over while there was a respite in the battle. Yeah, she's fine. I should have thought so, King Tut said. She is trapped in time, and nothing that happens at any other point in time can harm her. Here they come again, Duncan shouted. Corbin blocked another blow from the Kenyan rod, using Bridget's hips, then spun around and blocked 2 more blows using her arms and legs. Use some more electricity, Garrett shouted to the king. I can't. The Manabayions only gave me a limited supply. I'll have to recharge some backup power. The Manabayions' onslaught grew worse from all sides. Corbin tried his best to ward off their attack. He continued to use Bridget as a human shield, spinning and blocking, spinning and blocking. He dared not use her as a weapon for fear that they might snatch her away. Try sending the bombs, Garrett bellowed. Right, Duncan declared. The Manabayions soon made their way past Corbin's hopeless shielding efforts and headed straight for Duncan. King Tut used the little energy he had left to lift himself off the ground and float just above the heads of the Manabayions. He could not hang there forever. Duncan punched the proper code into the simulator. Abruptly, the small device was ripped from his hand just as he was about to hit the last button and seal the alien's fate. The Kenyan rod slammed into his right hand. Pain surged through his fingers and shot up his arm. He doubled over in agony and begged for mercy. Somehow, from all of the commotion, the simulator flew into the shallows of the night. King Tut descended to retrieve it, but was quickly captured and held in restraint. I'll get it, Corbin shouted, handing Bridget to Garrett. The young man dashed out into the darkness. He could not see a thing. He could only hear the aliens bearing down on him. He ran and tripped over something hard in the sand. His hands instinctively reached for the object and felt its rough, sandy surface. It was only a rock. He remained on his hands and knees, and with his 10 fingers fully erect and outstretched like probing, searching tentacles, he desperately scoured through the sand. Hurry! Garrett shouted, holding off 2 Manabayions at one time. Duncan continued to cry in pain. All at once, Corbin noticed the simulator's small screen reflecting in the dim moonlight. He crawled toward it as fast as he could, but the small device was kicked out of the way when the massive Manabayan landed in front of him. He continued to crawl through the Manabayan's legs, regardless of what might happen to him, when he suddenly felt the ground shake from another deadly blow of the Kenyan rod. The Manabayan grunted his sinister laugh and sat his weight down onto Corbin, trapping the boy between his large, solid bovine body and the sand that briefly gave way to his small frame. Corbin pushed his head past the thick layers of rough skin and managed to take in one last breath of air, when he noticed the simulator just out of reach. He tried to maneuver his left hand free from the bone-crushing weight, but it would not budge. He tried his right arm, and after several fleeing seconds, finally extended his hand into the night. The beast noticed the hand struggling for freedom and took another stabbing blow. He missed. He attempted it again, but Corbin pulled his hand away just in the nick of time. Corbin paused briefly, and then took another quick stab at grabbing the simulator. He brushed the edge with his fingertips and pulled it back rapidly. Again, the keening rod slammed down. Corbin waited for the Manabayan to lift his rod, and he went for it again. He used momentum to slide his body over the loose grains of sand until he felt himself move an inch. He stretched his arm past its possible limits and grasped the simulator with 2 fingers. He did it. He pulled the small, elusive gadget to within seeing distance. But what button was he supposed to push? The only one he could make out clearly was the purple one. The Manabayan roared. Corbin pushed the button. The bombs lifted high into the sky. They spun around each other with great speed and drifted like large atomic particles to the northwest, right on target. The Manabayan stood, allowing Corbin to regain his freedom. The creature howled and ran to a position underneath the departing bombs, where he stood with his fellow aliens and watched helplessly as the small destructors sailed away faster. The aliens howled together in a steady, eerie tone. Possibly they were trying to send a message, contrived in mental telepathy, back to the mothership. But Corbin was not about to let that happen. Corbin stumbled back to his feet and approached Garrett. He snatched Bridget away and charged at the despicable, vile aliens. The bombs disappeared into the triangle, and within valuable seconds, the mothership exploded from within, bursting into a massive, sweltering red, orange, and yellow fireball that lit up the night sky as if it were day. Corbin stopped his assault and allowed his eyes to adjust to the new daylight. He looked around and noticed the sand was just as tan and reflective as it would have been at noon. The sky shone bright blue as new life and new hope began to emerge. The vermin were dead. King Tut rubbed both of his biceps to relieve the pain the Manabayans had inflicted by holding him so tight. Soon the pain was gone. He walked over to Duncan and knelt down. "Are you all right, my friend?" he spoke. "No, my hand, it's broken," Duncan cried. "Here, let me see." The king gently took his hand and looked it over. "You are correct. It is broken in 7 places, but I can fix that." He waved his right hand over Duncan's wounded hand 3 times. "There you are," he said at last. "The bones are healed, but it will still be painful for some time." Duncan took his hand back and gently rubbed it. "Thank you," he said. Corbin and Garrett stood together, looking up high into the sky at the skeleton of the mothership that continued to burn and produce glorious streams of warm daylight. Then they noticed another fabulous sight. The particle dust had survived the blast. The multicolored dust poured forth from the wreckage, swirled like a flock of birds, danced in formation like explosive fireworks, and disappeared out into space, free at last. The 4 remaining Manabayans snorted in total disgust and bounded out into the desert, leaving only their tracks in the sand behind. Corbin laughed out of relief. He could honestly never say that he had ever been happier at any other point in his entire life. His mission had been completed, and there was nothing like having a completed project that can bring more joy. He continued to watch the spectacular burning ship in the sky and realized that this was indeed better than anything that he could have purchased. Suddenly, smaller explosions filled the sky for miles in all directions. Corbin flinched. "What is that?" Duncan stood, still rubbing his swollen hand. "That must be the Manabayan satellites. All 200 of them." "That they are," King Tut confided. Corbin smiled and turned to his 3 cohorts. "Fellas," he said, "we have officially succeeded." The 4 young men cheered, laughed, danced, and sang. The heavy, deadly burden had been lifted from their minds, bodies, and souls. It was now time to kick back and have some fun. Chapter 18. America. 3:17 a.m. Millions of people swarmed over the walls and protective barriers that surrounded the Manabayions' epic park, devastating all that was inside. Their hearts swelled with revenge and relief as they dismantled the many rides in the park in the course of 45 minutes. They angrily destroyed the ancient reconstruction structures that housed many of the images, and left every last Manabayan dead, which in the end had a total count of 5,642. The aliens were no match for such numbers. Every epic simulator was smashed and destroyed except for 127, which to this day cannot be accounted for. But one last simulator remained operable. Egypt, 4:25 a.m. Duncan held the epic simulator in his unwounded hand and watched debris from the burning ship fall like flaming meteorites as they entered the Earth's atmosphere. The debris trickled down in a dazzling array of colors that had never been seen by the naked eye before. King Tut looked into Duncan's face. "You know what to do now, don't you?" Duncan continued to look at the sky and the artificial extraterrestrial sun. No, I was just wondering what to do next." "You must free the images." "How?" Then Duncan looked down at the simulator. "The omniverse." "Yes. But that would take weeks, maybe months to decipher every code." "It won't take as long as you believe. It will take 1 full day." "1 full day?" "There is absolutely no way. Trust me." Duncan looked at the young king. "Okay, I'll see what I can do." He called Corbin and Garrett over, and together the 4 men busied themselves with the tedious process that required the use of impossible mathematical equations and the overwhelming patience of a brain surgeon. The small crew worked constantly until the artificial sun burned out and the actual sun rose again in the east. They worked past high noon and well into the evening until 24 hours had passed, and the sun again rose in the east. Duncan was completely exhausted until the final moments when the end was in sight. Then he suddenly regained a brand new energy, as did the others. "We now free all images," Duncan proclaimed, pushing the purple button. All at once the ground began to shake violently. The whole Earth trembled in its orbit. People, animals, and plants all over the world buckled to the ground under the intense shift of the Earth's gravity. Had it not been for gravity, every living organism would have been thrown out into space by extreme convulsions. "What have we done?" Corbin yelled. I don't know," Garrett shouted back. "Hold on," King Tut urged. The Earth suddenly stopped its enormous quake, and Corbin felt the ground lifting up, through and past him. But he was still lying on the ground. He could feel the sand against his body, but saw the same sand rising up into the air. It was as if the entire Earth was duplicating itself. The 4 friends stood up and watched the Great Pyramids double into 2 identical superstructures. One replica would slowly ascend high into the sky, while the other stayed firmly on the ground. From space, The entire world could be seen splitting like two cells reproducing themselves until two identical, colossal, expansive, lovely blue and green planets floated together side by side in the same orbit. Earth now had its own time clone. Many call it an alternate universe. Now that's an image, Corbin explained, as soon as the new planet had taken its place in the sky. I've never seen anything like it, Garrett said, choking on his words. Duncan tried to respond, but was too overcome by the glorious moment. Corbin was now content that Joan of Arc and the family from Pennsylvania were now and forever safe and free. Suddenly, Bridget slipped out from her time-lapse. She collapsed to the ground in an unusual exhaustion and soon regained her composure. She slowly made her way across the sand on her hands and knees and managed to tug on Garrett's pants legs before she fainted again. "Bridget!" Garrett shouted. The four young men turned away from the beautiful blue orb in the sky and saw Bridget lying helplessly in the sand. "Bridget!" Garrett repeated. "Are you all right?" The girl slowly came to. Are we off the ship?" she asked. "Yes," Garrett reassured her, holding her in his arms. Corbin turned to King Tut. "So this means all of the images are released now that the Manabayions are dead, right?" "That's right. But they all must be returned to the new Earth to live their own lives, including Bridget. She must pick up where she left off in 1969. Corbin tried to hold back his tears, as he had done so many times on this adventure. "So the new Earth is almost like a parallel universe," he said, trying to shift gears with his emotions. "Correct." Bridget looked up to the new planet. It was blurry at first, but she forced it to materialize by straining her eyes until its dark blue ocean stood out from the light blue sky. "Don't tell me I have to leave," she said. Garrett stroked her hair. "It's for the best." "No, it can't be." "But it is," Duncan said. "You shouldn't deny destiny." "What about my brother? Where is he?" "He's already waiting for you up there," King Tut replied. "He can live without me. We were never really very close." The wind suddenly began to pick up, and the surrounding sand began to blow in every direction. The five young friends looked up to see a news helicopter circle the area and come to land. "Great," Corbin said. "You saved the world and everybody wants the inside story." The helicopter's engine shifted to idle and allowed the sand to settle after a 30-second interval, and then shut down completely until the four long, thin propellers finally came to a slow stop. The side door opened and out stepped a very attractive woman that wore a black, knee-length skirt and a white blouse. She was very professional in her appearance and sported shoulder-length hair, the same shade as Bridget's. Corbin was apprehensive, but watched the woman walk across the sand in her black high heels. The strange thing that he noticed about the woman was the fact that she did not bring along a film crew or microphone. "You don't happen to be Corbin, Duncan and Garrett, do you?" the woman asked politely, taking her high heels off and walking closer to the group. "Yes, we are," Duncan responded. "This is so weird," the woman continued. "What's so weird about it?" Corbin asked. "I don't know. I had the overwhelming urge to come find you. Then I had a strange dream that gave me the exact location of where you would be." The woman chuckled, trying to keep the awkward mood light. "To tell you the truth, I'm not really sure why I'm here." "Perhaps it is our job to tell you why you are here," King Tut spoke. "What is your name?" "My name is Don Robbins." Corbin, Duncan, Garrett, and Bridget gasped. "It couldn't be." "I work as a correspondent for Channel 2 News," Don Robbins continued. "I've always been kind of fascinated with the entertainment industry." "I know," Bridget said, sitting up. "And what is your name, my dear?" Don Robbins asked, politely. "Bridget Sunbeam." "That's strange. I used to go by that name, but that was a long time ago. My real name is Don Robbins. I'm a reconstructed replica of you from 1969. Don Robbins was dumbfounded. You are me? Yes, Bridget answered. Do you have any children? No. No, I never did. Bridget begged and pleaded to come live with the woman instead of living on the new planet. She needed a mother and wanted to be adopted. Don Robbins found the whole situation very strange and awkward, but believed every word of it. She listened intently to the whole story Bridget told her and finally agreed to let the girl come stay with her. Don was very lonely and had always longed for a daughter. I need to be getting back as soon as possible, Don Robbins said. Do you have any other clothes or anything else to bring with? No, just the clothes that I'm wearing. Well, we will just have to buy you some new clothes. It'll be so exciting. I can't wait, Bridget squealed. She then turned back to Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett. Thank you guys for everything. It has been so wonderful. No problem, Corbin stated. It was fun. You will come visit me, won't you? Of course we will, Duncan said. Call us and give us directions to your house, Garrett added. I will. I'll call you in a couple of days, Bridget said, hugging each one in turn. She then took Don Robbins' hand and departed for the waiting helicopter. Goodbye, we love you, Corbin called out. Bridget turned just before she reached the helicopter. She waved and smiled her precious, quirky smile, then climbed aboard, followed by Don Robbins, who also waved and closed the door behind them. The helicopter once again roared its engine, and the propeller spun faster and faster. The copter lifted from the ground, circled the area one time, and then eventually disappeared behind one of the great pyramids. The four young men watched the helicopter until it was out of sight. I hope that she'll be all right, Corbin said. She'll be fine, Garrett responded. We'll see her again in a couple of days. Yeah, you're right. I'm always right. Corbin slugged Garrett in the arm. At least when we see her again, I'm going to ask her out. Garrett socked him back. No, you're not, because I'm going to. Please, guys, Duncan said. Neither one of you had a chance. And you did? Of course. Give me a break. Gentlemen, King Tut interrupted. Please, we have business to attend to. It is now time to send forth the alternate Earth to a new home in the heavens. Corbin looked up at the new planet. It was almost flawless. But I like it up there in our sky, he said. It's so beautiful. Yes, it is, King Tut agreed. But the two planets must live apart in order to thrive. Then I will cast it away, Duncan said. He typed in the necessary commands and then turned his attention back to the lush, enchanting new world. The large globe doubled its rotation speed and slowly and cautiously slipped out of its orbit and away from the sun's gravitational pull, taking 35 minutes to do so. The sphere spun faster to a maximum speed that surpassed that of light and sound combined, then rocketed out into deep space with a brilliant flash of white light. On the new planet, every organism was held in a state of suspended animation until the beautiful orb could arrive safely at its new destination. It would come to arrive in a new galaxy titled Gestune 5, which lay 27 light years from the authentic Earth. When the new Earth would come to rest, it would bring forth new life, and to all, it would be as if the Manabayions had never existed. When the fabulous white light subsided from the new planet's wake, the sky seemed so empty. Everyone alive felt as if they had just lost a valuable friend. I suppose that this thing is now useless, Duncan said, shifting the simulator from his left hand to his right. Now that all the images are free. Smoke began to rise from the inner workings of the epic simulator, either from the override of creating the omniverse or the damage that had been caused by the sand and water, possibly a combination of the two. Duncan tossed it to the ground and watched it burn. Within minutes, it was nothing more than a pile of ash and melted metal. "Is there a way to visit the other Earth?" Corbin said, watching the pile of ash smolder. "It is possible," King Tut replied. "There is still a very thin connection between that world and ours." "What do you mean by that?" Duncan asked. King Tut suddenly took a look of concern. "Your mission isn't completely over. Only when you have completed it will the connection between the two worlds be closed. I still don't understand. Come with me. I will show you." The boys followed King Tut to a large pyramid, through a hidden opening, and down a long flight of stone steps that seemed to descend for eternity. When they arrived at the bottom, they entered a large chamber that seemed very familiar. The three friends looked to the right side of the room and saw 3 mighty thrones that had been placed before a dark blue curtain that flowed to the floor. The thrones were colored blue, maroon, and the largest was purple. "Ooh, I want to sit in the purple one," Corbin called out in delight, running and jumping into the middle and highest throne. "You too may have a seat," King Tut said to Duncan and Garrett. "You have earned it." "Thank you." King Tut began to pace about the chamber floor until Duncan and Garrett had taken their place. Then he began to speak. "This used to be my throne room, and I will leave it forever once I finish this one last task. But that is not important now. What is important is this. Every image is gone except for 4. The images of you. It is your job to speak with them and have them conjure up Sir Roderick to save your lives in battle against Galabide, and of course, send them to retrieve the omniverse." "Wait a minute," Corbin said. "Those weren't images. That was actually us." "This whole time game has got me confused," Garrett muttered. "Is it a game, or is it real?" King Tut responded. "I think that it's both," Duncan said. The boy king clasped his hands together behind his back, stopped his pacing, and looked directly at the 3 young men in their thrones. "It is very real, and I will tell you why. Though things never appear as our conscience expects them to, your coming here, your being here, your battle with the Manabayions was foretold long ago. It was your fate all along." "How so?" Duncan demanded. "Do you remember the name Cordungar?" "Yeah, it was the name that we had to shout in the recording chamber," Garrett said. "The name Cordungar was a name that the ancient Egyptians derived from the letters of your first names, Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett, Cordungar." Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett looked at each other in disbelief. "So you see, my young friends," the boy king continued, "things are very real, as strange as they seem." "Kind of like truth is stranger than fiction," Duncan said. "Correct." "Things get more unbelievable all the time," Garrett spoke. "Yeah, I know I'm confused," Corbin said. "Don't be," King Tut said patiently. "I will now retire myself to the next chamber and retrieve your time clones." Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett could not believe that they were going to meet themselves again. What would they say? They suddenly grew very nervous, probably more nervous than they had been when they confronted the Manabayions. Their hands and feet grew cold and clammy, but they tried their best to sit up straight and look stately. At that moment, water began to drip from 2 different spots in the ceiling. The crystal clear water gathered together in 2 different puddles on the floor, then solidified into the images of 2 small children. Romuli and Colija broke forth from the thin ice shells that had covered their bodies, sending the shatters of glass-like fragments in all directions along the floor. King Tut turned rapidly, flipping his crimson cape, and hugged the 2 young children. "I knew that you would return," he shouted with joy. Now that the Manabayions are dead, Romuli stated, who looked about 10 years old again, we have returned to take you to the spirit world. Yes, King Tut said. I knew that my time here on Earth was finished, but I have one last act to complete. We know, Kalijah said with a smile, and because of your good work, after its completion, you will be accompanied into the heaven by the greatest heavenly army. 12 heavenly guards materialized in the room before anyone could blink. Each soldier wore a tight, shiny blue uniform and a blue helmet that covered most of their faces. King Tut sighed. Destiny awaits, he said. A large door slid open on the other side of the chamber, and the 12 soldiers poured through until they were no longer in sight. King Tut started for the door, and then turned back to Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett. I will return with your time clones. He then turned back and walked through the open door, followed shortly thereafter by Romuli and Kalijah. The 3 young men swallowed hard because, if they remembered correctly, they had Bridget with them, and though she was gone only a short time, they already missed her dearly. But each knew in the bottom of their hearts that they had best not say anything about the future of the mission, for it might alter history, and they were quite content with the outcome. Chapter 19. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett said goodbye to their time clones, watched them climb aboard the Apollo 11 spacecraft, and shed a slight tear as the ship rocketed through the Earth's atmosphere and out into space. The sun hung radiantly in the sky, and King Tut approached from the west, dragging his feet in the sand. The sound of shuffling sand entranced Corbin's ears. You have asserted great valor, the young king spoke. As well as you, your majesty, Duncan said with a polite bow. King Tut smiled. I must depart now, my friends. I will watch over you always. You will forever be protected. Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett did not know what to say. They knew that the boy king would keep his promise, and for that they would be eternally grateful. King Tut sensed their pleasure and satisfaction. He turned and watched the 12 heavenly guards approach from behind, then turned back swiftly to his 3 friends. Peace be with you now, he said, and in a brazen beam, King Tut was translated directly into heaven without ever experiencing death, a true gift most precious. The 3 friends could not help but cry after witnessing such a majestic spectacle. Well, guys, Corbin said, wiping his eyes, let's go home. The boys arrived back in America the next day to a crowd of about 250,000 that had eagerly awaited the arrival of the boys' private jet. The jet had been a gift from the people for their heroics and bravery. Once the jet touched down and rolled to a stop at the international airport, the massive crowd swarmed the small plane like bees to honey. They plowed through barriers and pushed past security. They cried, screamed, and cheered when the 3 young men emerged from within the plane and headed down the short flight of stairs. Corbin was in ecstasy. He slowly took each step one at a time to make the wonderful moment last for as long as he could, all the while waving cheerfully. He felt like a rock star. When the boys had reached the tarmac, they were quickly escorted by 7 men in dark suits to a waiting limo, and then traveled cautiously through the crowd to a parade that was being held in their honor. They were on the very last float, and once again, the crowds of cheering people followed the beautiful float that was made up entirely of tiny pink and white flowers. The crowd continued to cheer wildly until their voices became ear-piercing, but still they marched along behind the float for the entire duration of the parade. When the parade came to an end, Corbin, Duncan, and Garrett gave short speeches about their great appreciation for all. Garrett gave the last and most notable address. And in conclusion, I would just like to say that things in life are never as bad as they seem. In the beginning of this little adventure, I would have given anything to live in an alternate universe, just because of the simple fact that I did not like the way that I looked. However, I was given this one body as a gift and used it to do some good in the world. I used it and will continue to use it to enjoy life, to enjoy sights, smells, tastes, sounds, and feelings, and more importantly, to help whomever and wherever I can. I implore every one of you to do the same. Remember that when you sacrifice yourself, you become 2 times the person. Thank you. After the ceremony, the boys were swiftly ushered down a sidewalk into a newly constructed red brick building, and then up 2 flights of stairs until they reached the door of a small office. "What are we doing here?" Corbin asked. The men in suits and ties that had escorted them did not answer. They merely threw the door open and motioned for them to enter. Duncan was ill at ease until he entered the room, looked around, and noticed who was inside. "Dad!" he shouted. Dr. Connor stood from behind the desk and ran to embrace his son. "I'm so proud of you," he said with a tender laugh. "I thought that you would be mad at me," Duncan said. Dr. Connor looked at Duncan directly in the eyes. "Why would you think such a thing? Because I put you out of business?" "Nonsense," Dr. Connor said with a loud chuckle. "This is the best thing that's ever happened to me. This is the best thing that's ever happened to you. Offers are coming in like mad. You have potential movie and book deals, and I have been offered jobs to teach at highbrow universities. But I think that I'll just be your manager." "No," Duncan said. "You wouldn't be happy doing that. You need to follow your dreams." Dr. Connor again laughed and hugged his son. Corbin noticed another man sitting quietly on a brown sofa. "Hello," Corbin said, introducing himself. "My name is—" "I certainly know who you are," the man said. "You are the famous Corbin." "Well, I suppose." "Of course you are. My name is Dr. Dell, and I'm a long-time friend of Duncan's father." "Yes," Corbin said, shaking Dr. Dell's hand firmly. "I've heard a lot about you." "It was good, I hope." "Don't worry, it was." "Well, I don't know about the rest of you," Duncan interrupted, "but I'm hungry. I say that we go get something to eat." "Good idea," Dr. Connor agreed. "I know just the place." Everybody followed Dr. Connor from his new office and were picked up again by the men in black suits. The security personnel split into 2 small teams, one leading the way, the other following close behind. They alone would make sure that everything ran smoothly. The crowd was under control, and every prearranged activity was on time and punctual. Corbin felt truly safe for the first time in a long time. Dr. Connor led his young friends out through the front door and out among the screaming fans. "They love you," he shouted over the cheers. Corbin barely heard him. He began to smile and wave when something suddenly caught his eye. On the rooftop of the building across the street stood the last 4 Manabayions. The creatures leapt down with one powerful leap and tried to make their way through the crowd, but were quickly shoved out of the way and pushed back to their original position. They roared angrily, bounded down the street and out of sight. Corbin's stomach sank when someone in the crowd suddenly shoved something into the palm of his hand. He did not see who it was, but he looked down to see a small white piece of paper that had a note scribbled on it. The note read, "Good work. Sincerely, Corbin." Corbin held the note up for Garrett to see. "Did you happen to see who gave me this note?" he asked. Garrett stopped waving, took the note, and read it quietly. "You know what?" he said at last. "What?" "I believe it was given to you by your future self." "You really do?" "It's the only explanation." Corbin took the note back and reread it. "That means that at some point in time I'm going to have to leave myself a note." Garrett nodded and began waving again. Dr. Connor reached the limo and opened the door for Dr. Dell. "Have you ever wanted to see the future?" he asked. "I think I just did," Dr. Dell responded.